Oh yeah, he's on a red-faced rant. Oh, I see people clanking over in the Young Turks chat. I would gladly
Greetings,
share
friends,
that in
and
chat.
welcome to a very special edition of Incantus Phylacterium. You get to sit and watch me drink, edit books,
Yeah, he's
and
literally sweating
listen
right
to
now.
these guys.
He's all discolored.
These guys in the background. This is weird. I've never tried this
Imagine
setup
you
before. I have no
chat.
idea what I'm doing, but you
What
know
the
what?
fuck
I
is
decided
going on? I don't
I'm going to start
understand.
drinking early today. So this is absolutely what's happening. I'm just going to check our levels. I'm probably going to talk over people occasionally.
And
Hey,
most of the people watching
I'm
this fucking
restreaming
show
people
right now, I think
here.
are
So
actually from here.
if you're going to watch me, watch them too. Put them on in the background, give them the views. I'm not trying to stream snipe anybody or take views away from them. This is what I was going to be doing anyway, so we're doing it.
Now he's rambling about. I can't even take. I can't even take.
And if you don't want to hear me talk over people, you should definitely watch another stream. We're just hanging out here.
Coherent than what you're getting here, I guess you know your place.
Folks who know the Discord are welcome to pop in, offer their 2 cents, say hi.
I'm just here, just a second. I'm just trying to figure out.
We're gonna turn this off. Ha!
Any good election map?
Wow, what was that? Go in there.
Times maybe.
We're gonna look at it again. Oh, it's just got my analytics. Yeah. This is so weird. I'm used to kind of being able to watch myself, but I'm actually watching other people now. So be it. It's all working though. This is how I roll. We are working on the fabric of dreams.
Yeah,
and I'm doing footnotes.
In a number of states right now.
And I'm pouring out the whiskey juice.
Get a reasonable bellwether from New Hampshire,
drinky
Florida,
time.
Georgia, mainly, as well
celebrating the blood moon,
in other places,
which is likely to result in the red wave.
Rubio's
that is what they say.
In Florida, Warnock is up in Georgia, but again, that's
I voted.
Of the votes in.
I hope you did too.
Hassan has plus 40 in New Hampshire, but that's from literally one county, so it literally means nothing.
Fresh whiskey juice.
DeSantis is up. Abrams is up, of course.
And here we go, of course, briefly. And prosit der Gemeindigkeit, Nastrovia, Kanpai, Salud. Cheers to you.
Yeah,
and here's mud in your eye.
Are busy invading the shit out of the Young Turks right now.
Hop on in the chat and say hello as well. And we'll just go back to
share out the link to
son of a biscuit, and we'll go back to listening to Sticks.
All over the Young Turks live stream. Yeah, it's just like it's a 2018 Redux at the moment, I guess. Half of his viewers are from us. Imagine 2 people would be watching him if it weren't for us mentioning the Young Turks in this stream.
Saxo Grammaticus.
Let me make sure here.
Who is that?
I don't know what we're gonna do about the
Danish historian.
The live map thing.
Danish. Yes, this is how I do my footnotes. I do all my own research. Wow, died in 1220.
Okay. That would be here, just a sec. I hate time zones. Okay. I gotta respond to an email actually with regards to a potential special guest.
Actually, I've got a master footnote list. We're going to add to this. Yes, this is the chaos I deal with every day, doing my editing and such. Actually, I got to get this out of the way. Now I can see the screen a little better.
Keyboard ASMR.
S. Letter S for Saxo Grammaticus. S-A.
Nice. Okay, so we may actually have an extra guest board. I'm just I don't have an engineering team or anything. I don't have all of the advantages the Young Turks have, and he's still coming behind our live streaming numbers.
Saxo Grammaticus.
Just to be clear.
All right.
Let's see.
Yeah,
I guess Jank is completely gone insane. Alexander Curry never mentioned my
yogurt.
Super chat.
Chunk yogurt was always insane.
When you have 10,000 people in chat over here, it's impossible for me to keep up with everything because I also have to try to find fucking Jesus. I'm losing my train of thought. I'm losing my marbles. I'm going to turn into Joe Biden.
So
I'm just trying to find a good election live map. Somebody DM me on Twitter with a link because the People's Pundit is down and Politico looks like ass and isn't updated properly anyway. CNN's John King, stay off social media, people. If you're trying to figure out there are really issues with voting, trust your local officials and trust us here. Yeah, didn't you say that it was illegal to read WikiLeaks releases at one point, CNN? I seem to recall that. Lots of lies from that network. Fuck your local officials. Yeah, and also the Young Turks getting ratioed massively on their live stream. Again, probably courtesy of a bunch of clankers. Yeah, the Republicans have flipped Guam somehow. I thought Guam was supermajority Democrat. U.S. territory.
Every time I come across someone I don't know, I assume News, the readers of my book don't know who they are either, CNN's and I try to identify.
Map, even though I hate to use CNN. You got ABC. Oh, Fox. Let me check the Fox map. I fucking hate the legacy media, but I don't have the money to set up my own live map feed or something like that. I don't have jank money. How the fuck did he get all of his money without having any talent? Must be embezzlement or something. Oh, good. 270 to win has one. That might be the best one. Let me see. I'm just doing some research at the moment.
There we go. So as I write these books, I'm doing my own
interactive, unfortunately.
Well, edit these books. I'm creating my own encyclopedia, which may let's see, what is it at? It's at almost 50 pages so far. We'll see if I ever publish that as an appendix or compendium.
All right, let me check these maps and see which one I'm going to use. There's several here.
Historian is not capitalized. Yeah, Danish right, historian.
Fox one doesn't look fully interactive. I don't know if that live updates. It says live updates, but you never know. Also, these sites can be overloaded potentially.
You got to check your spelling too. It's Saxo-Cognomine Longus.
Yeah, I guess the Guardian. I guess CNN is the easiest to use, ironically enough.
One footnote completed. On to the next. And I believe I already have a reference for this. Livius Titus.
It should work better with Chrome anyway than on Opera.
I think that's who they're talking about. Livius Titus, Roman historian.
Let's see.
Also simply known as Livy.
It works properly. Bolduc is ahead of Hassan with exactly one county in. 26 votes to 16. Very meaningful.
Yeah, Titus Livius.
I guess I'll use CNN's, ironically enough. Let me put that on there. Share a Chrome tab. Senate midterm results. Ta-da! The Young Turks.
Now we got some results coming in already.
Heart attack. Florida goes red. Yes, we've got some preliminary results. It's going to be a couple of hours before we really know anything about what's going on here. Just to be clear, these are very, very early results with like 1 or 2% in many cases. New Hampshire is going to be a bellwether, but it'll be a couple of hours probably until we sort of know what's going on there. I suspect that Florida will be deeply red. Georgia will be closer to 50-50. So, oh yeah, Google has a live map. I'm definitely not using theirs.
So I can go back and copy that over.
Google would probably punish me for using it anyway. You know, we are dealing with a hurricane down here, says Defying the Meta. Oh, another one? Yeah, I'll take a break at some point myself. Yeah, Zhank should tune into the Clank stream, you know, instead of vice versa. It'll be much more relaxing for him. We can talk him down from the ledge. You see him that he accidentally leaves his camera on. He's in the background sweating profusely and tying a noose or something like that. Grabs the bottle full of pills and the Chardonnay. It seems like it's more funny to watch that sort of shit on the midterms and like the news updates, even than the actual updates about voting in some cases. Because that's more like it's just numerics. It's straightforward. Yeah, I'm already using, as you can see, the CNN politics page as the map. Although people are, Decision Desk I can't use. They have a problem. To Jason there. Thank you, though, for the link. And CNN, even though they're an unfair and biased network, they are reasonably good with updating things like this because they're hyper competitive for those ad clicks. Hire 2, so stoked to be live with Sticks tonight. Yes, indeed.
We are going to move this around. You know, I put as much effort into my footnotes as I do into the rest of it.
They
make it pretty.
10K
gotta make it look right.
Live, and they've got priority status. Like Jank has literally met with Susan Wojcicki multiple times. I'm sitting here fighting with one arm fucking tied behind my back, and we're still clanking on his ass. Eric writes, any fun Dutch phrases? I found an interesting one recently.
And that is how long it takes to put together footnotes.
Beyond Klokken, meaning that you're so annoyed by someone that you want to tape them behind the wallpaper. Cheers, Sticks. A lot of Dutch insults have to do with diseases.
I'm going to look at what my stream looks like online.
Plague,
and check it out.
That. I have no clue why. I think back hundreds of years ago, the Dutch suffered from a series of epidemics, and so
because this is the first time I've ever done this, so
or something like that. If they were being an asshole.
It does say I'm
Another update: voting machines down in Maricopa, Arizona. Voting machines down in Mercer County, New Jersey. Voting machines down in Harris City,
all right,
Texas.
The volume is playing loud.
City,
We'll just monitor my stream.
Pennsylvania
so I know what it looks
until
like.
November 14th. So in other words, Hong Kong, we're not going to know what the fuck is going on in Pennsylvania.
Give me my phone holder.
And Fetterman is suing to have thousands of ballots counted that are technically legally disqualified. So we'll see what happens with that as well.
Here? It's pushing buttons.
I don't know, Pennsylvania. I think the polls are still open right now. If you're a Pennsylvanian, you should be watching this on your phone while you're in the polling place.
There we go.
We need to go back to paper ballots, like in the good old days. Back when it was easy to tell who won the election, despite the internet not existing. L.A. Thorne, how hard is Dutch for English natives?
For whatever reason, I'm not
grammar sounds similar or is
getting my phone to tilt sideways.
Good thing about it. I'm not very good with the I, you, they sort of thing. It's harder for me to parse things together.
All right,
but I can generally
I'll watch it vertical. What the hell do I care?
Level. Partially because I go shopping.
There it is. I'm going to say peace to myself.
I know what Pasternak is and shit like that. I know what Bitterballen is.
I see
Delicious, by the way.
That's pretty cool.
I
should like my own stream.
You don't need ketchup with Bitterballen.
There we go. +1.
I suppose it might be nice. Yeah, the grammar is very different between Dutch and English in some ways, but a lot of the words themselves, they're very similar. Okay, Pennsylvania has ended. Let me check. Do I have to refresh this every time? Reload the fucking tab. I guess we'll see. Who will control the Senate? 36 seats not up for election, 29 for Republicans. See, they're counting a hell of a lot of the lean red seats as being toss-ups. I have a feeling that this bar is going to get over the 50-50 mark. Let's see what we got here. In New Hampshire, Hassan leads Bolduc. That is with how much counted? Oh, it doesn't even list the... Oh, estimated vote in, 1%. So that's probably not even counting the full results from the few counties that have come in. So yes, right now Hassan is in the lead, but it literally means nothing. In Georgia, things are tightening up there. More counties coming in. It's really going to come down to the suburban areas. The big cities are going to vote for Warnock. Most of the state is going to go deep red because it's highly rural. It's deep
a
south.
Norse prophetess,
it's going to come down to those
equivalent to the Greek Sibyl, is known as a Volin or Volva.
It's Rubio.
V-O-L-V-A.
Yes,
Interesting.
Rubio handily leading
about that?
Hemmings now. That's closer to what I would expect the gap to be
Volva.
in the end.
Scandinavian practitioner of prophecy and magical medicine.
More of these votes. Because keep in mind, all of these counties up here, all of these will go red. This area will go red. This area will go red. This area is usually a swing area. This is where everyone competes. What's going to be really interesting is Miami-Dade. Rubio is actually managing to lead in that area at the moment. By the way, we should probably check if we're getting, Senate results. Fucking Jesus Christ. Just a second here. Oh, okay. Could make that a little bit more obvious up there. We need to see the House races. The Republicans have netted 11 House seats so far to the 3 for the Democrats. How interesting. Takes a little bit longer for that to load. So that's split. We're not going to be looking at many individual house races. House races that will determine control. All of them. All the seats are up, dude. And so far, you've got basically no votes in, or at least tabulated there. People get so stuck on the Senate and gubernatorial seats that they've been ignoring the House seats as well. All right. What have we got here? Yeah, Stacey Abrams leads Kemp. Again, though, that's because all of these big cities have already counted a bunch of results. No shit. Yeah, Stacey Abrams is winning in Atlanta. I'm surprised about this. Not a big deal. Yep, DeSantis is way out ahead of Charlie Crist, and that's with 44% of the vote in.
Never knew that.
Again,
good shit.
Look at Miami-Dade. This is a place where the Democrats do not want to lose.
Vitellius.
If they come in, and that's with 56% of the fucking voting, by the way. So DeSantis will be reelected. Rubio will be reelected. So Florida's going further red, as it did last election, actually. It's no longer potentially a swing state after tonight. Yes, Crist, the old donkey that needs to be retired. That quip was very funny. Yeah, more votes are coming in here. We'll be paying attention to all these things and much more throughout the night. Seeing, I've probably got more news updates. Yeah, DMs on Twitter are coming in so fast that it's having trouble actually getting them all to me, I think. Like things are being delayed cross-platform at the moment. Yes, reminder, we are in a blood moon as well. How lovely. Let's see. New York Post. Yeah, breaking. GOP group has filed lawsuit asking for polls to remain open until 10 p.m., 3 hours longer than originally planned due to tabulation issues. And that's for Maricopa. I think that's an extension on an extension, actually, at this point. Oh, well, there you go. Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ projects Marjorie Taylor Greene wins re-election to the U.S. House in Georgia's 14th Congressional District. This is a big one because they pulled out all the goddamn stops to get rid of Marjorie Taylor Greene. And now that she's going to be part of a House majority, you can bet that she's going to push the impeachment issue. So, congrats to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She does Jesus a little bit too much for me, but, you know. Yeah, watch. Audible gasps from the MSNBC panel when they first saw the early returns from Miami-Dade County. Yeah, it looks like a red wave has begun. Miami-Dade shouldn't, I mean, even if the Republicans carry it, it shouldn't be going that red. Not by that margin, not by a long shot. It's almost double digits. That's Miami-Dade. If that carries across the rest of the country, I guess we can scrap the 2.5 gap that I've been predicting. It'll probably be more than that. Old school Steve, Michigan needs a red wave. Yeah, at this point there'll be a red wave, but there is honking going on. You have some issues right now in multiple states, notably Arizona and Pennsylvania. I haven't gotten any intel on any problems in Wisconsin though. And as far as Alaska, I don't even know if the fucking polls are open there yet. So yeah, we're getting results in from other states now, but Florida is a big one. God, look at that. Now it's with 61% of the vote in. DeSantis leads by almost double digits in the Miami area. The Young Turks team is blocking people now. They're going to have a fun night because we've got a lot more people than they do, apparently. This is why I think a lot of people buy subscribers or some shit like that. Like, I mean, you can't justify having millions more subscribers than someone and getting half as much engagement. And we know that the legacy media sites like on Twitter, they've bought most of their followers. They have no engagement at all. Look at Xinhua News sometime if you don't believe me. Yeah, fucking 13,000 people just watching on YouTube. Also check on Rumble here again. How many people are watching on 5,500 people watching live on Rumble right now too. So we're up around the 20,000 mark already. Cam 24, 25.
Nice. Once again, if you're watching me, make sure you open a separate tab and also watch Sticks. Please do not steal any views from other people.
At this point, chat is so cluttered up, I'm not even seeing all of
and drop
my
a like
comments
too.
over on StreamYard. And if I also have
like, share, and subscribe me and Sticks also. He's a good man.
Side, it may crash the stream. I definitely don't want that to happen. So I'm not going to get to most of the super chats tonight. You can send in tips if you want. And I think we have the man himself, Sleazy P. Martini.
Hey, yo, Sleazy P.
There we go.
There he is.
I'm here. I'm back, bitches. Sorry. I got a little overly excited there. It's been a while since I've been on YouTube again.
Oh, do you have earbuds in? I can't quite see on my little...
You know what? Yes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I forgot.
Sleazy's. I am not the only one who comes unprepared. It is also Sleazy.
We don't want any echo issues. You should have seen how many times I checked for my earbuds before leaving for the fucking hotel. So yes, we have Sleazy P. Martini aboard.
Do we have Bodicea on here?
BW. Sticks,
I'm going to tell you who that is.
Super chats. Do you think Abrams will lose and Lake will win? Yes. I officially predict both of those. I'm confident, very confident, that Stacey Abrams loses to Kemp. There's no question in my mind. It might even be by double digits.
There is no Bodicea.
As far as Carrie Lake,
let's look her up.
Based on what's happening in Maricopa, it's going to be closer, but she does have the advantage in most of the late polling. We're beginning to see massively higher than expected GOP turnout in vulnerable areas of the country. So my thought is that likely Carrie Lake will be elected, despite the shenanigans
also known as
going
Boudica.
on at the moment. Do we have any new numbers from here? Oh yeah, Sununu's ahead. We know that Sununu will win re-election. Sununu's not the greatest governor, but he's not anywhere close to the worst either. Let me go back to the Senate map. Do we have more Senate results? Yeah, you've only got 3% in for New Hampshire. Thankfully, New Hampshire tends to get the results compiled fairly quickly, so you don't have the issues you have in some states. Rubio is now 10 points ahead of Val Demings, with more than half of the votes counted in Florida, by the way. And Rand Paul has beaten the shit out of Booker in Kentucky. Booker, the dude, half the people don't even know his fucking name. Yeah. Young leading handily over McDermott in Indiana. I don't think that's a surprise either. And Tim Scott has been declared the winner of the South Carolina Senate as well. We're getting some good shit in. We're both tech boomers. I can't hear you now. It might be trying to use that as your microphone. You have to check your settings.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Sleazy is currently muted.
We're going to add Boudica or Bodicea to my Encyclopedia.
Tech difficulties in real time. I don't know whether he's muted and talking to someone off screen or whether he's doing an audio test actually at the moment. New news tips, I think. That's the Rand Paul story. DeWine has been reelected in the state of Ohio, the Daily Caller calling that, by the way. No, Michael Martin, we didn't get a chance to test this earlier because I had already gone live because there was so much crazy shit going on. We have the best midterm live stream. I don't know what's going on with Sleazy's audio at the moment. It's the YouTube gremlins. No, still can't hear you. On the computer itself, it may be attempting, if there's a microphone actually attached to the earbuds, it
You know
may
what?
be
We're
attempting
gonna back
to use
that up.
as the microphone.
Let me do Vileda first. Vileda.
Nope. We're gonna have to communicate in gestural language, like apes. Then we'd be much more like the Young Turks.
No, don't access my location.
Yeah. In the meantime, let me pop that over there. Oh no, that's not what I want. There we go. That way
Look at
people
that.
can see
The
epic map.
book I'm trying to
We're
reference
starting to get
pops
a
up
few
as the
more
first
results
reference.
here.
Oh, that happens so often.
San
It may not exist anywhere else.
With almost no results in. Oh, I can hear you, I think.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can
There
hear
he
you now.
is. There's the man.
Weird. Yeah, okay, whatever. As long as it works.
Did you disconnect your earbuds or something?
No, I went into settings through the StreamYard.
Nice.
Move your mic closer, buddy.
Man.
So, welcome
get
to
up on that
Crack
thing.
and Clank, everyone.
This ought to
Clank.
be interesting, right?
Yeah, we've already got some preliminary results. I wanted to go live early because there was so much crazy shit going on.
I thought it was mostly just bad news we were hearing early on.
No, most of it, as far as the results, most of it's good news. In Florida, the Republicans are leading massively in Miami-Dade, which is considered
nothing.
the bellwether there. Rand Paul has been reelected.
Let's go to surnames.
Got a few others. Not many results yet,
Maybe
though.
later.
I had to use CNN's politics page here, unfortunately,
Go
because
away.
the decision desk one went down.
That's painful. That is painful. Yeah. Me, myself, I'm going to be going with Real Clear Politics as my information source. I don't trust them either, but
yeah, I just wanted to have a good map for the live stream here, so
okay, we're getting something.
Oh yeah, they got one, don't they? They do.
We've got 13,000 people tuned in live on YouTube and over 5,000 on Rumble, by the way. So things are going good.
I'll try to feed them as much disinfo as I can.
We may not be getting anything.
I got to try to keep up with CNN. It's a tough one they're tough to beat.
Yeah, they get a big budget. By the way, we clanked on the Young Turks earlier. Zhank Uyghur losing it yet again, having a red-faced rant.
I heard that. What happened?
I don't know what his problem was. It wasn't even like a midterm stream. He was complaining about LA having a power outage and then just proceeded to go ballistic. So I think that most of the people tuning into his live stream actually were literally clankers based on the chat. I think they've started banning people preemptively for whenever they get the main stream on.
That's what I heard, was there was a bunch of clankers and crackheads over there totally trolling their chat.
Yeah. And also, now that you're here, we can look into getting a guest in a little while.
Excellent.
By the way, everyone, there are links in the description to Sleazy's channels on BitChute and Rumble.
Please.
And, yes. Feed him some more subs.
Help me rebuild that thing. We got 37 subs already, and nobody even knew what the hell it was.
Alternately spelled.
So everyone, make sure to go and clank with Sleazy P Martini again. Rumble and BitChute links are in the description. There are also links in the description to 4 different guests that we're going to have aboard at different times. I wanted to delay that just a little bit, of course. We're still waiting for any results at all to come from most of these states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Vermont, for what little it's worth. And so getting to various things here.
I'm always interested in what's going on in New Hampshire. I felt that Trump had a reasonable chance of taking it back in 2016. He came closer, I think, than a lot of people expected. So New Hampshire's always struck me as a rather, I don't know, the redneckiest of the New England states, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Although parts of Vermont, Northeast Kingdom, Jesus is like, you hear banjo music and stuff.
Okay.
Right. Live free or die.
New Hampshire is Vermont with more guns, basically, and slightly less taxes.
Yeah. You guys are what? The two states remind me of brothers. Twins. Separated.
Yeah, well, we're literally the Twin States. That's what it's referred to by New Englanders.
No doubt.
And then the tri-state area involves our inbred cousin, Maine.
I went there once on tour. Once.
Did it suck for you too? Because it's the most boring state in the fucking union. No offense to anyone from Maine, but I mean there really isn't a lot going on other than lobster.
Hey, I'm not gonna shit on Maine, but yeah, while I was there, it was pretty boring.
You've
no
got
argument here.
And Stephen King lives there, so that gives you an indicator.
Yeah, he just wants to hang out and be left alone, which is, the perfect state for it. So,
yeah, he bought one of the creepy swamps from his childhood.
Oh, really? No,
I have no clue. No,
I'm ready to believe it. He likes to work out the endings to his books by,
oh wow,
kind of a rehearsal murder, so you can get away with it.
Yeah, except
tried to refresh
Cujo,
my own
he just
stream
got
and
loaded
ended up
locked himself
closing
in
it.
a hotel room for an extended period of time.
Is that true?
Yeah, apparently that's actually true.
Well,
he was just completely drunk off of his ass and totally unleashing. I actually liked the movie because the sound effects in that were so annoying. It's like Jesus.
I remember the movie well. One of those ones I actually went to a theater to watch, and I was like, "Is anything else going to happen? It's just a dog here, and is something else going to happen? Is there a plot by chance?"
Yeah, no, the plot was alcohol. So anyway, for those joining in, and also for Sleazy, we do have some preliminary results here. We are starting to get some results from Ohio, Ryan v. Vance, but we've only got 5% of the vote in, so it'll be a while before we know what the fuck is going on there. We have Warnock v. Walker. It's starting to tighten up. Warnock is ahead, but again, there's only 29% of the vote in. And in Florida, the Republicans are now leading in Miami-Dade County, again, by almost double digits. You've got almost 70% of the vote in there. I'm not showing my infographic right now. I'm just I think Sleazy, you can see that, right?
My assumption was it was a foregone conclusion. I'm not even paying attention to Florida, frankly.
Yeah.
But
Miami-Dade is important because usually that one leans blue.
Female druid of Irish
for the
myth.
GOP, and you've got a significant proportion of
Miami-Dade's old Hispanics, old Jews, and black people basically. So that's as blue as blue goes, and the fact that they would actually turn red is got to be a bit of a warning sign. I'm sure the Dems know that.
Yeah, I'm still paying attention as well if people DM on Twitter, but I'm also trying to converse in a coherent manner. I'm trying to not make this the Young Turks 2.0.
Let's have breakdowns, shall we?
Yeah, we're multitasking here.
I'm just going to warn everybody. If the Democrats do better than expected, I'm going to get drunk. And if the Republicans do better than expected, I'm going to get drunk. And if neither of them basically perform as expected, I'm going to get drunk. So I'm just putting that out there.
That's your plan for the night.
The plan.
I know she is on this page. We are going to search on the page. Always forget that's the thing.
Philosophy.
Yes. Yes.
There she is.
No, to tell you the truth, though, what I am interested in, I'm interested in how some of these border districts do. Specifically Texas and Arizona. Yeah. I am watching where is it? I'm watching Arizona 7th district. That's a really big district there that's on the border. I'm also watching Texas 28th and the 34th. And I'm really curious to see how these districts are affected by the immigration issue.
All right.
I have a feeling that they're going to go more GOP than
So
before.
Ghana was the Germanic druid priestess noted in Cassius Dio's book Roman History.
Right.
And
so
I have a feeling they're all going to go Republican.
I gotta. I mean, I'm just
early
thinking,
2nd century.
These people gonna go.
Nice.
We're good. We're good on immigration.
Oh, 3rd
we got
century.
plenty now. Thank you. Can we pump some brakes on this, please?
Nice.
Please. It's got to be. If anybody would be affected by this issue and be affected, strongly, I got to figure those districts are going to be the first ones to feel it and going to reject it.
And not just border problems, but economic problems as well.
Oh,
we have $100
like my mustache
super
is
chat
sweaty.
from Lara.
I know you all wanted to know
Texas,
that.
Suburban moms are pissed. Long lines at the polls. Red wave incoming. There are never any lines at the polls. Yeah, I'm hearing that from multiple people, especially in certain suburban areas that turnout is absolutely massive. You've got 2+ hour lines in some of these areas, and they tend to have quite a few polling places, so usually it's fairly simplistic.
I don't know what
and this is suburbia.
I don't know what to say about my suburbia. I go in there this afternoon.
Do I got Plotinus?
12-ish, 1. 2 people in there. 2 people.
That's sort of how it is in small town Rutland.
Well, this isn't small town.
I do not.
This is, a rather populous suburb of Richmond, Virginia. So I'm like, the hell here, But it usually is that way. Every time I go to vote, it's like that. I was quite disappointed that I wasn't casting a ballot against Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is, actually.
Well, she's a CIA analyst who thought that was actually worthwhile training to become a congresswoman. So she beat out Dave Pratt of the what is it called? What are they called? The Liberty Caucus, Liberty, whatever it is in the House. They call themselves the Liberty something.
Oh, Liberty Caucus, maybe.
Yeah. They picked him off. They definitely, he caused a lot of problems for them, you could tell, up until 2016. So they picked him off. So I'm expecting, honestly, I'm expecting Abigail Spanberger to lose badly. So they redistrict her section, and she's going up against a youthful up and coming youthful Latino, Yesli Vega, and she's a policewoman. She doesn't have anything. In fact, I had the feeling a lot of Republicans in a lot of these House races are essentially following this blueprint. Let's throw a ethnic minority at the Democrats and dare them, to call these candidates racist during the run up to the election.
Yeah, no. Instead of doing that, they call them stupid, like with Walker,
right?
Or a sellout. They insinuate that they're a sellout to their people.
Right.
The Jim Crow Democrat sort of line is very, very strange to me. It's like they use the term people of color, and that's considered the proper term. And I'm trying to think, how is that different from the antiquated colored people term that was in vogue in like the 70s or the 80s or something? It's exactly the same thing.
I've had that argument. It seems like person of color is really a longer way of saying colored people. But
by the way, we do have new material in Florida. It looks like the center of the state, and I've already explained for people who haven't been to Florida. This area from St. Petersburg and Tampa, that area over to Orlando, that particular corridor is the swing part of the state. Mm-hmm. Right now, it's all going red. There's no Democrat wins there at all, and Miami-Dade is going red. Right now, DeSantis is 15 points ahead of Crist, and that's with 2/3 of the votes in. These outlying counties that you see
DeSantis
up here, those are all going to go red. And these counties here are marginally swing, but based on what I'm seeing, it's fairly obvious DeSantis and Rubio will win by unexpectedly large margins, by the way, giving us a potential bellwether for what's going to happen tonight. If that holds true, you'd have at least a 2 or 3 point swing in favor of the GOP in the final results.
I found that kind of. I couldn't help but find it a little humorous to hear Trump endorsing Rubio.
It would have been funny. It would have been funny if he had had a bottle of water at the time and started splashing it around, just to recall great old days.
He was so ruthless during the debates, calling him Little Marco over and over again. I guess that's politics, man. Somebody calls you a cocksucker.
It was incredible.
And then
he insinuated that Trump had a small penis. So
did he start that?
Yeah, it was Rubio that started it because he insinuated that Trump had small hands, and the insinuation is you have little hands. Something else is small. And then Trump got up on stage and said, "I guarantee you, there's no problem. I guarantee it."
I guarantee it.
It was the first Republican debate, and then Rubio broke down as well. You remember Chris Christie caused him to have a robotic malfunction as well. That's, I think, the third debate.
Well, you know how Trump debated this claim was he sent a dick pic to the entire Republican Party simultaneously.
Stormy Daniels didn't say that he had a small penis, just that it was mushroom shaped and very hairy.
Hey, some women like that. I don't know. Some of them like it that way, and some of them like it bent. I don't know.
I think she used the term Yeti pubes.
Oh my God. Well, this is the kind of political coverage you'll never find on CNN.
Exactly, and that's why we outcompete them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Old legacy
Somebody
media
saying
dying.
Stacey Abrams won Arizona. She's running in Georgia. She has not won because there's only about 40% of the voting in.
I'm going to admit it. I am worried about Pennsylvania and I'm worried about Arizona. Those states, I think that.
Claudia.
Well, first of all, Arizona in particular for Carrie Lake, because I think there's too much at stake for the deep state to let her, because she's already vowed to essentially look into the elections of 2020. And
the other thing is she's so well spoken and combative with the media because she was literally part of the legacy media. I think they genuinely worry that she's going to mount a successful presidential bid. Yeah. And what they're worried is that the first female president will be a MAGA Republican. Mm-hmm. It would completely devastate them if that happens.
Mm-hmm. Well, MAGA anything will devastate them if it happens. That just basically they've made that perfectly clear.
I think that they would fear her far more than they would fear DeSantis.
I
think they're almost as afraid of her as Trump getting back in there.
I would too. To be honest, nothing against DeSantis, but she's just that much sharper when it comes to dealing with the media. He's good. She's better. Yeah. And she's got more, she's got more experience doing FaceTime.
She's basically if Trump were female and didn't always go off the rails, only occasionally. Right. That's what you would get. And she's from a competitive state. I mean, being from Florida at this point is kind of meaningless because it's obviously a lean red state at this point. But picking up Arizona with having a successful gubernatorial slot there, I think it would be ultra MAGA, basically.
Well, they know she's going, like I said, she's going to look into the elections. And that
time for the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to pop over and check out the Timcast stream. Also, if you're watching,
we don't have any
open a separate window, watch the original stream as well. I'm not trying to steal viewers, just hanging out.
Like all those people that just got kicked off of Twitter.
One of the richest countries in the world can't count. There's ballot boxes failing. What in the world is happening here? Come on. Obviously, we see ABC News gaslighting, the Fetterman campaign gaslighting, saying, hey, it's just going to be a few days. It's okay. It's totally normal, totally fine. No, it's not. It's not okay. It's not normal. A lot of people, more than ever, have voted before the election in early voting. We should be having a lot of these numbers up to date when it happens, when it comes in. We don't. So, of course, a lot of people are going to be skeptical. A lot of people are going to be asking themselves a lot of serious questions. But there's so many different issues that I want to talk about. A Rothschild passed away on a red blood moon.
Yo,
there's so many crazy things happening.
Crystal Matthews reportedly deleted her account. I don't think that's true. I think they just got it wrong. Okay, I'm gonna fact check that one. What's Crystal Matthews' Twitter account?
Hey, Ian, that hat's great, isn't it? Yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah.
We were sitting there in the back, and I was like, we got to give these guys a show in the back there. So we were trying to entertain as much as we could. That was one of the beanies that I got Tim for, I think, one of his birthdays.
I'm gonna keep it.
And,
That's all right.
It's a great one.
And I was like, you know, we got it. We got.
Can you turn my headset down a little? There's
Yeah,
Serge.
I can do that.
Thanks.
1 second.
Thanks, brah.
No, no worries.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was dirty on the inside, so I kind of was trying to wipe it off before I put it on.
Anna
my,
Paulina
no
Luna
worries.
wins. Florida 13.
Yeah.
Boom. What's this crystal girl's name you're looking for?
Crystal Matthews. Someone, Ryan Saavedra said that she deleted her Twitter account, but I don't know if she even had one.
How's that?
Tim
Yeah.
Ryan is currently up. First votes in 103, 73% to 26%. JD Vance is down. It's early though. We'll see what happens.
I'm seeing reports that Abrams is in the lead in
We got it.
Georgia.
Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. Currently,
Yeah.
Tim Ryan is at 64 to 35.
I see that too.
What is this? They've turned off MSNBC in the West Wing per White House staffer. Oh, from Posobiec.
Really? They turned it off?
There's also reports of
They should've done- they
DeSantis
should've
being
done
up
that 2
12
years
points in
ago.
Florida. So a huge lead for DeSantis in Florida, which I think is also extremely telling. A lot of people were saying that he was definitely going to
He's
be
up
winning that
15.
race.
He's at 15
Yeah.
points.
A couple of minutes ago it was 12, now it's 15, and I think, you know, the longer we go on, it's going to be very clear that Florida, again, a purple state, could go either way, just like New Hampshire, a purple state. This is battleground states that will decide the future of this country,
Yo.
along with Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Tampa's all red right now.
Wow.
What about Arizona and Pennsylvania? What are those numbers
We don't-
showing us? Because those
they're-
are the most
We're
important
not
ones.
there yet.
I don't think the
yet.
polls closed.
I'm a bit of a novice with the lingo. If they're up 15 points, does that mean it's 57.5 to 42.5?
Yes. Yeah.
7.5 in both directions. Got it.
No. So, right. Ron DeSantis is 57.11 to Charlie Crist's 42.26.
Hell yeah.
So he's up just shy of 15 points.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got Miami red. We've got, what is this? Broward County is blue with 30% reporting. That's surprising, to be completely honest. But
Did you guys talk about Arizona at all? I saw some.
the data's not in yet because that's not going to be for a couple hours.
Yeah.
So we'll be here all night, everybody.
West
We'll be here
Coast.
all night.
It was a while. There was a Twitter clip of Carrie Lake, and I think it was Harmeet Dillon saying, actually, here, just in case you guys want to get everything straight, you're having trouble voting, you got to go to the government website, which is like vote.arizona/good luck. Find it if you can -lookforme.org. And she's like, leave it to the government to make the most ridiculous URL for people to try and find. Like there's almost trying to make it difficult, you might think, when you could just have bought like votearizona2022.com.
Yeah.
Or votenowArizona2022.com and have people go to that.
Well, this is where it gets confusing because on one hand, we know that there's a large swath of the government that is totally incompetent. Is that the incompetent arm that is represented in what's happening in Arizona, or is it malice, or is it anything else? We still don't know. It's still very early to tell, but what I've been seeing from Carrie Lake and Donald Trump is specifically sending out videos being like, hey, I know the lines are long. Indianapolis, people are waiting an hour and a half. I know they're long. Please stay in line. Please stay in line. Because at the end of the day, we don't have a voting holiday. People have a very short window to come and vote. And when they see a huge line, I mean, obviously the average American is like, I don't want to wait in line for that long. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I don't want to play in this Fisher Price ballot box, make believe, pretend system. I don't want to do any of that for that long. I don't care that much. It's only one vote. It doesn't matter. So the messaging here is very important, and it's just mind-boggling that we live in a country that can't even count their votes. That you can't test the machines the day before. I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous and crazy.
And I'm getting some videos in Maricopa of some of the poll watchers instructing people not to wait. Just turn in your vote right now. Don't wait. You don't have to wait. They kind of
this is the crazy
play
thing.
on you not to wait because they want you to do what they want.
Carrie
for
Lake
obvious reasons.
tweeted out that if you've checked in already, you need to wait and cast your ballot either with a broken voting machine or to put your ballot in the box where they'll check it later. And then some leftist journalists came out calling it disinformation, telling people to leave. And I was like, what the? Why would Carrie Lake go against her own votes? She's not going to lie to her own voters.
Yeah.
And then some other journalist comes out and says, no, if you are there and you checked in, you can leave. Don't worry. Like, wait. No.
That makes no sense.
I say follow the advice of the election. You know, when the what's his name? Bill Gates is actually his name. The guy running the elections or whatever.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all.
But it's not the Bill Gates.
I know.
But he was like, you can still put your ballot in the box. We will count it. And then someone was like, there's going to be a Democrat and a Republican, and they're both going to be watching the count. Why would this person go on Twitter and tell people to leave? That sounds suspect. I don't trust these people, man.
Yeah, there's 3,800 incorrectly dated ballots in Pennsylvania that ballot workers are going to have to manually fix. I mean, that again, like, why is that happening? You know, Pennsylvania is going to be somewhere that we've been gaslighted to think that it's going to take many days to find out what happened. Why is that happening? I mean, is it incompetency? Is it malice? It's just mind-boggling.
They also have the issue where it's like they've already said that there's a bunch of ballots they're not going to count tonight, like 300,000 ballots or something.
That's
like
ridiculous. Fired.
Yeah,
It's
fired
automatically.
Yeah.
It's happening because
fire all of them.
They're essentially asking people to ride by horseback to get to a big open clearing where you set up your tent and camp for 7 days. Like, it's not 1840. Why are we voting by paper? We have digital technology where we can vote instantly.
I like voting by paper. I think we should be voting by paper all the time. We should be marking our fingerprints, like not our fingerprints, but like stain your finger purple, you know, like we see. I think that it like makes a lot more sense to do it as simply as possible.
Yes.
We're having so many problems with the voting machines, like you saw what was going on in Maricopa County.
Where's the
they
original?
had ballots that were so poorly printed the scanners couldn't read them, and it took technicians to come out.
We got data. Data just came in from Pennsylvania. Couple things. In Georgia, it's leaning Democrat. Pennsylvania just had some data drop. 3% is in with John Fetterman. 83% to Mehmet Oz's 14%. And it's just Pittsburgh's data. So unsurprising. 14% of the votes in from Pittsburgh, and Oz is being Fetterman is being favored.
I think that
that's so crazy. How could Fetterman be favored?
It's just Pittsburgh.
Brain damage.
It's a major city area that is heavily Democratic.
If that guy wins, nobody's gonna believe it.
I got arrested in Pittsburgh. It wasn't fun. Not a fun place. They like drove me around to like 3 different jails. Not a good place. I didn't have a lot of fun there. But that's what you expect in a major city. Major cities are of course going to be voting for the Democrats. We've seen a big voter turnout, especially in the last presidential election, mainly because of the efforts of Facebook and other billionaires and other special interests that got involved and said, hey, we're going to make sure that we're going to make it as easy as we can. And there's also COVID, so we're going to have as many mail-in ballots as possible. There's a lot of ballot harvesters, and Facebook invested hundreds of millions of dollars specifically concentrating and focusing on people in major cities on voting, knowing that this is going to result in a political party that is more favorable of big tech and won't, of course, censor them and put them in check. So, you know, we've seen how Google reacted after the 2016 election. I think we're seeing the results of that after the last presidential election, and I think we might be seeing some of that. If it's going to be consistent, if it's going to work, we're going to see today how effective those hundreds of millions of dollars, those bigger ballots efforts are.
Yeah. There it is.
Yep.
Decision desk said 7 minutes ago, Ron DeSantis has won in Florida. He will hold the state. We have in Alabama, Katie Britt will hold the state. Marco Rubio has won in Florida. This is all a whole lot of fun. Anna Paulina Luna called by the decision desk as the winner in Florida 13. Wow, look at all this. This is amazing.
Do these ever come out inaccurate, decision desk?
Well, you know, there's going to be a red mirage, Ian, and then we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait a couple weeks.
3 a.m.
Take off the red-colored glasses and see what it really looks like.
Oh, man.
The reason I think that I brought up voting digitally, Libby, and what you were talking about is that I think that although voting by paper, you mail it in, and that it might make it easier on the front end for people, but it's created a mess in the back end where there's paper all over the place and people don't know who's in what boxes. They got to count it 50 times, and then if it gets moved, they got to count it again. And then we have proprietary voting machines doing the tallies. Like if we had an organized, just because one system of digitization of voting is gone wrong doesn't mean that it's all bad. I think that the future of voting is going to be on blockchain.
We got data from Missouri, and the Libertarian Party is currently in the lead.
Oh my God!
There we go.
What?
All right, we got to open up the Louis right now. Open up.
Wait,
this is actually pretty cool. With
just say 5 votes.
5 votes.
5
votes.
We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll run home with it.
All right, then.
So in Butler County, with less than 1% reporting, 5 votes for the Libertarian. I'm sorry, Libertarians. You know we love you. But to see the Libertarians in the lead, screenshot it now. Because in the nation, look at this. Look at this nationwide map. I saw Missouri turn yellow and went, what?
It's going to be a yellow wave of you know what going over the political party.
Please clap.
A yellow wave of PP all over the political system.
We got it.
And
we got it.
You're pissing on us, telling us it's
yellow,
raining.
and I just was like, what? And then I clicked, and it's like 1 county, and it's 5 votes. Just 5.
It's happening.
Screenshot it while you can, Libertarians.
I gotta derail here for a moment. I'm looking at blue and red and thinking about the red, white, and blue American colors, the blue and the red, the way that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party have co-opted the red and the blue. And they've also called their parties republicanism, democracy, as if these parties have anything to do with those concepts or represent those concepts in any way. We're all Republicans in that we live in the Republic of the United States.
The last time Ian made this point, he said you got the red party and the blue party, and then he called for
a white party. If you really want to unify the three parties,
and everyone knows.
That's what started me on this snowball. But I think that just the Democratic Party does not more or less represent democracy than the Republican Party represents more or less republicanism. We're all Republicans in the United States.
No. Actually, the Democratic Party is all about direct democracy, and the Republican Party is about republicanism. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but that's what it is now.
For now, yeah, it could be, but it's not because of the names. The names almost should be legally changed. It's like calling it Federal Express when it wasn't federal. I think it's misleading.
I think we're in a simulation. What's going on over there? What was that? I just looked. There's a blood moon this morning, signifying. Incans and Mesopotamians believe that it signified the death or overthrow of the king, and so I'm just like. That was at 12:02 a.m. Pacific. So, like, when the contiguous U.S. entered November 8th, a blood moon happened.
That is weird.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
That is pretty,
as Evelyn D. Rothschild of the banking dynasty died at the age of 91.
I heard that he was worth $260 trillion in 2011.
Well, he comes from the family that, of course, has historically been controlling a lot of the bigger banking institutions. The same family that, of course, hoodwinked at the Battle of Waterloo, the situation which allowed them to become so prominent and have so much money in their entire family.
This has come up before. So the Waterloo thing is when Napoleon is about to lose the war.
And they knew he lost, but they came in and they actually faked out the British stock market and said that he won. And of course, that made everyone sell. They bought off the stocks on the cheap. And then when the real news came in saying Napoleon lost, the stock market went up. And of course, they were super rich. That's one of the historical kind of understandings of it. But I don't want to, talk about the Rothschilds all night today.
Do we think?
Well, actually, I do, but I shouldn't.
Okay, Real Clear Politics projected that Ted Budd would win in North Carolina. Right now, with 45% of the vote in, Cherry Beasley is up about 9 points, 9.3 points. So we're still waiting on several counties to report. But I don't know, man.
And to defend my fellow New Hampshire state that I love and the Free State Project that I love in there, it's only 16% that are counted. Yes, 58% blue, but again, only 16% of the votes are in. It's still a long night. The Libertarian Party is winning in some jurisdictions. That's impossible. It's not supposed to happen.
It's not. The Libertarians in New Hampshire,
No, in Missouri.
In Missouri.
Yeah. I'm saying
it's 5 votes.
I know it's 5 votes. It's only 16% of the votes in New Hampshire currently right now. I love this state. It's a beautiful state, but there are a lot of mass holes moving in. It is kind of changing demographically, but it is also home of the Free State Project that does bet on local politics. And I think, a lot of people are looking at the big Senate races and the congressional races. I think if there's going to be any big significant change, it is absolutely going to be in these small local races. The Free State Project has captivated all of New Hampshire and has won a lot of seats in local offices that was able to make laws and get rid of really bad laws in New Hampshire. And it's going to be interesting to see where the state goes. It's a purple state. It could go either way. And at the end of the day, I'd rather be where the battle is rather than be somewhere comfortable. That's why I love Florida. That's why I love New Hampshire. Purple states, it's where the battle of ideas is, and that's why we need to be there.
In Missouri, 7 votes counted. And the issue is in Butler County, they only had 7 votes to report, so it was probably really easy to wrap up. They opened the door, 7 people showed up. 5 of them were for the Libertarian, 1 was for other, 1 was for Democrat, and no one voted GOP. And they were like, that's it, 7? All right, we'll send it in. And so there you go. That's how you get it.
Can we call the race now? Can we please?
With 7 votes in. Libertarian takes the state.
I don't like the Libertarian political party, even myself. To be honest with you, I think the party has failed many times over and has become an embarrassment in many instances. Will it have a different face with Dave Smith? I'm a little optimistic, especially coming up in the 2024 elections. This is going to be the precursor of, I think, the larger, bigger battle of the presidential elections. It is surprising to see so many people vote. Again, 44 million people voted early this year. It's a 40-year high. So we're seeing the involvement of people in politics escalate throughout the last few years. Is that because of Facebook and all these other institutions telling people to vote in the cities? Is this because people are understanding that if you ignore politics, if you try to be out of politics, politics is going to be inside of your life? I forgot the exact phrase. I think
I like that one though.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if you don't take
an interest in politics, politics will take an interest in you. Thank you, Ian.
I like it though. If you're not inside politics, politics will be inside you. I like that.
Yeah, more ways than one. Especially if you're Bill Clinton and all these other presidents and really bad politicians that go to private islands. But that's a separate order and that's a separate deal. We're not here to talk about that. But again, I want to revert back. Local elections are, I think, the biggest game changer, the biggest difference. And I think we're seeing people, especially with what happened in Loudoun County, not so far away from here, of people saying enough is enough. This is crazy what happened with COVID. This is crazy what's happening to my children. This is crazy what's happening at the gas pumps. I need to get involved in politics because politics is getting involved in my life in more ways than one, and it's making my life miserable. And I think this could be a representation today of what we're going to be seeing.
What do you guys think of the people, I guess we can call them like refugees of California or people fleeing New York?
California.
Going to Florida or going to Texas, going to Arizona. Do you think they'll actually learn and start voting differently?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think they will.
You don't think so?
No.
I disagree with you,
Really?
but
You disagree? Let's hear why.
No, you want to go first, and I'll rebuttal. Okay, I'll go first.
How about this? There was a guy who wrote about how he was moving to Florida, knowing the politics were bad, but California has just become too awful, so he's going to continue to vote Democrat when he gets to Florida.
Okay, I think those are rare exceptions.
This is millions of people
and usually when people leave, they had enough of this nonsense. I was in New York City. I left New York City. I first went to New Hampshire. Now I'm in Florida.
Alexandria.
But
I do have them.
obviously, the people who are naturally
Lots
either
of
conservative or against the other insanity that the Democratic Party put forward within the last 3 years are the ones who are leaving. People who are fed up and sick of the policies, sick of the taxes, sick of the regulations, sick of the mandates, sick of the lockdowns are leaving. This is why I left.
Right, but
and I think this is why, I don't know if you want to talk about okay, that's fine. But personally, I left. And I see a lot of other people like myself leaving because of the same reasons. They had enough of the big cities, and I'm going to be voting a certain way in Florida. So I think there's a lot more people like that, and it's only polarizing the political landscape.
I do think, though, that there's a lot of people who will leave, New York, California, wherever other horrifying place that they find themselves living. I think they will leave and they will go vote Democrat in other places because they will feel that the Democratic Party just didn't do it right where they were. Like those people who say that wasn't real communism. Those kind of people, they're just going to keep voting the exact same way.
But the people who love the mask mandates, the people who love the lockdowns, the people who love the transitions that are happening to children, they're going to stay where they're going to have where they're going to have the best representation. Or are they going
to be like, you know what, I have to leave for this very specific reason. I do think that it was correct, but perhaps
why would they be moving to a state with crazy anti-maskers? Why would they be moving to a state?
But we're looking at it. Look at New Hampshire. All of the, as you say, all of the massholes, they moved to New Hampshire, right? Because there's no income tax and whatever, and they're just going to pay high property taxes or whatever. So they move up there, and now New Hampshire's purple. Like they're moving up there, and they're voting blue.
I don't know. Well, here's the thing: we are seeing that there's a lot of where was it that we were looking at earlier, where it was a lot of independents?
Was
that the Rubio election?
Here we go.
Miami-Dade.
Was it? It was a bunch of independents that put him over.
It was the independents.
They didn't actually say Republicans.
The GOP was down compared to Dems, but the independents tacked on to.
So I am curious to see if there are people that might be like ghost voting, not really identifying as anything, that are kind of really sick of what's going on, the people that Luke is talking about. But I do think there are probably a bunch of like woke-tarded morons that like just will probably think like that, what Libby is saying, and still kind of think there's a different Democrat that might do it better. I'm just curious to see where this lands, because I'm genuinely curious to see if people actually learn from 2020, the lockdowns, the riots, and all this stuff that's been taking place. So I'm just curious to see where these people actually land.
You might be right, and I might be right, but it depends who's more right, depending on the individuals. And it's very hard to gauge.
It's interesting. I talked to a lot of parents during the lockdowns who were dealing with masks and whatever else, and their kids were being sucital because they couldn't go
forced
play
inoculations
sports and all of this stuff. They were dealing with it. It was even pre-forced inoculations, as you say. And they were moving to Texas and different places so that their kids could go to school. But that was the only reason. So it was like once they get to the place where the schools are open, they're going to keep voting exactly the same way that they were voting before.
I think COVID matters a lot more than we're actually giving it credit, because this is the first election kind of officially after COVID. And I think that's going to matter, because there's going to be a certain amount of individuals that fell for the trauma-based mind control, and they felt safe because their state was locking people down inside of their own homes. There's other individuals who were denied seeing their loved ones at their deathbed. And when they go through such emotional trauma because of the state, I don't think those people are going to be reverting back saying we need more state. That's just me personally.
The people who watched their grandmas die live on Zoom, they're not going to go back.
Yeah, and not even be able to go to their
funeral. Those are a lot of people, and those people are fed up, and those people usually vote with their feet, with their dollar, not just with, of course, the election box. So I think a lot of those people are like, this is insane. I can't believe I had a government that was controlling every aspect of my existence, every aspect of my life, treating me like I was a little child. I don't want this nonsense. I want to live a place where I have actual freedom and liberty. I want to go down to Florida. I want to go down to, New Hampshire. I want to help out the Free State Project. I want to go down to another state like West Virginia, where I could have more freedom, more personal responsibility, and a government official is not going to be telling me how to live my life. I think a lot of people have voted that way with their feet, with their movements, and I think that's why Kathy Hochul was even coming out a couple weeks ago and saying, "Hey, if you're voting Republican, you're not a New Yorker. You got to leave."
Yeah,
and a lot of people have been leaving.
Big mistake of her, by the way.
Yeah, that was so obnoxious. I thought that was just so horrifyingly obnoxious. You don't get to decide just because you ousted your opposition with fake sex scandals and took power doesn't mean you get to tell the entirety of New Yorkers who they are and what they're about. What garbage. What a garbage person.
I mean, look what's happened to Beto.
Yeah.
Beto's not having any kind of significant victories in Texas today. There's no way. I don't see Texas turning purple. I just don't see it. I see a lot of the Latino community actually, doing a 180-degree turn on the Democratic Party and saying, you guys are too crazy for us. Stop calling us Latinx. Stop trying to patronize us.
Nobody likes the Latinx. Nobody wants that. It's just a bunch of white people who want to call people
a few yuppies in the
real colonizers.
Yeah, in Williamsburg, a few yuppies with nose rings were like, yeah, Latinx, this is great. No, it's not. It's horrible. It's disgusting. Stop it.
We talked about, this come up a couple times, so I'm not sure what you think about it, Drew, that it's so easy now to travel between state to state, get a new house in another state, that maybe you should have to wait a couple of years before you can vote once you relocate states?
There are a lot of states that have residency requirements, and there are rules. And some of what you've been seeing over the past couple of years with states changing election laws and allowing illegal immigrants to vote has had to do with residency requirements. So in New York, I think it was something like the city council passed a law saying that illegal immigrants could vote. It was legal immigrants. It was non-citizens. New York City Council, non-citizens can vote if they have had 3 months residency. And I know that there were some other states that were trying to do the exact same thing, but say that you only needed 1 month residency. And all the states do have residency requirements before you can vote, but some of them are far lesser than others. I don't think any of them are a year.
Allowing
I'm sorry, go ahead. I want to ask you a question.
To vote 3 months in sounds like they're harvesting that they want to get low information people to vote.
Yeah, it actually got overturned
16-year-olds
by
to
a
vote
court.
is the same thing.
Yeah, it got overturned by a court.
What got overturned?
The legal, it was legal immigrants. It was like if you had a green card or whatever, but you weren't a citizen, you were going to be allowed to vote. And I'm pretty sure Supreme Court in New York overturned that and said that that's not actually constitutional.
So let's just say we got
the needle meter here, which is showing it's the Senate is actually starting to lean slightly towards the Democrats, but it's still toss-up range. And they're currently saying there's a 76% chance that Republicans will take control of the House.
Drew, I wanted to ask you, what are you seeing where you live? Because I spent a lot of time in Miami. Yeah. Miami looks like it's going red, which is surprising to a lot of people. Not me, when I was on the ground there, talking to the people there, living there, having neighbors there, seeing the change to that city, which overall was for the worst. Like crime, it's just crazy, especially down in South Beach. I think that's having a major effect on what's happening right now at the polling booths in Miami, potentially a heavily blue area, potentially turning red. What are you seeing in your area? Are you public about where you live? Can you talk about what you're seeing?
Arizona,
that's a purple state too.
Arizona, Carrie Lake is a freaking rock star, dude. Like nobody likes Katie Hobbs. Everybody knows that Katie Hobbs is a lifeless, empty puppet that doesn't know anything, because when she's asked, right, She did like some kind of little town hall thing with like the Hispanic community in Arizona, and they were specifically asking her, have you learned anything about the Latino community while you've been in Arizona, while you've been campaigning on the campaign trail? Could not say one thing. Could not come up with one single thing. This is part of the reason why Katie Hobbs would not debate Carrie Lake, because Carrie Lake would destroy her and humiliate her publicly and annihilate her. But I think the Democrats in Arizona kind of know what they're doing because they know they need to keep her away from Carrie Lake. But what I will say, to go to your point, is Arizona, okay, is red. Obviously, there's some purple pockets, and there's some like Tucson is pretty blue, right? And they call Tucson like the armpit of Arizona. But what I will say is that the majority of Arizonans, they do not want this far left stuff taking over their schools, taking over their children, and the gun thing too.
And people from California have been moving in large numbers.
And the anti-2A stuff does not sit well in Arizona right now. I don't think it ever will, but this is why a lot of people think that this is probably why they want to, rig their way in.
We got a decision desk calling Massachusetts governor Democrat flip.
Yeah,
but,
that's a shame.
But I'm not really sure anyone thought Massachusetts was actually Republican anyway.
No.
Yeah, Massachusetts is not fun.
I think it's
I don't
important.
like
Springfield
Assholes.
moved out of the state. Historical
Wow.
Springfield Armory. They moved out of Massachusetts because of
Really?
restrictive gun laws.
Insane gun laws that are absolutely nonsensical, don't make any sense at all, and are just ridiculous. Being in New Hampshire, totally different world for now, which hopefully we could hold on to.
Gun control people are the dumbest people on planet Earth, dude. The dumbest people.
Well, I don't know about the dumbest, but they are
the dumbest people, Tim. You know this.
very ignorant.
Tim, you know they're stupid people. You know this. When you have a conversation with these people and you ask them, it always goes the same way. Do you support gun control? Do you support taking firearms and disarming the public? They will come out and say, yes, I totally support that because I want to save lives. But then you turn around and you ask them, well, what about the government? Are they going to disarm too? They will literally say the same thing. It's not that they'll be stumped. These people will respond and say, well, yeah, the government will do the right thing. They will do the right thing.
If you ask a gun control person...
We should do a man on the street and see.
Yeah, what they say is, I don't want to take everyone's guns away. I just think these assault weapons are really dangerous. And you say, what's an assault weapon? And they go, oh?
30-round magazine, semi-automatic.
That's not.
That's what I was told when I asked my dad about it. But then I was like, well, we need that to protect ourselves from a potentially tyrannical government. And then I get the
That's
stunned,
not even it, though.
That's the stunned look where people that want to disarm are completely at a loss.
It's not even that, though.
You do need to
It's
protect against governments.
Or wild animals.
Or wild animals, but I'm talking about Mexican cartels, American psychos, you got to protect yourself.
But this is where the local voting absolutely matters, because if you look at gun rights, they have been actually expanding because of states' rights, because of individuals in the local jurisdictions and the state assembly members and the Senate assembly houses coming together and saying, you know what, constitutional carry makes a lot of sense. Let's pass this for our state. This is where I think your vote absolutely matters in the larger scheme of things, because at the local level, you can make the biggest amount of difference as soon as you start paying attention to what's going on in your life.
I started to think like the border states are the most important to have armed, where the citizens are armed, because we literally have an invasive force pushing slaves across the south border right at the moment, terrifyingly, by a narco-tyranny state of government with these cartel that are like de facto the Mexican government. It's terrifying.
Yeah,
So,
it is terrifying.
we don't have the police force, or we're going to send in the military at some point to try and
Nobody's
oust.
doing anything. I mean, like
You
the
wanna
states
know-
are trying to do stuff about it on their own, but they're not getting help.
I just
from
think
the
it-
You know
federal
what? You know what's funny is that as I've been reading more about the Civil War, the Southern Democrats wanted slaves because they wanted, effectively cheap labor. When the cotton gin got invented, it made it so that seeds could be easily removed from certain cotton that was worth less, now became worth more, and so they needed more slaves. They needed people to do labor at a dirt rate. Right now, the Republicans want America First policies. They want Buy America. They want American manufacturing. They want American free labor to make products. And the Democrats are the ones who have consistently advocated for this international trade, free trade, Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is basically slave labor. Outsourcing jobs from America to places like Southeast Asia where people work for dirt so that people in the United States can have cheap products. Same party, same old garbage.
Right around the same
They
time.
also were trying to, the Trans-Pacific Partnership was
As
trying to
Saint
essentially
Anselm
blackmail people into forcing them
of
to use slave
Canterbury.
labor. Americans, if they were like, we're not using this Malaysian oil company anymore because they're not paying their employees the right wages. The company would be like, well, you signed the partnership. We have the investor state dispute settlement clause that allows us to sue the United States government now because you won't buy our slave labor oil. So
It's crazy.
Trump got us out of that. Thank God.
Yep.
Sanders would have got us out of that. Obama wanted us into it. I don't know. Now
we're gonna cite this and give it a
Trump signed us out of it, so it's
rating.
gone. I think they have a new partnership deal without the U.S. now.
We get cheap products abroad because people don't have health care, don't have unions, don't have labor rights, get paid dirt, and then U.S. companies import these things for dirt, sell it back to Americans, and it's destroying our economy. It's very, very bad. And we don't even produce our own vitamins or antibiotics. We get them from China. When the pandemic hit, the masks weren't even being made here. So when we needed them, the boats get turned around. China takes them all back. It's funny. Democrats are the party of having, impoverished third world countries do your labor for dirt and advocating that they should be happy for it. And Republicans like Trump were like, bring the factory back to Detroit where American free labor will produce it. It's amazing.
I think there was even a story about the United States stealing masks from the French. and the Chinese hoarding it themselves and then upselling it at a bigger profit, with specifically even them being accused of hoarding medical supplies when they knew that there was a virus going around. They allegedly hid that information to themselves in order to profit off of it, as they were telling even their citizens in the mainland, get as much of this as you can. It's going to be really valuable, and it was. Yeah.
Indiana's first votes are in. Democrat is up, but these are all kind of whatever. We'll see what happens. We got New Hampshire Senate General Maggie Hassan is at 59% to Don Bolduc's 38%. Oh boy, it's going to be interesting. I'll say that.
I think they're going to impeach Joe Biden.
Yes,
if the Republicans win, yes.
As they should.
What do you think they'll impeach him for?
There's a number of instances. There's a new whistleblower also coming forward making some allegations against Hunter Biden right now. That's one possibility. Yeah. I think what's happening
draining the oil reserve.
Yeah. What's happening with Biden and China, with Hunter Biden, with the business dealings, Tony Bobolinsky, all that stuff. When the Republicans do take office, one of the hopes I have, again, I'm not that hopeful. I don't have a lot of faith in the Republican Party, to be completely honest with you guys, but to hopefully open up the hearings, get Dr. Fauci in there, get Tony Bobolinsky there, get Hunter Biden there, and let the world see what's actually really happening behind the scenes. Let's unveil the contracts. Let's see what other business dealings there was with Ukraine. Let's see what else the Chinese government was influencing with our government. Let's see how the Chinese government profited off of the Afghanistan withdrawal. Let's see, the large landscape of what's really happening here.
Santorum.
All right, as you can see, we've made it through precisely 2 pages worth of footnotes.
For something they've
it's
done.
not usually this many footnotes. Lots of people cited.
I think draining the petroleum reserve, the problems on the borders, a bunch of things to go after him for in terms of impeachment. But 25th Amendment may be the actual approach.
That might be the one that works. Although I do have to say about the petroleum reserves, I find that sort of terrifying, that we could be depleting our reserves so quickly, so brazenly, and he just keeps congratulating himself for it. I look at that, and when I look at my bank account numbers, if they're, dipping 33% because I'm just randomly doing whatever, that freaks me out.
I think if there's anything that Joe Biden has done or is trying to do that is worthy of impeachment is, I don't know if you guys saw this video, he announced publicly that he wants to make Roe v. Wade a Rallyland. Did you see that one?
What?
A Rallyland.
Is that a...
I can't believe it. I can't believe he would say that.
Not a Rallyland.
A Rallyland.
You don't say.
He said that he wants to make Roe v. Wade a Rallyland. And I'm like, as soon as he said that, that is disqualified. Yep, too much.
So in addition to no more drilling, in addition to firing all coal workers, all people in the coal industry, all of that, he even wants to go as far as to make Roe v. Wade a Rallyland.
I can't believe it. That right there, everyone, tell your family, because when your parents, when your friends hear he wants to make Roe v. Wade a Rallyland, they're going to gasp. Here we go. Here, you ready? You ready? You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a Rallyland. We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a Rallyland.
A Rallyland.
We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a Rallyland.
A Rallyland. You're right. It's a Rallyland.
It's like he was trying to say law
of the land,
and he said rule of the land, and he
all I
put
really
them all
think
together.
about
but why would you say a rule of the land
land
instead of the rule of the land?
I don't know.
Because he doesn't know how to speak.
We do not translate for Joe Biden.
Right.
We say what he said, and what he said was Rallyland.
Rallyland.
That is disqualifying right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Impeached.
What if there's a country
impeached
called Rallyland? That was just discovered.
Why would
in
we
the-
want to make Roe v. Wade that country?
Why not? It could be a place where, like Taiwan. It could be
It's
America's
just like
Taiwan.
the ultimate abortion place. Like you just
Yeah.
go there.
Relevant.
It's run by death cult, and the
There could be
Satanists
euthanasia
are in
there as
charge
well,
there.
like,
Exactly.
if
And
you're
Sarah,
healthy-
government.
Whoa,
You know
we
what?
got
If
it. We got
you're-
it.
Total
Sarah,
government
Sarah
communism.
Sanders has won.
Oh, how about that?
Big news. Big news.
No
let's
way.
jump back decision desk. Where she was? Alabama?
Yeah.
No.
isn't she,
I'm on the Senate General. I
Arkansas?
got a
She's
Arkansas. Right.
Yeah.
So political polls showing it. So did they call it Sarah Sanders? Okay, there's no data in, but Decision Desk has called it. And then we have, where were we just now? Political polls says AP projects Sarah Huckabee Sanders wins the Arkansas governor.
Nice. Do you remember
Wow.
a couple of years
First
ago when
woman,
everyone
right?
was when everyone was saying that, like, if you saw people who worked with Trump just having dinner somewhere to go out and attack him? Who was that? What's her name? Oh, how can I not remember her name? The California congresswoman. Maxine Waters. Yeah, she was out there like, if you see people, you just go confront them where they are. And then remember they like forced Sarah Huckabee Sanders out of, was it a Waffle House? Am I remembering this correctly? Do you guys remember that?
We got a message from Carrie Lake here, everybody.
Arizona, stay in line. If you are lined up ready to vote and the polls close, they gotta let you vote. So do not get out of line until you cast that ballot. That ballot is your voice, and you must vote tonight. We need a red tsunami in Arizona. We'll talk to you later.
Carrie Lake and Ron DeSantis are like two of the best politicians I've
I
seen.
think
in
we
my
got
day.
some Texas numbers.
Texas. What's going on? in Texas?
The Beto is way too
Well,
close
that's
to call. It's just Austin and Dallas right
It's
now.
Austin and Dallas.
Yeah,
It's a
I
major
just saw
city
that.
that, of course, is coming in. People in the comment section were like, Beto's not. When we were commenting and making fun of Beto, they're like, no, but Beto's winning. But Beto,
Yeah.
again, early on, the votes are still coming in.
Yeah,
the
it's
votes are
still
mainly
very
coming in
early.
from the major big city areas, which are
Yeah,
predominantly Democratic.
Hannah at Post Millennial posted that, and she was like, "Ew, ew, ew," and I was like, "No, it's just too early. It's too early. Don't puke yet.
Yeah.
Just hang on."
Yeah,
Beto is so
I don't think he's
cringe.
gonna. I don't think he's gonna win at all. Like,
I just
there's
think
any
they
chance.
overplayed
The
they
Atlantic
overplayed
called
their
him a
hand.
superstar loser. Him and
Wow.
Stacey
Yeah, I remember
Abrams.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay.
said Democrats are obsessed with superstar losers.
What if it becomes the next Abraham Lincoln?
Beto?
Beta ham.
Beta ham?
Starts a new political party.
Wasn't Beto a stand-in for Napoleon Dynamite?
I hope so.
No, I mean,
so
like, yeah, he
Abe
could be.
Lincoln started his own political party, won a four-way race. If we really want another Abraham Lincoln, I think
Yeah.
they're going to have to step outside the paradigm, create a new party. I mean, Trump had the opportunity. Bernie Sanders had the opportunity. The world is ripe for it right now. We need someone that's just brazenly talk about the corruption within the, obviously what created two-party system. It's been set up that way. Thomas Massey talks a lot about it on purpose. There's two chambers. They're not supposed to be two. There's unlimited, infinite amounts of political parties. So the next great Abe Lincoln character is going to come out of left field and create their own political party, I think. Otherwise, they're not an Abe Lincoln character because that's what Abe did.
Well, there's a divide also in the Republican Party. I think a lot of them are either neocons or want to be populists. Some of them are actual populists. But as of right now, how do you guys see it? I want to ask you, Drew, this specifically.
Real quick,
this,
DeSantis is up 17 points
Wow.
of 1.2 million.
That's a bloodbath. But
Wow.
but Drew, you're in the kind of conservative world more than I am. How do you see this divide? Who has more support on their side, especially when it comes to the political institutional power? Is it neocons? Is it the establishment Republicans? Or are populists bigger, more powerful? Or do you see this election being a turning point in either of those directions?
Well, I think the establishment on both sides, the uniparty, is always going to be unified behind the scenes. And then when you talk about the donor side of that and the money side of that, they have the ability to really pull some heavy strings behind the scenes, especially in DC. So as much as the establishment continues to be unified behind the scenes together, I think that's always going to be a problem for the populist movement, whether it's on left or right. Because, I mean, you take a look at Bernie Sanders and how he got destroyed immediately by the establishment 2 times, multiple times. It happened. So as long as they're continuing to be established and unified, I think that will continue to be a problem for conservatives and populists on the right. But I will say this, this might be an unpopular opinion, whatever, but I think DeSantis and Trump really clashing with each other is going to become very problematic for the populist movement, because for me, it's just kind of like sitting there watching that, like, your parents getting a divorce and you don't know why. and you're sitting there kind of questioning, why is this happening? And then you're starting to see there's like kind of like a donor war.
Yeah.
Have you been seeing that as well? There's
I
like a
know
donor
why.
war
I've been
between the
seeing
two.
it for a while. I've been calling it here on the show, saying DeSantis and Trump are going to be going at it, and they are. And you see Trump
You've
kind of
seen it
making the
kind of
jabs in
already,
there.
like,
yeah,
we saw that all
I
over on the
can
New
we-
York Times today.
I love these tweets from Define Ls. Charles Booker on October 7th. On November 8th, Kentucky is going to get a new United States Senator. I'm him. And the next one is WDRB News. Rand Paul defeats Charles Booker, wins third term to U.S. Senate.
Nice.
So
I
do
love
you
those
think?
tweets.
So just back on this original topic, because I
Yeah.
think it's important to understand here this larger Republican civil war between the populists and the neocons. Because again, if the Republicans win overwhelmingly today, it's going to be who? Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell that are going to be in
Sununu
power.
won.
Okay, yeah, not surprised. Sununu is very popular. He did let a lot of people down with some of his policies, but overall, he's a lot better than all the other ones in New Hampshire. That's specifically the race there. But what is Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy going to do? Wag their finger and just implement the same policies that as the Democrats 10 years from now? This is why a lot of people are kind of disenfranchised, being like, okay, we have this red wave, but is this red wave going to do anything? That's the larger question that I think a lot of people are asking themselves.
Well, that is the concern, because typically when people get into power, they find that they don't perhaps like governing. They instead like attacking their opponents, and don't actually tend to get anything done. So that's a concern. But I do think, were we talking about it earlier? Like, they're going to, if the conservatives take Congress, they're still not going to be able to pass any legislation because Biden will veto everything they do. And so all they'll be able to do is a lot of like rhetoric, a lot of investigations, which I do think are important. And it's important to get to the bottom of that stuff. But they're going to come up after 2 years without having made any major changes in Congress. They will have perhaps made major changes in public opinion if they can move fast enough.
And then the Democrats are going to be like, look, they had power, they did nothing with it.
Right.
This is who you want to vote in as president
Right.
of the United States. I think that's
Exactly.
happening. And then it's interesting because again, as you were talking here, civil war within a civil war
Here we
with
go.
now DeSantis and Trump butting heads going at it. Not really DeSantis. You just see Trump just kind of jabbing. He did this a number of times. He did this a couple days ago. Called them Ron DeSanctimonious. He did this even a couple months ago after that. And I just see this bigger battle. I did see a lot of people push back against Trump with his attacks, and we see DeSantis not answering back. So how do you see this kind of unfolding? Because I see this as even more of a bigger battle than a lot of people are expecting.
Well,
it to be.
I think the establishment would love to see those two split apart and then split the base somehow. I don't know how that would end up, but I know if like just picture this, right? Fast forward, we're in a Republican primary and you're seeing Donald Trump going head to head with DeSantis in the middle of that primary on the debate stage. Just like thinking about that is like, where does that really go? But is that something? I think this is the question people have to ask themselves, and I know the answer. You know the answer. Is that something that the establishment would want? Is that something that the establishment on the left and the right would love to see? Is two populists destroying them each other and splintering the base so that the populist movement doesn't have the power and the steam that it could have had? I don't know. I don't know where I can't speak for Ron DeSantis. I can't speak for Trump. I just take a look at this and I see it going in a direction where it can become problematic for people that want the country just to be where they believe.
Now, the bigger question is, will the party be stronger because of this? Like iron sharpens iron. Will the two test each other and really become the best version of themselves in this larger battle, or will it weaken the party?
Well, I think Florida would have to answer that question, because what will happen with the void in Florida with Ron DeSantis gone? What would that be?
Yeah.
That will cause a massive vacuum. He's doing such an amazing job. And I talk to a lot of Floridians that are influencers, people in the media. It seems like a lot of them want him to stay. They want him there. He's an amazing governor. He's doing a great job. Could he go another few years continuing to build his resume for the public, for the people, to be this rock star populist that would just absolutely destroy it if DeSantis can get in and basically do what Trump is doing, just be uncontested in the Republican Party? Is that a better strategy going forward for the populist movement? Let Trump just do his final 4 years and then bring in the next populist. At least my opinion, I think that's...
I think if Ron is going to have any kind of chance of being president ever, it's going to be in 2024, and that's it. I think this is his time. I think it's his time more than ever. And I think this is why Trump is preemptively launching attacks on him, because he understands DeSantis represents a big political force that threatens his presidential hopes in 2024. As we just saw yesterday, he was announcing that he's going to be making another announcement next week, which most likely will be that he's going to be running for the president of the United States. And I think the jabs there are deliberate. And I think there's going to be a bigger fight. I think DeSantis is going to run because he has to run if he wants to be president of the United States. And a lot of people told me, but listen, I just want to make one more point before you get to rebuke what I'm saying here specifically.
I'm gonna let you finish, Taylor. Swift.
It's because specifically I've been saying that this war is going to be happening for a very long time. I had guests that came on here and said, no way, it's not going to happen. It's going to be fine. It's going to be cool. And now we're seeing the jabs. We're seeing the infighting. And I would say I was wrong on what a lot of people told me that I was right on what a lot of people were telling me I was wrong about.
I think the jabs are coming, but don't you think that it's suspect that the whole establishment is backing DeSantis? Like what's going to happen is Trump, he can't run again. This would be his last term. He can go in there and destroy everything that he needs to destroy and go balls to the wall, excuse my language, right? But if you have DeSantis in there who's backed by the establishment and all this money and all these donors that are donating to him, is he going to give us more of the same? The person that we really need to back is Trump, so that he can break it all down. And
yes,
and is that by design?
But I agree, because as much as I do think DeSantis is better in a lot of ways, if he does get elected, it's his first term and he'll be very careful.
Right.
And he's going to be like, just like Trump, let's just get through the first term and do what we can, and then really hit him hard in term 2. Whereas Trump will come in with term 2 and be like, let's get it done. And then pave the way for DeSantis to come in with a clean road.
I respectfully disagree, because when Donald Trump lost, he still had a couple months in office where he could have went balls to the wall. He could have pardoned.
But he knew he wanted to run again. His ego was not going to let him be
but he knew that he lost. Why didn't he go balls to the wall then? That's my question.
Because he knew he was going to run again, and if he went balls to the wall, then he would lessen his chances of being elected a second time.
He pardoned some weird choices. I got to be honest.
Hey, listen, I thought he should have pardoned Assange, but that's
absolutely
not the point.
The Assange thing was a major thing. He said he didn't know who Assange was. He was like, "Who's Assange? I don't know." A couple years before that, I love WikiLeaks. Now he doesn't even claim to know who Assange is. Come on now.
Even if he didn't in those last few months, the odds of
he might have known
going straight
what WikiLeaks was and didn't know who Assange
was. Are way
People would have supported him. People would have clapped if he would have pardoned Assange. He would have bridged a gap with the populist. He would have made a whole bunch of Bernie bros and a whole bunch of people who were politically disenfranchised actually hopeful in him in actually doing something. The way he treated his supporters after January 6th, I mean, that's a telling sign. A lot of people felt like they were just kicked to the curb here, honestly.
All right, Luke, let me ask you this. Political landscape, right? What happens? Would DeSantis need Florida to win the presidency?
Most presidents do. This is the key state.
If DeSantis... This is why I don't know. When DeSantis was asked on the debate stage, if you get elected governor, are you going to stay as governor or just go run for president and kind of do a 180 on all your? And he didn't answer. Okay, so what happens to all those voters that may be offended by that, may kind of be worried that there's a huge vacuum now? We needed you. Now you want us to vote for president. What happens to the state? I'm just asking hypothetically. What do you think happens to those voters?
I mean, it depends who
that might be pissed off that he would need that might not vote. I don't know. I'm just thinking hypothetically.
I don't think people would be that pissed off. I think he would appoint someone that is capable of doing the job, that is just as well as equipped as he is. Again, I'm not even that big of a DeSantis fanboy, because I don't even know his foreign policy. I'm very critical of some of the things he actually implemented and did in Florida. But I think out of the two, we're seeing a battle of ideas that I think is worth testing. I think this battle, a lot of people are trying to avoid, but I say let the best ideas win. Let them go at it. I think DeSantis would win in a debate, in a conversation, especially with all the ammunition that he has. But that's just my perspective from what I'm seeing. And either way, even if it's DeSantis, I'm still going to be critical of DeSantis myself, to be perfectly honest.
But why split the party and go through all that drama? Why can't he just stay and do a good job at governor like he's been doing? Let Trump lead the way. And there would be no DeSantis without Trump anyway. Right? Like, he's the one that paved the way for this populist movement. He's the one that DeSantis pretty much has all his mannerisms from, right? Like DeSantis is following his lead. Why not let him carry out those last 2 years and then go?
Well, before that, it was also the Tea Party. It was also individuals like Ron Paul that kind of pushed it into the perspective and made it where it is today. But I think there's a lot of people disenfranchised with the political system. So how it's going to unfold?
DeSantis, who's a part of the establishment, is the answer there?
Well, Trump, I would say, is a part of another element of the establishment, especially when it comes to kind of big pharma. So that's another aspect that we do have to understand here with his kind of support and push of that industry. But again, we shouldn't make this a debate. I could respectfully disagree with you guys. This is just how I see it.
I get it.
And I respect your guys' perspective, and you guys might be right. I might be wrong.
You know I like to push back on you. It's fine.
It's good. Yeah, let's do it. I love it.
All right.
Interesting
conversation.
I do have a story. I want to pull up. So we'll do a quick brief because we've been going for almost 2 hours now. So my friends, thanks for hanging out. We're going to be hanging out probably till, I don't know, we're going to be here all night. I'm going to be very tired, but it'll be fun because we're having good conversations already. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We've got a rockin' 76,000 people watching right now. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. It's really exciting. So far, it looks like that the Republicans have picked up 2 seats in the House, but we'll see how things are going. The New York Times says that it's currently a toss-up. We're still waiting on tons of data. It's early. It's not even 9 p.m. yet, so we're waiting for a lot of polls to close, and we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, what about the super chats? Should we get into?
I want to get into some super chats,
Yep.
and I want to do a round of everybody to shout stuff out because, like Mary pointed out, as we're moving in and out, people want to know socials. So, of course, I want to promote the song that we produced. So check out losingmymind.com. Check out the new song, Genocide by Timcast. And if you really want to support us, you can purchase it. It's a rebuke of the establishment. We got a CGI animation of a bunch of news personalities to sing lyrics about how they're evil and they're liars. So we're really excited for that. And it looks like we're trending on YouTube with your support. You can follow the show at Timcast IRL. You can follow me at Timcast. Luke, you didn't get a chance to shout anything out because you joined late. You want to shout stuff out? We'll go around and everyone can introduce themselves.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Today I'm wearing a very nice political shirt that will definitely have your neighbors talking. It's a great way to start a conversation at your local bank or supermarket. This is a way to make friends, spur conversations, and hopefully make people think. This is, a little bit of a strong statement, but I think a statement that might make some people laugh. If you like the shirt, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com because you do. That's why I'm here. Thank you again so much for having me.
Ian's in. He came in late.
What up, homie? I didn't have anything really particular to shout out tonight except Genocide, which you already brought up. The new song Carter Banks produced. Me and Tim and Carter sang on it. Pete Parada on drums, just spectacular drummer. Really the heartbeat of that song. So if you haven't heard Genocide, check it out. Work on a couple other projects upcoming. I'll keep them under the sheets until it is time for the big reveal.
Drew Hernandez, of course, is hanging out.
Yes, I am the host of Frontlines, powered by Turning Point USA.
Oh my God.
On Real American
I spelled
Voice.
it right the first
You guys
time.
Can,
The Battle of Thermopylae.
Find all the links to the show on my Twitter at Drew H Live. I go live Monday through Friday, live on the network at forgot the time of my own show. 7:30 p.m. Pacific. That's 10:30 Eastern. Actually, right after Tim Pool.
Right on. Of course, Libby's here.
I'm here. I'm the editor with The Post Millennial. We're covering all of these breaking results at thepostmillennial.com, and you can check it out.
So, Serge, of course, pressing all the buttons.
Yeah, I'm here still, yeah.
We had Mary here for a bit. She's out. Lisa's chilling over in the back with her Carrie Lake hat on.
Yeah, where's Mary? Is she coming back?
If she wants to.
And people in the chats are like, where's Mary? We want
Mary. She's listening.
Owen is also here. He's coming up right now as well.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right, it's about time. So we have a story for you guys as we're waiting for more results to come in. About 10 more minutes, we might get some more updates. Who wants to read I'll just read it. Rolling Stone. Trump keeps musing about journalists being raped in prison. He's not joking. I think it's funny to say keeps musing because didn't he say it like twice? Or I think he said it one time and then said they should be arrested or something.
I don't know. How many times did he say it?
Well, their story is a knowledgeable source tells Rolling Stone that the former president has wondered how he might be able to jail reporters if he retakes the White House. Somehow, I literally just don't believe this. Do you guys think Trump is going around being like, how can I arrest all these journalists? How can I do it? The guy who wouldn't send the military to shut down the BLM riots that were firebombing federal buildings.
I think this is election day propaganda to try and get people to come out and vote against Trump, even though he's not running.
Wasn't Obama the one going after journalists?
He did.
Right.
And he used the Espionage Act more than any other president before him collectively to use that law to go after sources and journalists and punish them. in very cruel ways, which sent a chilling effect in many newsrooms that prevented a lot of important stories from seeing the day of light. So, again, what Obama did is absolutely atrocious. These comments
the day
also...
of light?
A light of day.
A light of day.
I like Day of Light.
Day of Light. It works too. Day of Light too works. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate you always having my back on my Lucasms.
White magic.
But more specifically, you know, what Obama did is disgusting. These comments by Trump, again, hyperbole. Also, I don't like them. I think they should be pushed back on. But you shouldn't be sensationalizing it and just crying about it all. Stop. When in reality, his record doesn't really tell the record of what Obama did to journalism.
I would even step back from saying it's hyperbole because it's just somebody reporting that someone else said that he said it. It's not even if he comes out of his mouth.
He did say, we were talking about this on the show. He said that in order to find out who's leaking information to journalists, we should put them in jail, where a male prisoner forces himself in an adult way on that prisoner, and that should be the way that we should get the source of information.
That is
leaker
disgusting.
Yeah,
that
he
is
said that on record.
Torture, and no one that speaks like that should have the office of president. That's disgusting.
Okay, but guys, I have shocking news.
What is it?
With 50% reporting, Stacey Abrams is losing.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're not going to hear the end of it now.
It's terrible.
She's going to go on a tirade.
Will she concede? Will she
Racism.
admit finally? that
Racist.
she
Okay,
has
now
lost?
hold on.
It's the
Now
whites.
hold your tongues, because she's down by about 90,000 votes. But you sit here and laugh, and then you knock on wood, because by the end of the night you might be, what's
They'll
it
be
saying?
pulling
Isn't it
them
by the end of the
ballots.
week? It's by the end of the week.
By the end of the
My
week,
point is-
yeah.
well, look, we got a lot coming in from blue districts already, from major cities, so it's looking like it's going to keep swinging towards Kemp.
Yeah, Atlanta, it looks like it's mostly in Atlanta.
Right.
Very heavily Democratic.
And Augusta,
area.
Savannah,
Yes.
Columbus.
So
So
water pipe is going to break.
It may get called relatively soon, but I just want to make sure everybody, don't do one of those things where you're all like, "Yeah, we're the best, we win," high-fiving, and then when it swings right at the last minute, you're doing the Young Turks thing where you're like, "Ah, ah."
I know very well as a Cleveland Browns fan from the 80s, you can always fumble on the 1 yard line when you think you're about to win the AFC championship. The game is not over until the clock hits 0.
I saw the decision.
Unfortunately,
desk
we don't
tweet.
know when the clock's going to hit 0 for these elections these days because they run for a week. They have to count the votes. I mean, it's insidious.
3 a.m., dude.
Insidious. What do we got here? VA7. Yesli Vega is currently up by about 3 points, 3.3 points. So it's looking good.
Is that
What do we-
what were you going to say there?
I was going to say Raphael Warnock is currently leading with by about we're at 7 points in Georgia Senate. So let's actually see if we can pull up the Senate map here. See how many votes are currently in Georgia. We got 42% reporting. It looks like most of the major
This
urban centers
also
are in. So this
detailed there.
may actually start flipping. It's only about 120,000 votes that Herschel Walker will need to clear. No guarantees, man. It's a long shot for Herschel Walker. Look, man.
I thought it was a longer story.
I was
of
watching
that,
some
but
videos of
I guess it
Walker, and
is
the
what it
dude is, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. He's not a smart man.
He's embattled, to say the least.
He's embattled.
Embattled.
So when, we rag on Fetterman, I do think there's a difference between, Walker not coming off as, I'm not going to say he's not a smart man. I'm saying he doesn't speak well. He's not very articulate. And so the assumption people have is he's not very smart. Fetterman's got some serious injuries, man. And that guy needs to chill.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean,
Yeah, Fetterman needs like a rehab clinic,
Yeah. It's
those
kinda
things
like-
where they help you walk again, that kind
Before
of
we
stuff,
change
for your
topics,
brain.
before we change topics, we're on the topic of Georgia. We just got a $50 super chat from Zoel Bliss, who's talking about
Fuck
this
Ellis.
situation. And he said, "Salutations from Georgia. I work in the Atlanta area and noticed today that a lot of businesses are closed and boarded up. Also, a lot of local homeless people I know are missing from the usual spot. Something's up. P.S. Hiring field reporters ? So that's a $50 super chat that we just
field
got.
reporters eventually. But yeah, we saw the boarding up in Portland. I wonder if they're just preparing for some shenanigans and some chaos.
Some riots.
Sorry, I cut
Riots.
out the conversation.
Well,
but, I
Lisa's
wanna address
popped
the
in with the
super
Carrie
chat.
Lake hat.
I stole
It's a
hat.
great hat.
It is.
That is a
great design.
terrific
Great
hat.
merch.
She came here and dropped hats everywhere. They're littered all over the house. Like everywhere I go,
Hold
there's
on,
a
hold
Carrie Lake
I
hat.
saw it up there and I was like, I'm immediately putting this on.
Her shirt.
You could have it because they're everywhere in the house.
It looks great on you.
Thanks.
Her shirt she gave me is the most comfortable
camo.
T-shirt I own. but
Really?
I won't wear it on the show because it's like a
Campaign
yeah, it's a
shirt.
campaign you know, I'd be like
You
promoting the
also
campaign.
look rather fetching in that hat.
Thanks, dog.
You're welcome.
Thanks. This was a
Well,
gift.
I am promoting
Kellen,
campaign,
we have
so
no,
it's
like,
fine.
Luke
In more
gave it
ways
to
than
me.
one.
we are honored enough to have an autographed Carrie Lake hat. I think it's downstairs though because we like to show
Yeah,
it
it
off
is.
because
I was gonna say, I
Carrie
hope it's
Lake
not
is
this
the
one.
best. She's the best. I am such a big fan.
I agree.
So what I was about to say about Fetterman really quick, and we can change this topic, is that if someone were to sustain an injury like that as the president, you would use the 25th Amendment to take him out of office.
Clearly, they're not doing that already. I mean, how many times are they going to take mentally like deficient people and prop them up? This is happening. Like they've been doing it with Biden for what, a year and a half, 2 years now. We knew that he needed to be in a mental home and not the White House.
Land.
And now they're doing it with Fetterman. How many of these candidates are we going to keep doing this?
It's-
Like propping up and doing
yeah.
like
It's the increasing collectivization of the left, and
But aren't there like laws against like elder abuse and like disabled abuse? Because that's what's happening to these people. They are exploiting them. They are abusing both of them. I swear that's what I believe. I think
agree.
that Jill
Yeah.
Biden is abusing Joe, and I think that
Jill Biden.
everybody
Giselle Fetterman seems like she's the one who's really itching for power here.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're propping these
I
people
mean,
up 'cause
Fetterman
they
could
want-
hardly be itching for power after living in his parents' basement and not having a job. Like, that's not an ambitious man.
No.
Jill, it strikes me she's in a lot of pain about what Joe's going through. The way some reporter asked Joe, "Are you going to run again? How does your wife feel about it?" And you could just see the pain in Joe's eyes. Like she thinks that that we got to do we're making this sacrifice together, and you could tell like it is not good in their family life right now. Neither of them are happy about.
It hasn't been good in
I
their
think
family
she's
life
the
for a
one
very long
pushing him,
time.
though.
You think
Really?
so? Why,
Yeah,
why
I
do
don't
you
think
think
it's
so?
him. I don't think it's him. She loves it. She's the one that's like going to Phillies games, all like, "Oh, I'm the first lady," as they're
she
booing
was,
her
like,
and they get it
singing
removed.
Yeah, she was doing
Yeah,
the
like,
Eagles
she's the
song.
worst.
Yeah.
She got booed out of that stadium, and then they took it off everywhere. They wouldn't let you post it on Instagram. They wouldn't let you post it on YouTube. Like,
Part of me,
she likes it.
The deep conspiratorial part of me thinks that there's like alternate cultures that are trying to control the United States government now with this giant culture war we've experienced, this culture shock, global culture shock we're in, and that they're willing to put disabled or destroyed people into power to watch the system tank.
Plus, there's a lot of money invested in these elections. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars. There's estimates that ad campaigns for this campaign cycle were up to $6.4 billion. George Soros decided to spend $128.5 million on this midterm election. Is he going to get a result? Well, I think on the national level, no, but I want to see what kind of races and elections he's focusing on and financing when it comes to district attorneys. I want to see those races. I think those races are going to be very important to see where particular cities are going to be going. And money talks. And we got to understand here, with Fetterman specifically, there has been so much money behind that man. There's a big political machine behind that man that probably is standing there and saying, I don't care how sick you are. I don't care how tired you are. I don't care how out of health you are. I don't care what you're going to be going through. You're going to keep running because we put so much money in this. You're going to have to do what we tell you to do. And I think he's a perfect candidate of the multinational corporations, just like Biden, because they're empty vessels that again are just told what to do, and they follow orders very well because sadly they're not doing well physically and mentally. But that's just my take on
It's
it.
abuse. It's still abuse, and somebody needs to pay the consequences for that.
Is it illegal? Like, I mean, I know abuse of all kinds can be illegal, but like to push an elderly person with this demented into
I'm
a public
sure
space
that they're
and
like
make videos for
pumping
money.
them full of medicine
there was a
and things
picture
like
the
that.
other day where
His hand had the track marks
it
in it.
looked like there was IV marks in his hand, and it was sort of disturbing to see that. It just
That
looked
is a
like
little disturbing.
a puncture wound.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
Fresh
You're not
whiskey
supposed to
juice.
take,
Drink
IVs
with
in
me,
your
my
hand,
friends.
okay?
Drink.
Yeah.
You're usually supposed to take them, in your
Your
arm,
arm and
and
your forearm,
not
yeah.
in your.
I mean, like
not
collapsed
in your hand.
veins. It's
Yep.
almost impossible to get them in.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, so it's like, what's he doing every weekend when he heads home?
Ooh,
But
Gretchen
don't drink
Whitmer's
too much.
currently
Pace
leading,
yourself.
but,
Pace yourself.
You know, we're still waiting on a lot of results, so I don't want to say too much. But we will see in Michigan.
always
I don't
finding
think they
typos.
have the actually in the wrong spot.
Embarrassing.
Here we go. Michigan.
Can't be an
we've
editor
got
and leave typos.
7% reporting. Whitmer is of
Another
course in the
typo.
lead,
Jesus
but this
Christ.
is areas of Lansing and Detroit.
Nothing,
for the most
nothing,
part.
you
We
say
have a
nothing.
bunch of red counties, but city counties reporting are going to be way more Democrat.
Well, what about Florida? Where did Miami go? Because
Miami went red.
Wow. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Miami's red.
I mean,
yeah, Miami's
did,
red,
yeah.
bro.
it was
Miami was
30
red.
points for Hillary.
Yo, he's
That's
11.
gotta be
DeSantis is currently with 46%.
Not
reporting, he's
unprecedented
11 points up in
necessarily,
Miami.
but highly unusual.
That's
That is
crazy.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
Tampa
wild.
went completely red. You've got Pinellas County and you've got Hillsborough County both for DeSantis.
Had my vapor,
That's
and it
amazing.
appears to have completely
I
disappeared.
wonder,
There it is.
Orlando, no.
Cheese and
you know?
rice.
Oh, Jacksonville went red. Yeah, there it is, man. DeSantis winning urban centers is a sight to behold.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. You know, after watching what happened in the UK with that huge victory they had, remember that? It was like apocalyptic. There were areas that hadn't voted conservative for 100 years that turned conservative.
Totally swapped.
And then you see what happens, you know, with Boris. Did not go well for them.
A conservative.
Yeah, I'm not super confident, but we'll see. You know, we're chilling.
Ladies and gentlemen, Owen Cook is in the house.
He's here. He's chilling.
He's taking a step out for a little bit.
Ian's gonna bow out. Owen's gonna bow in.
I like your beard, by the way. I didn't have a chance to tell you that. Also, I want to wish a happy birthday to Renee Banks, Mrs. Banks. I know you're out there listening. Carter's mother. You're a wonderful woman. I've still never met you. Congratulations on your beautiful family. And if you're anywhere near as cool as Carter, then I know you're doing it right. Happy birthday. Thanks for making him so that you could bring him on board with us.
Also want to add, someone just super chatted us. We have Wrath of Paul saying CNN's reporting Walker is ahead by 77 votes.
Oh my goodness.
With the latest data coming in.
That is not a great
Decision
margin
Desk,
of...
appears to be a little bit behind.
Not a great lead.
We'll see. You know, we're using Decision Desk, but maybe you could switch to something more up to date. I don't know.
What's the New York Times?
That's what I used to use. Like I like the Times.
Yeah, I like it too.
That's good.
What is this? Look at this. New York Times says we're looking into an issue with our estimates in Louisiana. We plan to turn the needle back on soon.
What is that about?
What's going on here, man?
Shenanigans.
Cook, who are you, and what do you make of what's happening right now?
Great intro.
I'm back. Back again today. Thanks for having me back on. So I run seminars, and the reason that you and I became friends, Luke, is because we both like to do crazy stuff. So I got to know you because I admire your work. And how many people, Luke, understand the crazy stuff that you did before you did Timcast, that watched Timcast?
I have no idea. There's been a lot of wacky, crazy stuff that me and Tim got involved in as well. You know, traveling all over the world,
We went
covering
to
protests.
Fukushima. That was cool.
Yeah, that was not smart, but
We're gonna get
but we
thyroid
did
cancer.
it. Yeah, yeah.
No, but like, does your audience understand what gangsters you and Tim are? Like, do they get it, or do they think you just kind of chill at the table? Like, do they understand your background?
Well, Luke still does more field reporting than I do.
Yeah, but
I've
you did some
totally
crazy stuff, and Luke is just, I mean, I'm afraid for him.
Luke did crazier stuff longer than me and still does, and I'm mostly indoors these days.
Yeah. So I'm also a world traveler. I run seminars all over the world. I run free seminars all over the world, and I post them on YouTube on personal growth, how to make cash, how to have better social relationships, how to get more spiritually tapped in. We talk a lot about the spiritual war that's kind of going on beneath the surface of the political stuff. So it's a common thing that we like to talk about.
Well, you do a lot of work on the ground specifically, and I wanted to.
Like
talk
he's not
to
old
you-
enough to have a beard that
Ted
epic.
Budd just took the lead in North Carolina. Decision Desk
really?
reporting. Yeah. Republican is now up by about 5,000 votes. So with it hitting 9 o'clock, we're getting a bunch of updates. Fetterman still leading, blah, blah, blah. We'll see. What is this? We got official. Paul Gosar has won in Arizona 09 for a GOP hold.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, this is shocking, everyone. Ocasio-Cortez has won. The call is in. Everybody knew that was going to happen.
How many votes?
Ilhan Omar has won. Chuck Schumer has won. There it is.
Poor Joe
Surprise.
Pinion. I was rooting for Joe Pinion in that, but
I mean, we'll see with Zeldin. I'll take a look at where we're at with New York.
Yeah, where's the
governor.
race on that? Because that's going to be a very big one, and I think the main area of focus
Nothing
there is
yet.
going to be, of course, crime. Which and you had to deal with, 2 nights ago when you were in Washington D.C.
So by the way, I was talking about the gunshot thing, but everybody thought that it was L.A. It was actually at Surfside Tacos.
Yeah.
Last night in D.C., there was a bunch of gunshots going off.
Well, that's why, because you were talking about shootings and Surfside tacos, which sounds like a very LA thing.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from the Zeldin, from a source at Zeldin's campaign, that they think they're going to know by New York's 11 by 10 o'clock. Oh,
If they won.
are they giving any
that's
internal
not
polling
Zeldin.
results?
That's New York's 11. Who's that? If that's
New
a
York's
blowout,
11.
they're saying that's a good sign.
Albee wins.
And they're having a lot of good reporting back from Brooklyn. They're seeing the numbers that they want to see. So
He's a
far.
Well,
really
that's because
good
of
man.
the Hasidic Jewish community actively
Yeah.
taking part in that election
Which
and
they
getting their
ought
whole
to,
community.
because they've been taking it on the chin.
Well, there's a very strong, Jewish Hasidic community that's very big in Brooklyn, and I've seen them politically activated now, especially when it comes to Heshi. He was on the show before. I forgot his last name. I'm so
Teschler?
sorry. what's his, what was
Teschler?
Heshi Teschler. He was on
Maybe.
the show. He was one of these awesome individuals in the Hasidic Jewish community that said enough is enough of these lockdowns, of these restrictions, of these mandates, and came out to the public parks and opened them up, just got a crowbar and said, screw these stupid policies. Children deserve to be in parks. Closing down parks all in the name of public safety
that was awful. And
absolutely
you saw,
stupid.
like, I remember during the pandemic, I'd ride my bike around, and the only people I'd see out were Hasidic Jews. The only kids who were out playing were Hasidic Jews.
And they were arrested.
All right. So it looks like Reuters' map is much more up to date.
Oh, let's go with that then.
Yeah, this is way better. We can see in North Carolina, Ted Budd has taken the lead with about, what is he up, 0.4? He's up 12,000 votes, so let's keep it going. That's a really good look.
Yeah.
Seems like with what's been reported so far, it's going to continue to skew red, but we will see. 68% reporting. Oh, this Reuters map is way better.
Aye, boo-boo.
Way better. Oh, we could do that too.
Michelette.
That's fantastic.
Reuters is one of the things I consistently track, honestly, more than AP.
We got Warnock currently up, they say, by about 5 points. 4.6. Is that, what am I doing my math wrong? 4.4 points, sorry. So he's leading in Georgia. We'll see. We've got preliminary data all coming in across the board. Fetterman with 12% reporting has a huge lead, but it's meaningless. And in New Hampshire, we've got 26% reporting. Maggie Hassan is leading Baldock, but also at 26% reporting. It's a bit worthless. North Dakota, 5% reporting. We've got Hovind is currently in the lead, but, 5%. 0% in Iowa. So I guess we'll just have to wait. Maryland, what's this? With 0% reporting, currently there's 13 votes in for Chris Chaffee. He's got one vote above Chris Van Hollen, but I don't think that's going to go.
I like those numbers.
Yeah.
If only he lived in a place where 7 people voted, I think the world would be a better place. But that's just
Mark
my
Wayne
opinion.
Mullen won the Oklahoma special election, and this is special election for Senate, I guess, against Kendra Horn. They're calling it. Yeah, so some of these have already been. Alabama's been called Katie Britt. Indiana's been called Todd Young. Kentucky, Rand Paul. Obviously, we called that earlier, or we cited them calling it. And then that's what we got going on for governorship. Vermont, they're calling it for Phil Scott. Is that predictable? I don't know enough about Vermont's politics.
Vermont is pretty much blue.
Are you?
Yeah, very blue.
Very blue.
They're saying that Phil Scott won in Vermont.
That's where Bernie Sanders comes from.
Is that? Yeah, but I know he's independent. But is that a flip then for Vermont?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay then. I'll pull up some more data on that.
It looks like Spanberger might be going down in Virginia in Congress.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's interesting.
We'll track the House, and we will.
She was pro child sex changes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was she the one who came out and said a drag queen for every school?
I believe that was actually
likely a popular opinion.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Weird thing to say.
That was weird.
I gotta admit.
I think that was Michigan's AG. I could have that wrong, because that would be a random fact for me to actually have in my head, but it might be true.
Yeah. By the way, we're doing really well on the numbers. We have 75,000 people watching live right now. The Young Turks, by the way, they're doing election coverage. 12,000 It's watching live right now.
That's.
But still, I think it does show a shift, because TYT again it was one of the major focuses. It's one of the major channels that YouTube promotes when it comes to politics.
They have a channel on YouTube TV.
Exactly. Also doing their thing.
So I think this also matters in the long scheme of things.
But this is actually.
We don't even have all the fancy. We don't even have all the fancy charts.
Have you guys been watching the shift for the Young Turks? Cenk Uygur said he was going to interview Matt Gaetz on his show, and they all got mad at him. I think Cenk sees a line in the sand that he sided with a cult that is not in touch with the average working American person.
Yeah, I just saw them interview Matt Gaetz. I'm watching the stream
let's
right
put
now.
Timcast on pause and we'll bop around. Let's see what other people have to say.
Laptop.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
Hunter
but
Biden.
yeah, can we try to fight inflation and make the economy better? Isn't that why people put
But
you
what
in
about
office?
Hunter Biden's laptop?
What happened to
Once
jobs,
again,
jobs?
Does Hunter Biden?
If you're going to watch my stream, pop open a second window, watch their stream too. Not trying to steal viewers from anyone.
Hidden between the picture of him snorting coke off of a prostitute's belly button.
Look at that dude smiling behind Gates. Holy cow!
Dude, how do you find a room full of people who all like Matt Gaetz?
That guy in the back really likes Matt Gaetz a lot.
Inflation being high, you mentioned it
We found
first.
him at the truck stop. Okay.
Obviously, wages is a very large issue. So do you think that we should raise the minimum wage so that the American people's salaries can keep up with the rising costs of all the goods that they're having to deal with?
Isn't that? Hold on. That's what's causing inflation. They're trying to. The whole idea behind raising interest rates is to suppress wages.
Yeah. So the time when we saw rising wages was really during the Trump presidency.
How would you want to suppress wages? It's ridiculous.
Mandated minimum wages are actually the way to increase real wages. Actually, a lot of economists say that raising the minimum wage can be inflationary. Our strategy to tackle inflation will focus on cutting government spending, not having a regime that pays people not to work. I think able-bodied childless adults should be subject to work requirements. Previously, when Republican states have tried to do that.
Wait, his slogan is "Keep Gates Fighting."
That's
a
terrible.
terrible slogan.
Yeah, that's awful.
Well, also when I see it, I keep saying it keeps in my mind reads it as "Keep Gays Fighting." I'm like, okay, that can have many.
That's an atrocious slogan.
That can have many different connotations.
No, the slogan is "Keep Fighting." No, the slogan is just "Keep Fighting."
That's pretty bad on its
It
own.
has
but
to. It has to be.
Well,
Oh,
again,
yeah.
it makes it even worse. Keep the gays fighting. Send the gays to Ukraine. Keep them fighting.
You're so bad.
That Democratic administrations haven't allowed them to, haven't issued appropriate waivers. And so if we can legislate work requirements into government funding bills, I think that'll be a good counter pressure on inflation.
All right, so raising wages, not what you're planning to do to counter inflation. Got it. Anna.
No, we raise wages.
That wouldn't counter inflation. God, I hate people who don't understand economics.
I just don't think the way to raise wages is a government-mandated minimum wage increase.
So how would wages increase out of the kindness of corporations' hearts who have
Yeah, but see, this is a problem that Gates should bring up too. He's like, he doesn't want to say this, or maybe he doesn't know this, is that you can't increase wages and fight inflation at the same time. Do you not understand that?
Of course, yeah.
Right.
fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders and keep doing corporate stock buybacks and dividends.
Yeah, he should ask her. He should be like, which would you prefer, raising wages or fighting inflation?
Right.
You want to get down,
throw
Boo
it back
Boo?
in her lap.
You want to get
'Cause
down?
We can only do one. Pick one. Which do
Okay.
you want? Lower prices or do you want higher wages?
Right.
She'd be like, oh, no.
He's like, but corporate buybacks.
Corporate buybacks, yeah. That really doesn't affect anything. Well, she's saying the corporations are making massive amounts of profit. I just, like, they're going to charge whatever people can pay. So,
for their shareholders.
No fan of big corporations. I think the biggest threat to our liberty is big government. The second biggest threat, big corporations, and probably the third would be homeowners associations. But I do think that during the Trump era,
oh my
we saw
God,
wages
I just became a Matt Gates fan.
This guy
How is that
fucking
possible?
Wait, can I go vote?
It's not too late, Doomer. Fill out a provisional ballot.
I'm actually arrested
of
before. I could go do
capital investment and the onshoring of cash that was largely pushed offshore to preserve intellectual property assets and revenue streams. And if we allowed more of that capital to come back into our country again, I think we would do a lot to see the investment in the workforce. Look, if you go around any district, Republican or Democrat right now, the number one issue for a lot of small businesses is just how to get people to show up to work. And when you have a government that pays able-bodied people not to work, it really cuts against the ambitions and interests and dreams of a lot of the small businesses that are the backbone of our country.
Okay, can you please be specific about what you're referring to when you say a government that pays people not to work? And be specific in regard to numbers. How much money are Americans allegedly getting paid by the government to sit home and not work?
Well, during the
So we have to be careful going forward in the future, because I know I'm guilty of this. I don't want to ever get the Anna voice, where you're talking to someone that you don't like.
Oh, you do that all the time.
And you ask them a question, and you get that tone of voice.
Yeah.
Wait, is that why your voice changes when you talk to me?
That's like a Sitch.
Yes.
That's a Sitch voice, not an Anna voice.
No, stop it. Stop it.
True.
Stop it. Okay. I was trying to be very calm and even voiced. I don't want to get the bitch voice.
Mr. Gay.
Directly what the? It's just that's not a good. You can ask the same question. Just ask it like calm.
Mr. Gates, are you gonna raise wages or lower inflation? What's he gonna do?
Well, she's not gonna ask that question, but
pandemic era, people got checks, and
when there were shutdowns. when companies were shut down.
Why are we relitigating the on both sides here? This is like a
know.
both sides thing, okay?
I know.
Like Matt Gates.
I swear.
The pandemic's over.
I swear I got that one somewhere.
Did you not get the memo? No more checks are going out.
I know.
It's like the horse is already out of the barn, okay? It's not. Stop talking about it. We got to fucking wrangle that horse.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not getting
That was
paid to sit on my ass
inflationary.
anymore.
And I also think that when you provide government benefits to
Titchener.
able-bodied childless
EB.
adults, like Medicaid, like
Titchener,
childcare,
page
like
106.
transportation, like cell phones, then you create in the economy a bubble. And when that bubble bursts, a lot of working-class people...
Let's just try to figure it out.
Did he just say that so is he implying he's against Medicare and Medicaid? Because that's a bold strategy.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
I don't think that's going to go well.
Look at the perfect screenshot there. That sanctimonious look on
Chank's
Anna
face?
Kasparian's. No,
Look at Chank's face.
Chank looks like he just had a stroke. I mean,
No, Chank looks like he's about to he's like this guy's making me want to fart.
Folks that liberals actually used to stand up for, those folks get crushed and hammered when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the gas station. I also think Republicans are going to have a pretty big energy bill. Now, I'm not a drill everywhere, drill anywhere kind of guy. I think we've got to be smart and strategic, but certainly we want to see the Keystone Pipeline reopen. We want to see more of the fracking and shale development in the interior of the country. And I think that just reducing energy prices will do a great deal to lower inflation because
He actually has to say that because there's supposedly oil off this coast of Florida where he is, but no one wants to drill there. So
none of the constituents do because they don't want
Yes.
the oil washing up on the shores.
they want the nice beach. So it's like, yeah, we should drill everywhere. That's not where I live.
Of course.
Let's be NIMBY on drilling oil.
see those energy baked in at every layer of the supply chain.
Well, I think it's a common myth that's repeated over and over again by both the press and the Republican Party. We are the top oil and gas producer in the world. We're also the top exporter of oil and gas because our
true?
natural resources are.
Wait, is that true? That doesn't sound right.
That
Hold
doesn't
on.
sound right. Is the U.S. the top oil producer in the world?
But, I mean, Google says largest exporter of oil, Saudi Arabia.
2022, the U.S. is still the world's top oil producer. Yeah, that's interesting. I hate those like disgusting giant banner ads you get when you go to certain sites that like blocks half the screen.
Yeah. Oh man, those are the worst.
The United States remains the world top oil consumer. Okay, that's because we're based. You have to eat a lot. China's
Exporting
second.
was what I found weird.
Um,
The Google is saying that number 1 is Saudi Arabia, number 2 is Russia, number 3 is the U.S. on exporting. So I'm pretty sure what she just said is wrong.
No, this is Forbes says, despite the ongoing impact the
Theodorus of
pandemic has had
Sicily.
on U.S. oil production, the U.S. remains the world's top oil producer in 2021. Maybe this is 2021.
Producer, yeah, I'm talking about exports.
Oh, I'm not there yet. With 11 million barrels per day. Russia produces 10 million, 0.5, and Saudi Arabia produces 9.4. I didn't know that. Wow, that's fascinating. It doesn't say exports, it just says production. See, but
I've checked like 3 or 4 websites at this point. I'm pretty sure it's gone.
Well, maybe the top producers, but not exporters. So she's wrong about that. But that really leads into what I said a couple of weeks ago about how fucking correct I am. How the Republicans and Democrats, if they really cared about making America energy independent, they really cared about lowering gas prices, they would either force or incentivize refineries to actually refine the oil that's pumped in America so that we could actually just be entirely on American oil and kind of detach ourselves from the global market. But no one talks about that or does that. They just say, we need to drill more.
Are completely owned by private corporations who get to sell those natural resources to the highest bidder. So if you're actually genuinely concerned about keeping gas prices low at the pump, we could nationalize our oil and gas. Would you be willing to do that?
It's a terrible idea.
What a fucking ridiculous ass.
But this is the problem. It's like okay, there's things you can do before you wait, like nationalizing the oil industry. That would be like the nuclear option, essentially. There's things you can try to do before you drop the nuke on the oil and
That's
gas
like
industry.
step one for Anna Kasparian, though.
Right, but like that's
Step one,
insane to me.
communism.
Why is she opening with the final solution for oil and gas companies? Let's do small steps first, okay?
What does that mean? Who becomes the CEO of ExxonMobil?
Me.
What does that
There
mean?
you go. Well, no. What do you mean? I can tell
Bernie
you who
Sanders
becomes...
is the
No.
new CEO of the nationalized American oil company.
It's so obvious. How do you not know who's the CEO?
Who is it?
Hunter Biden.
Oh, of course. That's a great idea.
Listen, he was on the board of Burisma. He already knows how to manage oil
That's
and
true.
gas
He's
he
has a lot of
inside.
experience.
so much experience managing oil and gas. Yes,
It's perfect. He can call up his buddies in Ukraine and ask them, how to get the oil out of the ground.
exactly.
Well, the only problem is all of his notes about this were lost on a laptop that got intercepted by Rudy Giuliani. So,
damn it!
So close, so close.
That the Venezuela energy model is one that the American people are voting for.
Okay, so you want to allow corporations to export.
Look at this.
She didn't even let him finish. That was pretty rude. Come on.
Oh my god!
You asked him your insane gotcha question. You have to at least let him answer. I mean,
This is totally insane.
yeah.
Look at how he said it. I don't think my voters are really into nationalizing the oil
Right.
companies. And she's like, "Oh, so you support the corporations?" No, I support
know.
my voters.
Well,
Remember
even though,
democracy?
even though like it's a stupid
Cringe.
question she asked, but
Yeah.
like his answer isn't. It's not an honest answer to say the Venezuela model, but that is a good answer politically. Like
Oh,
that's
hell
definitely
yeah.
a good. Stick it to him.
That's why Anna got so bent out of shape.
I
Like,
know.
He just called her a commie.
Yep,
But she did literally
she
ask
is.
a commie question.
she did.
How do you take the Young Turks seriously when this is their questioning? Why would you ask Matt Gaetz that?
For oil and gas, the highest bidders international. Got it.
I think we should repeal the Jones Act because you're right, there is production that's up, but as a consequence of the Jones Act, we're not able to actually get that energy to the places that we need it so that there's broad distribution and lower prices. So actually, there's a deregulation answer that I think would unlock lower prices for the American people given what we currently produce.
Dude, look at her smug. He said deregulation and it totally triggered her. She went to like smug laughing mode.
Mhm.
Oh, of
Well, I don't
course
know.
it's deregulation. Ugh.
What's up with the Jones Act?
I have no idea what this stuff is, but I mean,
Oh,
Wait,
I do
you
know what
haven't
the
been
Jones
keeping
Act
up with the Jones Act?
we
Jones
could
Act
look into it.
stipulates that goods shipped between U.S. ports be transported on American-owned, built, and operated vessels. Wait, why is that
Oh.
a bad thing?
I think Zahan was talking about that being a bad thing.
That's why, if you've ever noticed, like most cruise ships, they're not flagged. They're not flagged for American for tax reasons, and they never stop at 2 American ports in a row. They have to stop at like a foreign port and then come back to an American port. Except for I think certain cruises in Alaska are the only ones that are flagged American because they have to just go to American ports or something.
Peter Zahan was saying we need to repeal the Jones Act in order to lower oil prices because I guess a lot of oil is shipped on the Mississippi and stuff like that, and the Jones Act prevents private companies from being able to ship on.
Well, that's not what this says.
If I remember correctly. But.
This says it says goods shipped between U.S. ports be transported on American-owned, built, and operated vessels. That doesn't mean government. It just means like an American company has to own it.
Right. And if another company wanted to, do deliveries on the Mississippi, they couldn't. It would have to be some American company. I don't know. Peter Zahan was saying it's a bottleneck for shipping and it's driving up the cost
I
of
guess
oil.
because I don't know what it means by like own because like some like there's all these subsidiaries and the companies like they say that they're not American companies. They they say that they're an Irish company or they some central some Caribbean island somewhere just to avoid taxes. And so I guess I understand that would cause a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
Well, they
wanna
could
put
make
their
an exception.
headquarters in Ireland like Apple does.
Right. They could make an exception for oil companies.
Yeah, he's talking about changing the Jones Act.
Right. That'd be interesting. Yeah, maybe.
But Anna Kasparian probably doesn't know anything about the Jones Act.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the chances of Anna Kasparian reading Peter Zahan are?
Very low.
0. It's lower than pretty low.
I wanted to just quickly, Cenk, one follow up, and then I'll let you take over. The point that you made about.
I just want to say it's interesting because the Jones Act. I mean, this is an old thing. It's from like 20s. This was obviously a populist move. This was a populist protectionist move. So.
Yeah, but it had unintended consequences, obviously.
Right, but I'm just saying, right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to be careful with protectionist economic policy because it often has unintentional consequences that end up fucking you over.
Who makes ships? Like, isn't it saying that the ships have to be made in America? Like, what if France controls?
Yeah, you're right. It's built.
Yeah, what if France builds most of the ships in the world? So we can buy ships cheaply in France and deal with our oil shipping problems. Or we can develop a factory to make our own ships here. Like, it does seem ridiculous. It's like, why wouldn't you just buy ships somewhere else where you
that actually
can get them
is
cheaper?
Crazy. Yeah, ships has to be built in America. That's pretty fucking bonkers.
Here's a video from 1 week ago. What is the Jones Act, Peter Zahan? Right. So we can watch that afterwards.
Okay.
We'll dig in a little more than obviously. We're going to be here
social
a while anyway.
Services like Medicaid, which provides health care to literally the most impoverished people in the country. How exactly do you claim that leads to inflation? I mean, I can explain how the Federal Reserve engaging in quantitative easing, literally printing money and giving it to banks and corporations.
Oh my God. Anna Kasparian's going full in the Fed. I never
I'm with her 100%.
So here's your Senate's interruption. North Carolina, 74% reporting. The Republican Bud is up by 2 points in North Carolina. In Georgia, Warnock is up by 2 points with 64% in. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is up by 3 points with 48% in. In Pennsylvania, with only 20% in, Fetterman is up by 19 points.
Fetterman is up 19 points?
It's only 20% reporting, so.
Oh my.
Again, I'm assuming it's just like a lot of red districts not reporting it yet.
I heard no.
The polls were pretty close.
I heard that race was neck and neck, and I thought,
right,
what?
Dude, it depends what counties count because you could have like a lot of blue counties count early and then the red counties count late.
Sure. Yeah.
Who then turned around and invested in their own stocks and did dividends and all that. That definitely led to asset bubbles. Private equity firms buying up entire neighborhoods of single-family homes based on the money that was given to them by the Federal Reserve. That led to inflation in the housing market. I want you to explain exactly how Medicaid leads to inflation.
Well, first of all, I agree with you regarding those corporate excesses. I am one of the people on Thomas Massey's bill to audit the Fed for the very reasons you laid out. I think the Fed has become a distribution system for corporate welfare, and then that cuts against working class Americans. But when you have people who aren't working, but who are still able to get child care, health care, not as a consequence of being poor or sick or infirm or elderly, but just because of the Medicaid expansion that was ushered in through Obamacare, I think that is inflationary because then people don't have to go out and spend cash and have a real economic exchange for the services that they're receiving, often as a result of government largesse.
So what I've heard so far is that giving people child care, health care, and higher wages is leading to inflation, and you guys are going to try to tackle inflation so that what I'm hearing from you is lower wages, less child care, less health care. That sounds perfectly Republican.
It's not just
the inflation was caused by giving out the money during the pandemic, though. I really do feel like that's what's caused the inflation that we're having.
No, I don't agree.
Well,
because it's global
you're right.
inflation.
It's supply chain issues. I always.
Well, no, but say if it was just that, if it was just the COVID checks, it wouldn't be global inflation. That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of money supply out there, and then the supply chain restrictions have restricted the amount of goods and services, and
like The COVID payments exacerbated it, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah. Opening up supply chains is going to be the way to fix inflation.
Yeah.
Just the government that can do these things. There are private sector solutions as well. If people make more money, if the economy is growing at a faster rate, like it did under President Trump, then I do think we would be able to achieve those objectives. But government spending is inflationary. That is the central covenant of this election that we're going through, that Republicans are very likely to win across the country. People want to see less government spending. Now, I don't think we ought to cut government spending for disabled people like my mother, or seniors. I don't want to touch Social Security or Medicare, but specifically with the Obamacare Medicaid expansion, you have able-bodied people who could go to work, but who choose not to, and I don't think we should provide those things for them.
Right. So we clearly have a different point of view. We see corporations with record profits continuing to drive prices up. There's exit polling showing that 83% of the voters wanted the government to do something about that. Instead, they have let those corporations gouge us over and over again as Republicans protected them. But to be fair, so did Biden. So now I want to move on to one of the things that we're most concerned about, which is democracy.
Hold on. I crossed the aisle and joined with Democrat David Cicilline to actually utilize antitrust tools to go after the very type of corporate greed that you're talking about. I'm actually hoping to persuade more people in this incoming Republican majority that the way to govern is not to just give the lobby corps the power. I'm the only Republican in Congress who doesn't take any money from any lobbyists or any PACs, full stop. And so I actually think there could be common ground with Democrats. So, and if we can get the Biden Justice Department to actually be serious about the enforcement of antitrust laws, I actually think we could do a lot to curb that corporate greed.
So, look, we're a fair show. So it's obvious that we disagree with you on a lot of things, and we got more coming up in a second. But it is true that you don't take that corporate PAC money, and like the corporate people on the left that don't take the corporate PAC money.
Take any PAC money, not just corporate PAC money, no ideological PAC money, no leadership PAC money, and I stand alone as a Republican on that front.
That's right. And that's what allows you to criticize big business, whereas almost all of your colleagues serve big business, by the way, including Rick Scott, who has promised to cut Social Security and Medicare in the same state of Florida. Now, we're worried about democracy, Matt. And in 2020, Trump clearly lost the election. He then did 60 court cases, he and his allies, and they could not present one piece of evidence, and he still insisted on lying about how he had won the election. So can you just be honest for once and say that Donald Trump definitely lost the 2020 election?
Joe Biden is definitely the president. I think there were a lot of irregularities there that still people are concerned about. But a big mistake that Democrats made in this election.
Is that surprising?
He won't say it. Of course he won't.
No, he said Joe Biden is the president.
Yeah.
He just said they were voting. I'm surprised. That was a very soft stance on election fraud issues. He said there's some voting irregularities, but Joe Biden's the president.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Trump didn't win.
That's him. He's not saying Trump won. He's too afraid to say Trump won.
He's too afraid to say Trump didn't win.
Right. Exactly. He's taking sort of the
he
the
just
vague
did
middle
the
route,
I
right?
cannot confirm or deny whether or not Trump won the 2020 election.
Right. But I'll say that was probably I think that's the only graceful way for a Republican to kind of tap dance out of that question.
I am surprised that you're okay with that.
I understand that Republicans have to appeal to the mouth-breathing people that Doomer is so incredibly triggered by.
Yeah, like they aren't college educated. Like you just have to give them,
That's not insulting.
All the people that Doomer is like incredibly triggered by. The average Republican politician has to not alienate them
Because Trump lied to the people though,
right.
and they
So
still believe those lies.
Right. I'm totally fine with that tap dance of an answer, saying, "Well, there were voter irregularities, but Joe Biden's president." I'm totally fine with that answer.
Okay, that's cool.
If every Republican in the country said that, I would have no problem with that. Because to me, that signals they don't believe that Trump won the election, but they're not 100% willing to say that.
Yeah.
So
Can you read JMac's super chat? Did we
Sure.
read it? I don't think we did. JMac gave us a super chat for $50.
I didn't see it. No. JMac for $50. Thanks so much, our surrogate father. Says Doomer, honestly, what would you rate your competency as? How successful are you? I'm not trolling. I'm honestly interested. Do you actually believe the stuff you're saying? But it reeks of uninformed internet personality bullshit.
Here, shit. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Competency in life, making
like
money.
knowing about politics.
Vosh,
I purposefully
you're displaying Vosh levels of intelligence. A lot of egomaniacal yelling, but really doesn't know anything.
Oh no.
Until our system changes,
Okay,
there's no
Frank
reason for me to fucking
does not appear in that
educate myself
document.
because voting is a waste of time.
Where did I find him? I
No,
swear.
I'm not probably like the most educated person in the world. I would be if voting made any fucking sense in this country.
What do you mean
like,
by
but
that?
why? I mean, like, again, if there was some reason that I thought that voting would actually be a good decision-making mechanism, as opposed to it's just about fucking civic buy-in. We just want people to vote, even if people walk into the fucking voting booth and just check a random box. Like, people are fine with that. It's just fucking insane.
You're only accepting decision making as like future decision making.
We're gonna have to look him up.
Not assessing the past.
You can't make past decisions. There's no such thing as past decision.
Yes, you can. Look, you're voting. You're voting for change, or you're voting for the status quo. Obviously, if you're voting for the incumbent, you're voting for the status quo.
I know Coriat's in here.
That's so easy. Any idiot could do it.
Dude, no. Every single thing that could conceivably be voted on is like voting on the future, Adam.
No, it's not.
Even if what you want is because you want something
then
to continue,
then
you're still
why
broadcasting
every
that certain
election
things are going to happen in the future.
Why do in every single election do the Republicans come out and say this is a referendum on so and so?
Because they're saying things will be better if the
Coriat's
changes that are
not listed
proposed
here
aren't made.
at all.
Yeah, they're saying this guy fucked up, and
here we
I
go.
know you
Coriat.
can feel it in your pocketbook or in your neighborhood or in your school or in your healthcare system. And you know he fucked up, and now it's time to give me a shot at it. That's the past.
And these gut feelings are all
Isidore Coriat.
No, they can try someone new, and that guy can fuck up. But it's a referendum on the past. It's not a. They don't have to do a business plan for 10 years in the future. That's not what voting is about.
Okay, Adam, if people are going to make good decisions, there's some very fucking basic things that have to happen.
Okay.
First of all, you have to know what is even at stake, which I don't think that the average American voter even gets to that point. It's been very obvious lots of times that people don't even know what the issues are, not even getting to the point of knowing how to solve issues.
Do you know?
Don't even know what they are. Don't know what candidates' positions on issues are. Don't have no clue. No clue.
People know what the price of gas is. People know what the level of crime is.
Okay, first of all, they don't. They don't know what the level of crime is. People are wrong about that all the fucking time. Constantly. People do not know what the fucking rates of crime are. People don't know anything about crime. People are hilariously wrong about basically anything to do with crime. When we talk about the economy, people know what they pay for things, but they don't know why. I don't know why. You don't know why. Chat definitely the fuck does not know why. It's really complicated.
I do know why.
I'm sure.
But you can
shit.
just say, listen.
Oops. That's a thing.
If gas prices are high, we need
Where
to
have I got
do something
Isidore
different.
Coriat's
Let's
work?
vote for
I got it
someone
somewhere
new.
in here.
I mean, it's so simple. It's like as easy as can be.
That's not. We have a group project.
Isidore
Last time we
Coriat,
did
the
that,
meaning
we'll
of
just
dreams.
randomly
Okay,
choose
I've
a
got
different
that
person
in.
to lead the project. Oh, I guess that didn't fucking work. That's not how you make a good decision. The good decision making is not, it's not
Meaning
going well
Dreams,
now. Let's just choose a
1960.
fucking person at random. Good decision making is understanding what the problem is, understanding the things that are contributing to it, and making an informed choice to move in a different direction based on the evidence available to achieve a more desirable outcome, which is not possible with our current voting system based on how fucking ignorant people are of basically everything.
Talking so much about the last election. Look, Democrats went
I'm
all
back.
in on
I
this
think the problem,
democracy message, and it's going to
is that
All right.
if you have a
All right.
system
Coriat.
where only like if you have a system where people can't vote, then you're basically infantilizing them. There's not going to be any buy-in to society.
Well, you're not.
At that point.
You're also not asking them about their local situation either. Like even in the crime situation,
I know, but I'm saying just beyond
is
that.
saying,
I understand that argument.
You know, Doomer is saying people don't have any concept of crime, but people do know, you know, if their
Doomer is an
neighbors'
elitist
houses are getting
snob.
broken into, they
That
do know.
doesn't-
That doesn't matter.
If people are, if you're saying that people should be voting based on the anecdotes of what are just immediately happening to them around them,
Look,
with no
if-
context
if-
and no broader understanding,
You're
then
so
obviously they shouldn't be fucking voting that way.
Doomer, you are so stupid. This is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. Think about it. If every single person in a city votes their anecdote, pretty soon that adds up to the statistical information of the city.
Well, not really.
Yes, it does.
It would if it wasn't for the news. The problem is that how many people's anecdote is based off of a news story?
Yes, that could happen. Yes, that could be a situation.
Yeah, but so then it's like because the news will. That's the problem. Is that since the news fearmongers, they're going to highlight like all the break-ins, and so you're going to think, oh my God, there's like a million
there's
break-ins.
a
But
million
there's, like,
break-ins, and
yes,
yes,
like
exactly.
10, you know. So,
But
I know.
the thing is though, even if they do fearmonger, and which they have been doing in Los Angeles, but before the pandemic, man, I lived here forever. We never saw in the news fucking smash and grabs, like fucking smash and
Right.
grabs. That's like not a thing that was happening in Los Angeles. Ever since the pandemic, you know, they're happening 3 times a week. You see them on the news. So is that fear mongering about crime?
Well,
Is
I don't
that
know.
like?
Do you know for sure if there wasn't
Horrific.
smash and grabs? It's just your perception.
Look, I mean, if it
basically you're
bleeds,
saying- you're
if
saying
it
that people
bleeds,
should just
Doomer,
allow-
someone is talking here. If it bleeds, it leads. You would assume that if there was smash and grabs before the pandemic, they would have been on the news, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily.
I mean, I was watching
That's
the
not
news.
okay. So
Not
the news fairly covers people that are the victims of crime based on their race. There isn't a higher or lower likelihood for people of different races to be on the news, because if there is,
When
then
all
what
else
you're saying
fails,
is not
just
true.
assume racism.
Well, I don't know.
Because
I don't know
reasons.
a broad statement. I don't know what the crime rates are.
Well,
how much
I mean,
they've
we
increased.
we
but-
can look up the statistical crime
Yeah, you
rates
can.
in
You can look it up.
Los Angeles, and I think burglary is way up, and like
Yeah, it might be.
shootings are way up. So, I mean, people who
I
want to
think
be
all crime is
informed,
way up.
people who want to be informed voters are definitely going to go.
No, Adam, nobody wants to
those
be an informed
statistics.
voter. That's nobody.
Don't look. You, Doomer, are literally doing the thing that everyone accuses us of doing. The oh ho ho, now it's funny. We're just out telling jokes here. Like you're literally,
I'm not. No, I'm not joking. People do not want to be informed. That is fucking cope. They tell themselves. They say they want to be informed. They don't. They want to fucking tune into something
listen.
that feeds them their fucking biases. I'm statistically correct.
I agree with you, but I don't think that means that you then get a free pass to basically tap out at that point.
Exactly.
I absolutely do.
Okay, to me that's the cope. Is to
Give
say, well,
me-
because other people are acting shitty, I get to act shitty too.
Why would I do anything differently?
Look, you don't have to. I'm just saying if you want to be.
Do you think I owe
an
people something?
enlightened centrist? You have to be above and beyond.
This is
You have
supposed to be 58.
superior. Show your true
Frank,
elitism by
there we
saying,
go.
you know what? I know it
Really?
doesn't matter because there's a bunch of fucking morons out there, but I still want to know what is true. I still want to be educated. I still want to make that correct decision. I'm still gonna vote, fucker.
Yeah, exactly.
No, voting is cringe.
Okay. Well, that's the true elitist position.
I don't.
To say,
Yeah, I
listen,
don't think I
won't let the
found this
riffraff
guy
hold
before.
me
B
down,
for Brill.
okay? I'm gonna rise
Maybe I
up.
didn't
I'm
look.
gonna rise up.
Doomer lives in a gated community. So he
Look,
doesn't care.
I compromise between voting and not voting by going halfway to the voting booth and then going.
Brill,
home, okay?
Abraham Martin Brill. Okay.
The true centrist.
That's the true centrist.
We
Yeah,
got
you're
him.
a fucking sellout.
I knew I'd heard of that guy before.
Doomer
Yeah,
lives in a.
you're a fucking. You're an election cuck, Sitch.
There you go. You got me there. You got me
Doomer wants to make food stamps illegal, and Doomer lives in a gated community.
So
I can't wait until the day when I get to live in a gated community. I hope it's up on I hope it's on a hill. I can buy a literal ivory tower and look down at the fucking peasants.
So it said last year violent crimes in California
literal
went up
ivory
6%,
tower.
which is pretty significant. So. Though robberies fell 1.9%, but aggravated assaults jumped up 8.9%. and homicides and rapes increased by 7%. Jesus. So that actually seems like smash and grabs went down, but other violent incidents went up. So, interesting. Anyway, we can continue on.
It's great. Los Angeles is totally safe, guys.
You're right.
Nationwide, it's going to lose, not because people don't like democracy, but because people believe that Joe Biden and Democrats are engaging in threat construction around democracy as a substitute for an economic plan, for something that will actually result in people making more money, growing their businesses. So I don't think that obsess about this is going to be politically helpful for Democrats. And by the way, I don't think democracy's in any jeopardy. We've had a record turnout for a midterm election today, and that seems to show that a democracy in our country is alive, well, and it's certainly something that I support wholeheartedly.
Hold on, guys. I have breaking news while we're talking to Matt Gaetz. New York Times has just called your race. Matt Gaetz has won in his district in Florida right now as we speak to him. And I did notice, though, Representative Gaetz, that you evaded the question. You said that Biden is president. You didn't say Biden won the election. He obviously did, and you know it. But I'll move on. Anna.
No, hold on. I got a follow-up question to something you said. You know, you just made a vague statement about some irregularities. There are some irregularities.
Oh no, Anna's going after him.
No,
Anna's
Base Anna. Base.
Caught it. She caught it.
Of course she caught it. Look, she wants to make him say it. She's not as kind as you, Sitch. She's like, yeah, I want you to rub it in the face of your voters. I want you to tell them they're delusional. Do it, Matt.
And you know, you were one of the individuals who pushed the lie that the election was stolen from Trump. So be specific. What are the so-called irregularities? Because the Trump camp failed to provide a shred of evidence indicating that there was widespread voter fraud. Yet you and other Trump allies continued repeating that the election was stolen from him. So be specific. What exactly are you referring to?
Base. I'm going to go sub to TYT right now. Fucking Base.
Oh, God.
It's the guy.
I'm really
Hirschberg
concerned
or Johns
about some
Hopkins.
of these urban areas that operate under an entirely different system than the rest of their states. For example, in Wayne County, Michigan, the mechanism by which ballots are assembled is totally different than in the other parts of the state. And I don't think that...
So, this is a stupid thing. It's actually a very stupid question she asked, because they're treating this interview like as if this is a stream where they're going to sit down with a guest and talk for like an hour or 2 hours, and you can kind of pick through all this stuff. He's going to be talking to them for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. And you know, unless he's a completely inept politician, which he's obviously not, he's going to have like, you know, his little examples to just throw out when people ask him these questions.
I know, she's demoralized because he totally had an answer.
So it's kind of like, it's just pointless to get into all this stuff. You know, but
she gave him a smirk.
You're right. I mean, you're probably right in that she was just expecting him to not have an example lined up. But
the only thing he said urban, and that's what miffed her. If he wouldn't, if he just would have said, you know, in some cities, I know.
Yeah.
Well, she shouldn't have said that. She should have just asked, "Do you think that Joe Biden won the election fairly?"
You are correct. Yeah.
Volume alone justifies that. I also think that in Pennsylvania, a major irregularity was the change in the way that ballots were mailed out. In time after time, you saw secretaries of state take unilateral action to go and engage in this broad distribution of ballots. I think that is ripe for fraud, and I don't think that it was constitutional. Now, Cheng made an important point about the 60.
The courts weighed in on that, though, right?
Yeah, I want to get to that because almost all of those cases, not all, but almost all of those cases were resolved in the absence of an evidentiary hearing. So it's not exactly fair to say that, like, we lost because we didn't have sufficient evidence. So no, a lot of them were decided on jurisdictional grounds and on the sufficiency of the pleadings, not based on an actual evidentiary hearing where both sides got to put.
Gates is right on that. He's totally right on that. They didn't actually look at evidence. They were thrown out on standing because they were who's the aggrieved party?
Mostly. There was like 2 out of the 67 that they looked at evidence. But yeah, mostly they were not on evidence grounds.
But information before the court. So it's a little, I think, misleading to suggest that
No.
You can't say that. We disagree.
Evidence was presented. That
No, Matt,
All right, sorry, I can't take
some
any
were
more of the Young
gonna,
Turks.
decide
I love
on
you guys. We're
jurisdictional
gonna
grounds, but
bounce. Go back to sticks. I love you, Sitch and Adam. Oh, my Razor Fist. Let's do this.
I tend to think he'll get over the line, depending on Le Vague Rouge, depending on fucking the size of the red wave. I think it pulls him even further over the line. So.
And what's your final expectation for the House, Senate, and
Once again, if you're
gubernatorial
watching me,
balances?
don't forget
What I've
to
given
also
is I think it'll be about
open a
40
window and
seats
watch these
for the
guys.
GOP
I don't
flip,
want to steal any
for
views.
the House. 2 or 3 Senate races. I think I'm leaning towards 2 now due to what's happening in Pennsylvania, I think, and 3 gubernatorial slots.
Yeah. I think the Senate should. The amazing thing is the Senate shouldn't even be in play. That's what's they've fucked the dog
Unfold.
so profoundly. Like I initially wasn't even entertaining the thought of the Senate gaining any kind of traction in the Senate. But the fact that it's even in play at all is really the story of the election. Honestly,
Arthur
even if,
Kronfeld,
for instance, Masters
German
or somebody
Jewish
like that falls
psychiatrist.
short. I think it the fact that it's even vulnerable is kind of really. But yeah, I the House for sure. I think your estimate is about right. The Senate though is the big X factor for me. Like I'm just, it's amazing how vulnerable people are who shouldn't have been vulnerable at all. You know what I mean? Like it's amazing. And I'm also interested. Like it looks like Hassan is kind of fading in New Hampshire. That is a lot closer than it should be. It's just. I'm amazed at how well I suppose Obama warned us. Never underestimate Joe Biden's capacity to fuck shit up. It's essentially, I think that's what we're looking at.
Right now we have a Senate balance of 40-40 as far as the seats that have been called or weren't up for re-election. So it's dead even right now.
Well, Biden did go in and campaign for Uncle Fester just a couple of days ago. So that might be the litmus test right there. If he loses that state, that's just another Biden fuck up, along what is actually been an endless series of fuck ups. I can't think of anything he succeeded at, to be honest with.
Razor, is that caffeine or alcohol?
This is a Mountain Dew. Sorry, I hadn't eaten anything before I went to the polls. So.
Diabetes in a can.
Exactly. The Beatus. It's the source of my power.
Also, Fetterman v. Oz. What do you think happens in Pennsylvania? Honkening or no honkening?
I have been out and away, so I haven't been following. There were odd developments in the race, I gather. What's going on?
Literally everything that can possibly be odd about the race is odd.
Well, I had been following. I think this was way too small and underreported of a story, to be perfectly honest. But the shit about the backdated ballots, I was actually encouraged by the fact that the court had struck down the idea. I mean, for fuck's sake, backdated ballots. First off, that was a huge reason Philadelphia was so goddamn sketchy in 2020. And it's a huge reason why
we're not claiming any problems, by the way, YouTube.
Right.
We have questions.
The reason Philadelphia was the most secure election precinct
fortified,
ever. But it's
quote unquote
the reason they
fortified.
had pending election lawsuits still when the 2020 election was cast. There were precincts that still had ongoing litigation from the prior election cycles. So they had struck that down. I had heard that at the 11th hour, I mean, how much more obvious can you fucking be? On election morning, some judge apparently reversed that. So on appeal, Jesus Christ, if I fucking kill somebody, good luck seeing a judge in 6 to 7 months. But boy, all I have to do is challenge backdated ballots being banned, and I'm on the judicial prudence fucking slip and slide, basically, that goddamn morning. I can't believe that they rushed that through that fast. I think it'll be interesting because if that then gets flipped again, what happens? Are we literally going to be looking at a situation where we could see tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of votes thrown out basically on the strength of that court case? It would be interesting. And it would essentially tell us the degree of how fair and secure the election is. The exact numerical figure of exactly how fortified.
So, is it truly
That's why
third world or is it second world?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it'll never happen. Something I just, it's just, I hate to be a black pillar, but when you sit back and you just see things go unchallenged, that are just so on our face, corrupt. It's by the way, Uncle Fester is up 10 points right now, and it's over 50% of the vote.
Fetterman is quite a bit ahead. I would point out that most of those outstanding counties in the middle will go deep red, however.
Admittedly, and being that it's only 160,000 votes, I guess maybe you can make up the difference. But yeah,
how many precincts are reporting? I mean,
what's colored we've got is
you've got 6. You've got 7 precincts that. Oh no, now you have 6 that haven't reported anything. Oz just ticked up slightly, I think.
But 38% have counted. So but Jesus, I'm freaking. It's my turn. It's my turn to be Sank Uger here.
Well, we've got a consolation. Bud is now 4 points ahead of Beasley in North Carolina, so that gap is widening a bit. So
yeah, but
it's not all terrible news.
It's a bad look, though, I would say, because the morning of the election, you have the backdated ballots decision overturned, and then Fetterman overperforms polls by a 15-point swing. Does that not seem suspicious? I mean, does that not seem free and fair and completely balanced?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is nobody,
because even the
emperor's ass is hanging out and he's running the last 50 yards. He doesn't care who sees, he doesn't care. He's going to close. He's on his kick. He's about to win the race. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Overall, though, Razor, do you still believe that there will be a red wave of some size?
I mean, the X factor has always been the sanctity of the election. I've always reserved the right to reverse that prediction based on mitigating facts, shall we say. That YouTube accepted mitigating facts. Let's put that out there. But yeah, absolutely. On paper, completely. And keeping in mind that polls literally like the lady was yelling, the polls are closing as I was leaving. So I mean, they've literally just closed here in Arizona.
When do those results start coming in? Actually,
well, I mean, there was already some early voting data that was not looking good for the Democrats out of Arizona. That Richard Barris and
George
People Planet and a lot of other people who follow the elections have been covering. Which was not expected to be the case. Although a lot of these early ballots this go around, all indications are they're breaking very heavily Republican. That's in the Arizona races. Keep in mind, a huge chunk of the relevant races in this particular election cycle are in this state, which is a weird feeling, very strange. But so I don't know. It'll be interesting. How do I put this without getting us all demonetized? Philadelphia, in particular, Pennsylvania, has a long and storied history of managing elections extremely well.
Mm-hmm. Just
managing,
Walker,
administrating, even
imperializing.
The Walker Warnock Senate race now is incredibly close. It's 3,000 votes difference.
Oh, it
or
is
less than 3,000 votes difference.
That is so much closer than it should be.
Yeah, 77% of the vote in. It's well, it's going to be interesing.
Well, Kemp knocked the shit out of Stacey.
And I mean closer in the reverse. Warnock should have had an incumbent advantage. The fact that Walker's even competitive. I expected in that race was a close race, right? I tended to think from the beginning that Herschel Walker would edge it out, but the fact that it was close at all is once again evidence. First off, the Georgia voters they're becoming keen to Warnock's bullshit, and that this is not this is definitely not a blue wave election. Let's put it that way.
Well, this is one
I
to
saw
watch.
blue tsunami trend earlier, by the way. Sorry to cut you off.
Wow.
I saw blue
Who's
tsunami.
forcing that trend?
This is one to watch. I would say this might be one of the ones where democracy fortification may go on for a full several days after tonight's election before we know who really fortified the election the best. Watch for that to kind of get hung, I would think, because they don't want to lose Georgia. That's just too important.
It is kind of interesting. It's almost like a competition between multiple corrupted third world style states to see who could do the best job of it. The most obviously without congressional investigation.
God damn, 3,000 votes.
I swear I got double in there. DELB.
Yeah, Walker's behind by 0.1.
And
those are the ones that worry you. That's the ones where the fortifiers are like, oh God, we need another pallet jack. God, send one out. UPS, call them up. You know.
All right, we got to do this. Swear to God.
I'm just amazed. After all these years of the county recorder here in Maricopa, I mean, God, go check out his Twitter feed sometime, Stephen Richer, from before the election. All he's been doing is
I swear to God,
say the elections in the state have issues.
It's somewhere. It's in one of my books. I know it.
And now he's issuing public apologies, and oh my God, some of the tabulators didn't work. They had reports like something like 21% of precincts in the state of Arizona are having issues with the fucking tabulators, which the person who bought those tabulators is Katie Hobbs. She's the Secretary of State. And she's
she didn't recuse herself. She didn't recuse herself for overseeing the election while running in the election.
It's sort of like when you're in the IRS, you can audit yourself, you know?
I think Stalin said something about vote fortification in this issue, right? Let's not.
Yeah, votes. But we're not allowed to make that compare. Remember, the Russians support MAGA, so
right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we do have some preliminary data from Arizona. Right now, Lake is handily ahead of Katie Hobbs with 7% of the vote in. Of course, that doesn't count anything counted from the Phoenix area. So
yeah,
right. Although, God, driving down there, if there's any indication, I passed a whole fleet of Carrie Lake yard signs. For Christ's sake,
I'm in love with her. I fucking I'm in love. Who's not in love with Carrie Lake right now?
I think she's going to be DeSantis in a miniskirt at this point.
She's better than DeSantis. I mean, I'm just saying, if I'm like somebody who goes around and basically that's what you're doing nowadays in politics. They're casting, you know, they go around. That's how we ended up with AOC. She was casted as a rep for
By
New
the way,
York.
she has won re-election, AOC.
No
surprise.
A tough re-election.
Two more years of funny memes. Yay!
Right. Yay! Oh,
Razor, do you think that Carrie Lake will eventually run for the presidency? Because I think she will.
She has shot to the moon. It's hard to imagine that a few months ago she was behind Katie Hobbs in like every poll. But that Trump endorsement and some of the decisions she made as far as like linking herself up with Blake Masters, getting kind of the triumvirate look with, you know, Blake Masters, Fincham, and so forth. Like it's really, they put together a good package there. But yeah, I tend to think you're onto something there. If she, put it this way, it depends on how well she does as governor, obviously. If she completely fucks the dog, you know the media will jump on it. Especially because she's a former member of the media herself, and she burned lots of bridges on her way out.
Look at how Trump has bulldozed a lot of that bullshit out of the way by being an asshole and getting away with it. So now look, when she steps into that wake, she's going to be a slicker, better version of Trump. You know, a smoother, slicker, more likable, ultimately, version of Trump. If she can hang with Trump in I don't know, 4 years, I think he learned where a lot of the booby traps are in that city. And I would rather follow him as a VP, which might be a possibility. Yeah. That might be an ideal ticket for 2024. I would think it is.
I'll say this. If you get Lake in and Fincham in Fincham is running for Secretary of State. He'll be running the elections, and she was just interviewed outside the polling place. So the early reports were that deep red areas, which I can testify to, were the ones that were largely having the tabulator problems. So she went out of her way to cast a vote in a left-wing area, so that she could say she had no, you know what I mean, for the photo op, so she could say she had no issues. She's like, well, it's a good thing I cast my vote in a liberal area. If I'm governor, when I'm governor, it's gonna be a come to Jesus time for the elections, and I quote, right? That's what she said. So it'll be interesting.
That's why I'm so fearful of Arizona not going her way, because honestly, the democracy fortifiers have got to be terrified of her becoming governor of that state. If she's already, she's made it a declared purpose to go after them. She has. Yeah. So
if they're doing the dirt at all in this midterm, if they're that desperate, then yeah, it's tin pot world at that point. But of course, it's the most secure election ever, so I don't know why we're even discussing this.
I'm sorry. What was I thinking?
We'll have to compare how secure 2020 versus 22 are.
Right.
And who gets the second place finish. By the way, some people are
Marie
saying that Vance has
de
been called as the winner for the Ohio Senate over Ryan.
I knew those juggalos wouldn't let me down.
And I'm following some of the polling data, and it does actually look like Oz is making up ground.
Oh yeah, he's closing the gap. Yeah.
We need an upset. We need an upset, man. Yeah. We need to flip one or two that was not projected to go our way. And so far, have we got anything? Have we got anything like that?
Well, you're getting potentially a pickup in Pennsylvania if Oz keeps closing the gap.
Oh, where's it at now?
Is Vance a pickup, or was that an open seat? I can't recall. I think that's a pickup.
No, he was up. Well, oh yeah, I guess he was, because Tim Ryan's an incumbent.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a pickup.
Cool.
By the way, Metalhead Madman sending $50 and saying, so there you have it, concrete proof that Razor and Styx are not the same person. Well, they were already, the last midterm stream he was
I feel like we should be doing the mimes in front of the mirror thing.
I'll tell you what, this JD Vance winning like this, that's a big star for Trump. That was his man. Yeah. He installed him during the primaries, and he destroyed Tim Ryan, an incumbent.
There we go, Bergson.
I mean, look, even
I just
whatever
saw
way
it.
the midterms
Henri
go,
Louis
Bergson. There he is. Primaries was like, what the fuck? It was like, it's like Sherman driving to the sea, for Christ's sake. Like,
it's like Caesar or Alexander just saying, "I am your ruler, and I'm going to prove it right now." You know.
I mean, we were just talking about Carrie Lake. I think it was the moment he endorsed her was the moment she started to pull away from, Lady McCain there that she was running against in the primary.
She gained like 5 points.
There's a term for it. Kingmaker. And he is a kingmaker.
Or queenmaker in her case.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I thought I misgendered.
Exactly. We don't want to get banned.
Yeah. That's getting me in trouble. I'm good at that.
All right, Razor. I think I'm going to get you off here and try to get Waylon aboard in a few minutes, if that's all right.
No problem.
Any final words before you go back to probably trolling Zhank and chuckling in his constant bellowing?
I might do a little bit of a live stream after this, but
you should get the Razor Force over there on the Young Turks too, and just multiply their agony and their misery.
Exactly. They already had, I mean, for Christ's sake, when Hillary delivered that little exhortation to beware, Republicans are going to steal the next election and the next two elections, and they had the narrative already kind of laid out there. They have their optics game already well in harness. But I say keep all eyes should be on Pennsylvania right now, because it's always been one of the more fortified election markets, and it's one you needed to pay attention to begin with, and on paper, optically, and in terms of name recognition, Uncle Festerman shouldn't have a snowball chain. Hell, so it's a race that you guys
It's
need to pay
impossible.
attention to.
It's impossible. I can't.
Jokes,
you know,
jokes on the voter. They're actually voting for the thing on his neck.
It's almost like it's almost like it's revenge for Trump or something being played upon us. Biden was that, but you know, Uncle Fester.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just doubling down on a mean prank. You know,
exactly.
We just put a disabled person in charge of the state's, you know, representative, you know, one of the,
Well,
the
let's
most
not.
important seats in the Senate. Come on. I mean,
Let's not kid ourselves. That's really his wife running for the Senate at this point, or
is not Jill Biden really the president or representative?
Woodrow Wilson mode, yeah.
Well, more than that, I don't think they have any intention of letting him serve a Senate term at all. I think that it's really to get his Marxist wife in there, really, at the end of the day.
Holy fuck. Don't they?
Oh,
what are the rules? Don't you have doesn't the party or the legislature of the state appoint somebody else to take over the seat if Fetterman is unable to serve after elected?
In the state of, in my state at least, after McCain died, it was an appointment by the governor.
Right.
So
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, and so they're banking on Shapiro winning and appointing her to the Senate. That's pretty much the idea.
Are you shitting me?
Or someone he's got a short list and she's on it.
Are you shitting me? I mean, I'm not like wow. What's the source?
I am as serious as my president, sir.
What's the source on this, though? That's incredible. I mean, I just want to know. That's terrifying, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Razor, my man.
Okay.
I'm gonna bump you. I'm gonna kick you from chat, like I tried to do to V, but he disconnected before I could do it.
Fuck you. Bye.
I feel bad. I got
shit.
He did it to him again.
The mark this time too.
Getting mad at V for saying that having Fetterman as a senator was good for lulz. just made me snap.
Jules, what?
I'm sorry.
We've got $100 super chat from Jeff Hayashi. Keep on awakening the sleeping. Love your work and dedication,
We got
brother. Also,
Briere
thanks, Sleazy, for
de
giving me
Beaumont.
nightmares with your album covers when I was in 5th grade.
But no, bois, Jules.
We warped a lot of little kids. We're sorry.
Lord Vengeance, Razor Force and Clankers unite. God, censored word, speed. Yeah, you can't say fuck on a super chat apparently. Heather Reed, just wanted to thank you for all of your excellent work over the years. Found you during the 2016 election, been a daily watcher ever since.
Okay.
Bought a few of your books too. Love your calm critical analysis. Right now I have no choice but to be calm, even with the caffeine, you know. Still a little sleepy. Thomas Furman, shout out for my boy Skylar. Can we get closed captions for our brothers out here? Sticks, I secretly hoped you would rock the shirtless leather for the event. Love all you guys. Keep it up. Yeah, I wanted a full shirt on. I have to look professional. I wanted to look more professional, like Sleazy. ...
Update. Walker is pulled ahead.
Yeah, by 700 votes.
Yeah,
Ooh.
incredibly close.
Tenfold lead over what it was a couple
Vance
hours
has
ago.
pulled away with it. He is now almost 8 points ahead of Ryan in Ohio. And again, I think some outlets have actually called that race. Fetterman's not leading by nearly as much over Oz, actually. At the moment. We'll see what happens.
See,
Kelly is ahead of
Masters.
to
take that. That to me is not an upset, you know. I expect to take Pennsylvania, you know, in the Senate. This idea, we need upsets somewhere.
Yeah. It looks like Shapiro will win over Mastriano, though, for the gubernatorial slot there. But, I mean, that's not a huge surprise. I think Mastriano was like 10 points behind.
You know what? That don't go
Kerry
there.
Lake is behind Katie
It is
Hobbs right
Jules
now, but with
Bois.
only 40% of the vote in Arizona.
with a
We'll
J.
be carefully watching those numbers, too. I just want to check the House gap here as well before I do anything else. The GOP has scored 5 pickups, which means they will control the House of Representatives, unless the Democrats pick up any Republican seats, and I don't think that's likely.
Yeah, but how many old fucking rhinos will prevent the Republic? You've already got who is it? What's her name? Sitting there saying, you know, I'm going to try to work with Joe Biden. Who is she?
I can't. I think that was wasn't that Murkowski, the senator?
Yeah, was it?
I don't know.
I thought
you
it was
get a lot of. It could have been Mitt Romney too. You know.
I thought it was the House rep. Shoot. If anybody remembers in the
know.
chat, that was all over the place. You know, being stored.
Yeah. I think the GOP needs at least 15 pickups before there'd be enough MAGA in the House for it to really mean anything. But I have a feeling that they're going to get a hell of a lot more. There's still a shit ton of outstanding races in the middle of the country, and I can't imagine that most of those won't go for the GOP. I still hold to my prediction.
235 is mine. That was just what I felt in my gut. It has based on no real facts, just a feeling. You know, ultimately, because think about it. It's like to follow this sort of this kind of event. You got to know as much or more than, say, a person might know about every player in the NFL. You know, what do you got? Over 1,000 participants in this event. Yeah, I think 1,200, something like that. That's a lot of shit to keep track of, man. So I can tell that's what the media does is they like to essentially they sound smarter than they are by focusing on the ones that are the hot button races that people are interested in. And that's exactly what we're doing. But of course, you know, hey, that's what's important too. The Senate races, the gubernatorials, you know. Unfortunately,
the governorships are outsizedly important, especially with regards to election laws and the state houses.
I know, exactly.
By the way, I think Kemp beat Abrams overall by almost exactly the polling margin at the moment. Although the three counties that don't have any reporting, I think, are all red, so he'll probably come in a little bit ahead of them.
Dave Blavatsky.
So Stacey Abrams, the loserist of the loser candidates, knocked off her pedestal.
Is it? It hasn't been declared though, right?
It has.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, Kemp has won re-election in Georgia.
I wonder if Stacey will give a concession speech. What do you think?
Her speech.
Any bets?
Speech will be blaming voter suppression that didn't happen.
All right. What was the percentage?
It's let me go back to it.
We're gonna just put it under Blavatsky.
The gap. Kemp's got 53.9 and Abrams has 45.5. So that's more than an 8-point gap.
Yeah, that ain't
that's roughly on par with polling.
You can't call for a recount on that one.
Yeah, no. The last time around, didn't she lose by less than a point? I think.
Yeah. She had a case then. But,
by the way, everyone on Twitter is exploding about Herschel Walker.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't they?
Everywhere.
Okay.
Brooklyn Dad Defiant. I swear, I'll never understand how so many people voted for fake police officer Herschel Walker.
Oh, he's pulling ahead.
Yeah, he's ahead. He's ahead by a few hundred votes. To be clear, everyone, he will need more than that because of the mail-in system that happens to exist there. And Red Tsunami 2022 is now trending, probably because of the 3 gubernatorial slots there that the Republicans held. All 3 of those a few months ago, the Dems wanted to take them. They've lost all 3 now. Jennifer Kiggins defeats Elaine Luria in Virginia's 2nd congressional district. That is a flip for the Republicans. It was the RNC chair that said that, by the way, as far as working with Biden after the midterms.
Okay.
Getting it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What's her name? Do you know?
No, I don't.
No. I thought the person who said it should have filled it in for us. Oh well. But yes, that's what I heard.
Maybe they need a new chair then.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? MAGA's got to show up in this election really big. You know?
Yeah. Although certainly in Florida, that definitely happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close.
I think if Carrie Lake takes Arizona, if she takes Arizona, which I still think the deep state won't allow, but if she does, then I think pretty much MAGA is officially becomes the Republican Party as we know it.
Yeah. Is this happening in Pennsylvania? Yeah, Fetterman is still leading Oz, but it's less than a 5-point gap now. Oh, do we have...
Wish I had pizza.
Oh, no.
This is a night for pizza, and I didn't get any.
Do we have anything from the New York gubernatorial
That's too
race?
bad.
Maybe? We do have some results. Yeah, Hochul leading Zeldin with a third of the vote in. I think that's probably counting most of New York City, so 64 versus 36, roughly.
How could I can't believe that'll hold, but whatever. It'll probably close a little, but she'll win based on those early.
Yeah, I think that Hochul wins, but it'll be a lot closer. By the way, we have a $200 super chat from X Trip Boom X. Awesome stream, boys. Come on, Clankers. Help Sleazy P Martini on Rumble. Now back to Rumble.
Just
Clank,
subscribe, please.
With some Hong Kong POY. Jack Perry, Rhonda McDaniel, Mitt Romney's niece. I didn't know that. Musically Assured Destruction.
Yeah,
What are the odds of a recount or lawfare over some of these races? It'll get legally messy. There will definitely be suits filed by both sides of the aisle over anything that's close. There will be a bunch of recounts, etc. Most of which will be, unsuccessful in the end, as we've seen, including those that are launched by Democrats. Other than in Pennsylvania, there they have no problem ramming everything through. No issues for them legally in that state. It's sort of like if you're a Republican in Wyoming. I mean, you probably get your way at the end of the day.
Well, it looks like Walker's widening his lead a little bit. So he's up about 16,000 votes.
I'll check it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Widening a little bit.
And that's with at least 2 presumptively red counties outstanding. I think most of the big city areas have finished their counts. There are only a couple there left.
Well, he needs to widen it a lot, or that late night democracy fortification might close the gap, and he'll take it.
Well, the other thing is that neither of them is likely to hit 50%, so you go to a runoff.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, it's 80%.
Isn't that lovely?
That's 20%. That means there's 1/5 is still yet to.
Yeah, if Walker gets enough votes from those outstanding counties, he might just hit 50%. Assuming that he wins, but I don't think so. I think Walker will win in the end, but it will go to runoff first. Tammy Duckworth in Illinois.
That's the preppiest sounding name I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
That sounds like every girl that ever went to, William and Mary and stayed in one of those cushy little sorority houses.
K Shoots, that's not all. War in. RS3 T Cool Guy. Hey Sticks, keep up the good work. Your commentary and predictions are helpful in today's modern day madness. Your co-hosts are doing a fine job as well. Would you mind checking up on New Jersey's 5th and 7th district? They seem to be close. Yeah, just a sec. New Jersey, 5th and 7th. Sometimes loading's a little bit slow here because there's probably about 500,000 fucking people paying attention to the fucking map. New Jersey 5th.
I pulled up the Real Clear Politics polls, and they have nothing.
We got a Hartley
like a lot of places.
Yeah, New Jersey 5th is neck and neck.
Polada versus Gottheimer.
Yeah, it's a little bit less close in the 7th. So I mean, they could be flipping Republican, but they lean towards the Dems at the moment. We have a $300 super chat from Smokey Hormel. Hey, Sleazy! I was staying at a rock hotel on tour in the 90s, and I had a dream that I was on stage with Guar getting slime sprayed all over my guitar strings. The next morning, I found out Guar had been staying there the night before we did. Thanks for the nightmares. Love seeing Styx and his doppelganger.
Hey, well, if it makes you feel any better, one time we had to use a bus that had been just used by Roy Clark on a tour. And so when first time we got on the new bus, during the transfer, I fell asleep and had a dream that I met Johnny Cash. So I guess that happens. There's some sort of weird,
No, it's called memetics, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck CNN politics. Check Reuters. Well, Reuters is no better. I mean, they're doing hit pieces on free speech all the time. Buttsack Ballcheek. Sticks, please say hi to Lauren. Oh, hello, Lauren. I wonder how many people are tuned into the Young Turks right now. Maybe it's still less than us. What are we at on Rumble, actually? Let me check that.
We're still tied 40-40 in the Senate.
Yeah. They'll probably stay. Well, I mean, we're not going to know some of these races for days anyway. So
the only ones they've declared is Rubio and Bennett.
It's Rubio.
That's it. That's all they've declared so far.
Not a huge surprise.
Rubio.
All right, I'm going to take another quick break, if I may, and just freshen up for a moment, and then I'll get Chris Whalen aboard.
Awesome.
All right.
What do we got? Let's talk to the chat. Rubio's fish tacos, says Crow Minion. Little Rubio. Little Mako. That's it. Little Mako. The Trump, the the label master. That's all he does. That's probably one of his most masterful campaigning techniques during the run up to the 2016 election, and it was having the perfect label for somebody. Once it's stuck, I mean, Jeb Bush was destroyed by low energy Jeb. Was just like that was it. Once that he dropped that, it was like he was never the same. The guy's out of politics now because of that. The guy's the master. He's the master. I'll fuck with him. How's that huge fucking slice of Montana blue? No shit. Let's take a look. I have to go on my own map though. I guess that it would be the house. All right. Come on, CNN. Fuck. They're hiding it from me. All right. Holy shit. You know what? That's Californians moving up there. I guarantee it. Missoula, Flathead, and Butte. Yeah. They brought their fucking libtard ways with them. And everyone knows it, right? Guy's been worried. Holy fuck. Look, only 1% of the vote has come in, though. Calm down. Relax. Only 1% has come in. Trannell is he's got 2/3 of the vote. Which, you know, if it was more than 1%, I could see where there might be some room for panic there. But the fact that it's blue at all, even for this first 1% of the voting, I bet you can attribute that to that infamous libtard migration from the left coast. They're bringing them ways, them city boy ways with them. Scared the piss out of me, says Taylor. Montana sending a communist to the Congress for us. Californians get bullets to fight against you. I live in West Montana. When shit hits the fan, we have plenty of ammo for the Californians. Snake. Man, look at these super chats. Hey, Sleazy, I was staying in Rocco. Oh, that's it. It's been read already. Hey, it's worth reading it again. I was staying at a Rock Hotel on tour in the 90s and had a dream that I was on stage with Guar. Like I said, that one I had was we got on a Roy Clark tour bus. It still had the marquee on the front of the bus. You know, the Roy Clark. We had to swap out buses because tour buses are always breaking down. Oh, he's back. Excellent.
Yes, indeed. I just sent the link to Chris Whalen.
Oh, good.
As well as to our special guest who, until he emails me back, I won't say who it is. The one that you referred me to.
Edie.
Yeah. I was just telling the tale about having my weird dream, the doppelganger dream or something, whatever it was described by in the super chat about my dream meeting Johnny Cash on the tour bus. So in my dream, you sleep in those bunks, but there's a lounge area in the back and a lounge area in the front. And so I dreamt that I go to the lounge area in the back, and just like dreams, the lounge area was impossibly large, for a bus lounge area. And I sit down, and there's Johnny Cash. He's regaling everyone in the band with a rendition of Folsom County Blues. And then he stops mid-song, and he turns to me, and he says, "Hey, brother, do you think maybe I could have my bunk back?" And I was like shocked because I didn't realize I had taken it from him. And I said, "Of course, Johnny, of course, you're a legend, anything you want." And he goes, "Thank you, because, the road is hard, and it makes a man brittle, too." I was done. That was the most Johnny Cash thing, I could ever hear. It's like, no, it was your dream.
Highly realistic.
Yeah.
By the way, Chris Whalen is connecting here. Just first, though, an update. Walker has pulled further ahead of Warnock. He is perilously close to getting to 50%.
Oh, my God.
If Georgia ends up being a pickup for the GOP, that's it. It's all over for the night, effectively. That would secure a red wave. If it doesn't go to runoff, I expect he will not get to 50%. I expect that the outstanding areas that are there, one of them is reliably red. That's the little county up in the far northeast corner of the state. That'll go heavily for Walker. The outstanding votes from outer Atlanta, though, and south of Columbus may be more balanced. It's going to be really goddamn close. If he manages to clinch 50%, the Republicans will take the Senate.
He is trending towards 50%, though. Has been. So,
yeah, he's a little bit more than a point ahead right now, about 45,000 votes. 37,000 votes. Sorry.
All trends saying he is closing in on 50%.
He's outperforming.
That's 17% to go to count. Still come in. That's enough. You might be able to close that gap. It's only 0.4.
Let's get Chris Whalen aboard here. Hello, my man. You are on.
Good evening, everybody.
This is Chris Whalen, CPA. By the way, links in the description to his sites as well. I think I have your YouTube and your Twitter there. And I know on Twitter you've also got your website listed. He is from New Jersey, correct?
That's correct.
And he can do your taxes and give all sorts of good advice. So, yeah, hit him up.
And Sleazy, I agree with you that they should be able to have real-time vote counts.
Yeah.
I
There's
agree
no
with you
reason
100%.
why, right? It would be just nothing but, because isn't a voting machine really a tabulator? It's a counter. That's all it is. Why can't it be centralized and the count just gets real time and you could watch it on TV?
I agree. I've really been enjoying all the other guests so far. It's been fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah. Styx did an outstanding job of putting together this incredible cast, man, of people that have shown up. Not myself, not included. He just feels sorry for me because I got destroyed on YouTube. He's helping a brother out, but everyone else.
I need to be in your good graces to get the good crack. Otherwise, I have to get it from Hunter.
Yeah.
It's all cut and baking soda and.
I have my predictions that you don't want. I have the House 230, the Senate 52, and I thought 4 gubernatorial pickups by the end of it all.
That's pretty close, yeah. So you think 4 gubernatorial pickups? So where would the 4th one be? Because I've got 3.
Yeah, I can't pull up the map right now because I don't want to ruin the StreamYard connection right now. But I have 4. Might be 3.5 to 4.
Yeah, I thought it'd be more likely to be 2 than 4. Actually, I was a little bit more pessimistic.
Well, that's part of what I wanted to talk about. You know, my perspective is dealing with clients on the street level and around the country and the world, and you know, so I always come prepared with notes for you about different topics. So I hope you don't mind if I hit on some of those.
No, that's fine.
Well, first of all, I really feel the red wave was started back with the 2020 election. It never really stopped, you know. The country is unified. I hear all this talk about civil war. We talked about Tim Pool. He's always worried about a civil war, and I know he's been swatted a bunch of times, but I find the country is more together than ever, more unified. You know, all different kinds of people around the country, and this is based on my client base. You know, I see the total opposite. One thing that was interesting during the lockdowns that I thought there was that the conservatives had control because they wanted teachers to bring video cameras into their classrooms for decades. They of course said no, and now with the COVID and the lockdowns, they welcomed them into virtue signal. So I thought there was no way that was a Democratic-led push, really, because for decades they would never allow it. So I thought it was fantastic that the parents got to see what's really happening in the classrooms for the first time. And that's why they there's a couple of million students, right? 4 million that were pulled out of public schools that are in private or homeschooled now just because of that. So I thought that was, and also the other things for the red wave were Second Amendment Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade Supreme Court. You know, so all these people that think we're not unified or that the conservatives haven't had a good influence, I don't know where they get that from. How do you feel about that?
I would agree. I think that education has been the main unifying issue of all. Actually, one thing I thought was that the Republicans really should have gone further with this. In the last month, they sort of petered out on talking about things like critical race theory in favor of just talking about a few things like guns and inflation. And it's like those are major issues, the border as well. But you were literally handed the win by the Democrats on education for the first time in a generation.
It's a winning issue. It's
a winning issue, and they
how
pulled back.
It's how Youngkin took Virginia. Youngkin
exactly
just simply stiff-armed Trump, more or less, even though Trump was smart enough not to take that personally, and he still supported Youngkin. But Youngkin was basically, hey, I have to play it both ways here. This is Virginia. It's a very purple state, and it worked. And the mama bears showed out in force. This new demographic that they are already labeled now, the frightened, angry, white suburban women, you know, which will be demonized tomorrow in the media if the election goes as expected. So it is a winning issue, education.
Yeah. Well, think about the moms, suburban moms. A lot of them are buying guns, by the way, on my client base. Mm-hmm. The amount of women at the gun range has increased exponentially the past 18 months, a lot of them being suburban moms. I would say a liberal plus a gun is a Republican vote, regardless of political registration. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, yeah.
And it's a registration advantage now.
What'd you say? I'm sorry?
And it's a registration advantage now, too.
So we haven't talked a lot tonight about the Hispanic vote, and what's weird to me is they always are surprised when they talk to an Hispanic person and they might go red or vote Republican. But under Trump, the lower income Americans had a lot of wage gains, well above minimum wage everywhere, and that's because he had the border tight, so the labor supply was tighter, and that helped everyone actually make more money the natural way. So, of course, Biden has decimated all those gains. So a lot of those lower income Americans are legal Hispanic immigrants, especially border states. I deal with a lot of them. I mean, it's very apparent that they know exactly who had tried to take care of them and who now took away all the benefits that Trump gave them. So when I hear any pundit that's perplexed that Hispanic voters would go towards the Republican or conservative parties, or it's funny to me. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. The day labor that is much more available in competing directly in businesses that these people have developed that are here legally. You know, they're negatively impacted by, as we know, under the table labor, right? Under the table wages, or even the above the table wages, which is because that's what we have now. They're allowed. Illegals are here allowed to operate function within the economy as if they are citizens. There's nothing stopping them from getting driver's license, nothing stopping them from doing all these things. And so they come in, and you have a nice lawn care service that you've built up in a certain area, and then suddenly
lawn care, you're going with the stereotype.
Yeah, well, you're right. You're right. Any kind of service, it's what has happened here. So I would think that the what shall we say, people have been here who came here earlier are going to resent the people coming later, and because of that issue, that economic impact that you're talking about.
The other thing to remember is that many Hispanics are very spiritual and religious, and they're extremely family oriented.
Right.
So those two things are towards the conservative side.
Well, this harkens back to what I was just talking about on the education and trying to keep the schools, the parents control the schools, not the NEA,
Exactly. And the other thing I'm seeing a lot of is that the suburban moms, we talked about them, they're not being as polite anymore. They're not holding their tongues as much. They've stopped faking agreement with the virtue signaling for acceptance amongst their friends. That's something I'm noticing too, that a lot of the groups of people in the suburbs they want to talk out against these things, but they're afraid of being canceled. And that's really starting to go away, which I've noticed just in meetings and dealing with so many people around the country. They're openly discussing these issues, which I think is another great sign that leads us into 2024.
I can't help but wonder if there was they were much more fearful because the control over the social media that the large tech corporations have, and is bound to create a sense of fear among people who use it in regards to what they might, their opinions. In other words, they've weaponized Twitter and whatnot to just completely lambaste anybody who goes against the narrative. It has to be. I would think people get quite fearful.
By the way, just as an aside, we have some blackpilling about the non-existent red wave in the comments section here. I hope people realize that there are still over a dozen GOP heavy outstanding House races that simply have not been called. Just in the states that are already reporting. That doesn't even take into consideration the West Coast states.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
That's half the pickups that you need are still outstanding right now. They just haven't been called. So
yeah,
right. But, and everyone is getting really sick of the white hate and the anti-white sentiments out there, and all of this is meant it's hurting non-white people that I see. So especially in corporations that are having what I call them social justice hiring practices,
ESG.
Yeah, so they're hiring people not based on merit, and then they're trapped in there. Because what I see on my side, I have a lot of recruiters who are looking for people, and they want to take them from Fortune 500 companies. But what happens is that they're not sure if the person has what I call social justice attributes, if they really can do the job. And so the recruiters out in the real world have to pass along the white male because they're sure they didn't get a break to get the job and attain their position. So it's so sad, but it's really happening. So of course the Democratic Party they've instituted all these policies, but it's meant to hurt minorities, as they always do. Right. And I'm seeing this in real time. I have African American employers that are also going through the hiring process, and they're also afraid because they don't know if the person was a quota hire or if they really had merit to attain their position. It's becoming a bigger and bigger problem out here.
Well, consider the malevolent effect of the Democrats' id poll in general with regards to individuals. Like, I can imagine it's like with Hispanic voters. They use like the term BIPOC, black, Asian, people of color, some shit like that. And they lump in somebody who has literally millions of dollars, successful business person. They're watching their community get burned to the ground or impoverished by Bidenomics. And they're supposed to have solidarity with someone who, they came in legally, or their grandparents did. They've never even been to like Mexico or something, but they're getting lumped in with someone who just wandered across the border having shipped in from Haiti. And I'm thinking to myself, it is just as insulting as the way in which they refer to white people. It's almost like they're taking up like the line of the Black Panther convention or something like that.
Well, you remember that commercial that just came out recently that the Republicans did about anti-whiteism and how shocked the Democrats were about the fact that they would even try something like that. I think they were really shocked that somebody would go there, because they're so used to be going unchallenged on that particular issue. And here comes this commercial with all these real frail white people, It was funny. I have to say, it was funny in a cringy kind of way. The message wasn't, every example they used in the commercial was essentially true. We know about Kamala saying, preference to POC during the hurricane relief, situation after the hurricane. Stuff like that. But the Democrats still, they were shocked and outraged that somebody would even run that commercial. But does that mean it's becoming a winning issue that you would actually let that run that? It does seem like it supports what you're saying, that, that actually is viable,
And just a note on Georgia, Walker's ahead by about 40,000 votes now.
Where is he at, though, as far as our 50% mark?
He's 49.6 right now.
He's still there.
That's really goddamn close.
It's still what really, it was.
It's really going to come down to the fucking wire in Georgia. I still think, and Bud, by the way, is ahead by 4.5 almost over Beasley. So they haven't called North Carolina yet, but that will be a GOP hold.
And don't forget it. People get confused between absentee ballots, which has been a system for many decades or longer, and mail-in ballots, totally different. The mail-in ballots are totally invalid and should be illegal.
Yeah,
because there's no way chain of custody is not there. I always use
in some states they declared them illegal, but some of the states I think just ignored it.
Right.
I think that happened in Wisconsin.
To let people know, what I use is an IRS audit standard. What proof of an expense or something with the IRS say is valid, and this fails on every front. Mm-hmm. And so it's so when people understand, because some people do talk to me, they think, well, it's an absentee ballot, but it's not. There's systems in place for chain of custody, but mail-in ballots there's no integrity at all.
Well, we can't even get past the fact that all these modifications, from what I understand, to voting rules were passed by the bureaucracies and not the legislature, like is supposedly.
Yes, it countermanded state constitutions in a couple of states. That's
how
defortification
only the state
happens.
Legislature can change voting rules. We've got people voting for fucking weeks. We got people getting their votes counted after the election's over because they mailed it so fucking late. It's absurd. We had nothing like this just a few years ago, and this is considered acceptable. It's ridiculous. I say make voting difficult, not easier, difficult, because voting is the most sacred thing that you can do, really, as a citizen of your nation. And therefore, showing up one day, finding a way to get there to the polling station and do it, within reason. I think, hey, if you want to keep the polls open later, like 9, 10 o'clock, okay, even. But one day, count it all, real time, and have it declared at the end of the voting day, period. I can't believe that's the way it used to be. That's all I know. The way it used to be.
I'd like to mention, if I could, I get a lot of calls about the 87,000 new IRS agents that are being hired.
Yeah.
And believe me, that would be a mess. There's only 78,000 now current employees of the IRS. About 17,000 of them are involved as revenue agents that would come out and only half of them would come out into the field. So the amount of time it would take to train one agent is so astronomical that it would take decades to get even a few thousand trained. So I want everyone, it would probably, and going back to my comment about social justice hiring, if they're mandated to hire a certain amount of people per year, they're not going to be the cream of the crop. And so that would be like molasses. I know a lot of agents at the service, it would ruin auditing. It would reduce the amount of audits done. It would almost be done like on purpose to hamstring the IRS. It'd be a mess.
In the right way?
Well, yeah. Well, I would listen, if they would give me more customer service representatives to help out with normal questions, that'll be great. So I would take a doubling of the IRS agents for auditing if they'll double the amount of people doing customer service, because that's much more the interactions we have. I mean,
but that's not their intent. So
I know.
That's not what they want.
It's terrible.
What is the average salary, do you think, of an IRS agent?
I'd probably say they'd
Too
probably
much.
start you at about 55,000.
Mm-hmm.
See, the problem is also with hiring that I deal with a lot of students coming out of college, my clients' kids. I do mock interviews with them to help them along. And what happens is that today, people under 30, they care where they work, right? They care that if they're good corporate citizens. They want to have quality of life incorporated into their job description. So there's no one I've ever talked to under 30 these days who's going to be proud to have IRS on their Instagram as where they work.
By the way, I just did a quick calculation. The salaries for that many IRS agents. Did I just go back a number? I did. It was $4 billion.
Yeah, it would be. See, the thing is,
$4 billion.
Can you it's hard enough to hire. It's hard enough to double your size of your organization. But the problem with here is that there's no one with experience. It's not like I need programmers. I can hire them. There is no one out in the world that has IRS auditing experience. None. Everyone starts from zero, even with a master's degree. So they have to shadow someone for a number of years. So
basically, one half will be teaching the other half how to do their job, and they'll be too busy to do their job as a result.
Right, exactly. So I have, out of the 7,500 field agents, let's say, that do come out, I think there's about 2,000 of them maybe that have enough time, that are senior enough to maybe take on one person a year. Because remember, they have to do audits. It's going to slow things down. Right now, there's 0.41% of tax returns are audited only. 0.41%. That would go down in the first many years that they tried to do this. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, $4.6 billion just in salaries to pay that bureaucracy to do nothing. Imagine how much good that could do. I mean, everybody says that about that kind of money. But,
we've got a few super chats here. Jeff Thomas saying, "Blood for the blood god, reptilian skulls for the skull throne." Fuck Durgaf, thanks for doing this, guys. And Marussia Dark says, "Hail from New Jersey. With all due respect to Chris, while I've seen plenty of Trumpers here in North Jersey, there are still plenty of neurotic leftists too. Things in our state still seem divided in deep blue. Also voting fortification in Mercer County."
See, that's the way I feel. In my world, I'm like, I don't feel no red revolution. I feel like a lone,
And Seabrav coming in with a tip-off. "Saw a person, 300-pound crew cut woman, dressed as a postal worker, driving a personal vehicle with New Jersey plates, dropping stuff into the mail drop at my local market, small Oregon town, notifying USPS." Rather interesting.
And one more comment from me would be about student loan debt. Everyone listen. We know who stole your money. We know who took your money. They should give you a refund. If I bought a Cadillac and I drove it down the street and it didn't work, GM's not going to tell me too bad. It's your problem. So we have If you have a student loan that paid for a 4-year degree, and that 4-year degree is not giving you a life-supporting job, including paying off the student loan, of course you've been defrauded. It's clear. Your neighbor shouldn't pay for that. The school should pay for it. We know who took your money and didn't give you the value that you deserve for that money.
So go after the endowments, basically.
Well, it had turned into a scam a while ago. I saw it firsthand. My father got involved with a company that was a culinary institute, supposedly. But what they were really all about was getting poor inner city youth to think that they could become chefs after taking some of these classes. And they would, be in a high paying, career right away. And a lot of these kids just aren't mentally, they're not prepared for the amount of workload it was going to be to actually do it. And so they take out these big loans, and then they would, eventually quit before they had even done a semester. And the institute knew this was going to happen, but they didn't care. They knew that they got that big fat government check, and they weren't going to have to teach another guy. There's another one they didn't have to teach or have to have.
If you think about the nature of a student loan, let's compare it to a house. So first of all, we have collateral. We're buying a home. It's valued. It's appraised. They also come and they appraise your income, your ability to pay. They do that, and then hopefully you don't default. So student loans, it shouldn't be legal. We have someone who doesn't have the ability to pay. They're 18 years old. They have no credit, and the collateral doesn't exist. Think about it. The degree doesn't exist yet. So it's a mockery. And I've dealt with it for decades. It's a total scam. Tuitions keep going up. Remember, you can't discharge it in bankruptcy. So it's a complete moral hazard. Complete moral hazard. The schools there's no recourse against the school. Think about it. I could go to a school for $50,000 per year. All the school needs to give me is a chair in a classroom through the add drop date. That's it. Once I get to that date in all the classes, I lose all the money. I don't know. Seems a little suspicious. I think there's some consumer fraud going on here.
Well, what's happening is you've got a very unhealthy symbiotic relationship between the lending industry and academia, or the academic industry, because that's what it's turned into. The United States has tons of these really big universities. I mean, where the one I went to, how much it exploded in size once that whole student loan thing really started to become a viable way. That didn't used to be around in the old days. You either had the money or you didn't. You worked part-time. That's what kept prices down. I went to school 4 years for $10,000. Admittedly, I had to cover the rest. $10,000 didn't cover everything, but for the most part, it did. Right? And now that's a joke. 10,000? What was it? What's that? Oh, books for your first semester? It's so. What happened was, I think the lending industry realized that there was a lot of money to be made doing this, and the academia industry realized that they could keep inflating their prices because there was an endless amount of money out there, because there's people willing to lend it. And so the two combined together create this unholy monster that is even affecting, advanced or whatever you could, college educations in Europe as well. They're going, it's gone out of control.
Hey, Chris, I'm going to have to bump you here because I think we have one other guest coming on, and I think he will probably be connecting soon, assuming that he connects at all.
Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate being involved with this. You know that.
Yeah, take care and enjoy the coverage.
Is this who I think it is?
Oh, I don't know if he's kick guest. Haha, I finally get to kick someone. No, but I did. I sent in the email, and I've also got to check actually on that as well. But
yeah, he went through the same thing I did. So he lost his YouTube channel a while ago.
Oh,
I didn't realize. I was like, I looked at it and I was going, gosh, This guy's a pretty big deal. I can't believe he would only have this many subscribers. And then I learned, yeah, he got crushed.
Fucking accidentally. Oh, how do I undo that? Oh, I don't even know. Well, he's got the link in there too. Let's get to some more. Let's look at this.
Warnock. No.
Yeah.
Walker.
Just realized I am not drinking nearly enough.
What the hell? Oh. Yeah, we've got more results from New York.
Gotta keep up.
50% of the vote in. Hochul, of course, still leading. I favor her to
Sir
win
Walter
in this
Scott,
race, but Zeldin
NOV
has been closing that gap. I would point out again, many of these outstanding
Scott, Sir
counties
Walter.
tend to lean towards the Republicans.
Yeah. Somehow Spanberger. I know no one cares except me. Somehow Spanberger has won. She pulled ahead and 51.8. 47.
Yeah, someone was saying it looked weird because it went back from 99% counted to like 90% counted or something,
Yeah.
and then the differential occurred. So it's like,
Well, hey, if anybody's got that vote fortification connection, it would be ex-CIA. If you could say she really is ex-CIA,
Yes.
she would have the connections.
And we've got the Arizona race, which everyone is fixated on right now. I hope they understand that the outlying areas here that have yet to bring in fuller results do tend to be more red. You're not actually going to see a gap of 20 points in favor of Kelly, just to be clear. It's possible, though, it looks like Blake Masters may actually lose for the Arizona Senate. We'll have to see that. In the gubernatorial race...
Fuck.
Yeah, it's possible that he loses. It'd be funny if the Republicans unexpectedly pick up Georgia, but then they lose Arizona or something. And Lake is closing the gap with Hobbs. Again, you only have half of the votes in, just to be clear. Boebert, oh yes, people are talking about the Colorado House race, where Boebert is actually running.
Is she losing?
Let me check that, because the numbers are in flux.
Well,
oh,
I think both sides have a vested interest in getting rid of her.
Yeah,
I could see Rhinos definitely.
Colorado 3. Yes, Boebert has. She was almost 10 points behind. She has closed that gap to a couple of points, and is probably gaining. I do believe Boebert will be reelected. To be clear.
So
Sticks, more numbers in for Oz. Oh my God. Okay, I'll just don't worry. Shit, I've been going for almost 4.5 hours, and I'm running on caffeine fumes at this point.
So while you were gone, Sticks, I went on a diatribe. Somebody asked me about Montana being blue during the House race, right? And I said the likelihood that there was a California Communifornians exodus that settled in that area. But it's 21% of the vote is in, and Tranel, the Democrat, is still at the House race is still winning double what Zinke is doing. It's 62,
I'll take a look at Montana in a moment.
Shocking.
Oz has closed the gap. He is within 1 point now of Fetterman, with 72% counted in Pennsylvania. So Mehmet Oz may actually pull it off. Again, Mehmet Oz winning or Georgia Walker winning there without a runoff would be huge pickups for the GOP. Along with Vance now presumptively having won, that gives them, I believe, control of the Senate right there, no matter what else happens, including in Arizona. But yeah, so you said it was the House race in Montana?
Yeah. Look at your house map for Montana. I'm attributing that to the Communifornian exodus that has settled in that area. I think they're going to end up with a Democrat
House District 1.
A Democrat rep.
Well, it could be because the urban areas came in first.
True enough, but that's just that district.
Have they got a spoiler candidate for House 2 in Montana?
You got to figure those 3 cities, once they come in, there ain't much else to cover for that. So
yeah,
it's definitely a little worrisome.
That is one of the problems when people are interpreting the lack of GOP pickups in the eastern part of the United States. You must understand that typically, unless it's a town of 10 people with a cottage industry sort of thing going on, urban areas typically load their votes faster.
Yep.
They have better infrastructure and more manpower to be able to do that.
I certainly saw that.
This has happened before.
in the Trump election, when we watched Pennsylvania go from 85-15 Hillary Clinton to Trump winning that state.
I think there's some cope right now from Democrats thinking that the red wave will not happen and only be a red trickle. Based on the fact that reporting is faster in urban areas, and they're making the same mistake that people have done before.
Yeah.
It looks like the GOP probably won't get 40 pickups in the House, but they will control the House of Representatives. That's definite. It would be extremely strange. Nobody would accept the result if it weren't by double digits. And the New York Times is predicting that Boebert will actually win in Colorado.
Yay! I love her crazy ways.
Yeah, I'm just hoping Mayra Flores manages to win. Check that House race. Mayra Flores down in southern Texas. I think we might be experiencing a little bit of a minor Reddit raid or something like that.
Excellent.
The water mains broke sticks.
Berlioz.
Let's see. I can't remember which district she's in. This one, I think.
Okay, I think it's officially time to panic on the Kerry Lakes. Hobbs, once again, though. I mean, still, I cannot believe she could be up by 13
All right, Sticks,
points.
peace out on this. I'm going to pop us over to Timcast. What's happening, babies?
Wow.
By 250,000 votes, it looks like.
Yeah, but don't we remember we just had this issue in Arizona, and then it looked like Kerry Lake was losing, and that
Again,
like 2 or 3
if you're watching my
o'clock in the
stream,
morning for the
also
primary, she
please
beat
open a
everybody
window and
along.
watch
That's
the other
crazy.
stream. Don't take any
1%
views
reporting,
from these
Tiffany
other folks.
Smiley is winning. The Republicans.
I'm just
winning in
watching it
Washington.
anyway.
Well, that
So
would be great
I'm hanging
if
out
some
here
of
and
us
drinking
saw it. Didn't
whiskey.
we
Say
see,
hi if you're in the
wasn't
chat.
New York Times saying that Murray was winning.
This is the
Murray?
fascinating,
Yeah, didn't we see that?
tense,
Weren't we
and
talking about that?
dramatic
91%
process
chance of winning in
of
Washington.
editing
These are chances, I think,
footnotes,
because we haven't started
adding
counting.
lots of
Yeah,
historical
in Nevada,
research.
there's still 0% reporting. 2024 will be interesting. So it means we got to go through another couple of years of this. Yikes, man. I wonder if like this is a simulation and we're just being tested to see how much we're willing to tolerate. Like that's the real point of this. Yeah. It's like everyone's really frustrated and angry over everything that's going on, but the Democrats keep winning for some reason.
I think it's just even worse than being a simulation. I think it's just actually real life.
Seriously. Well, you know, it's a test and challenge to see what you could do in the face of all this adversity. You know, that's the positive way to see it. Like, hey, there's a lot of things going against us. What are you going to do to make sure that you're not affected by it in the best possible way? And there's multiple ways of voting that I think personally are a lot more important than just casting a ballot in a voting box. Where you vote, where you move, where you pay your attention to, I think it's way more important than just the ballot box. And I think we make those decisions every single day. And if we can make them more consciously, I think the world would be a better place if we would understand the consequences of our micro actions and expressions. I think, are you trying to say something?
No.
I'm sorry. I thought you were just leaning in there. But, you know, to me, again, I don't like the Republicans. I don't like the Democrats. I'm skeptical of all of them. I see the true solution towards a lot of our problems being personal, small decisions that all of us could be making. And the food you eat, the things you consume, the things you watch absolutely matter at the end of the day. So when you make your decisions, make them wisely and try to think about them a little bit more.
I'll tell you what I think happens. One of the things I think happened is that in Florida and Texas, Abbott won decisively by 800K votes so far with only 71% reporting. In Florida with 94% reporting, DeSantis is up 1.5 million. And it's because people were leaving their blue states who agreed with Abbott or DeSantis and going to Texas and Florida. That was like the big areas people were going to. What that means is people in Arizona who would have normally voted for Kerry Lake left because of how bad things were getting and went to places like Texas and Florida where they were guaranteed to win, or where at the very least they were likely to win. I'm not saying definitively, but I'm saying that probably contributed to a certain degree.
Somebody sent me a text a couple.
Hey, 24% reporting, and Christine Drazen, how do you pronounce it, is winning in Oregon.
Whoa.
73% are reporting that.
I am in Oregon.
Pennsylvania Senate race.
That's a hell of a thing.
Oz is gaining ground, it looks like.
He is. He's very close. Oz is 0.9% away with 73% reporting. Oz may actually take this.
What do we think of Oregon?
37,000 more votes, and Oz can take this. Do they do runoffs in Pennsylvania? I don't think they do they? This Georgia.
But is the
No,
governor race
Pennsylvania
decided?
doesn't do Pennsylvania.
No,
I
we don't do runoffs.
Yeah, it doesn't do runoffs.
No,
What
but
are we looking at? Oregon governor, 24% reporting, and we have some parts of Portland, and we have Benton County, Lincoln County. They're going blue.
How
But,
great would it be if Oregon had a GOP governor? That would be spectacular.
It'd be the
After
first time in,
everything that
like,
they've
30
been through
years,
in
I
the past
think.
couple of
Yeah,
years. It's
seriously.
been such a disaster there.
Yeah.
Carrie's
Oh,
gonna
what a long
win.
day.
Carrie's gonna win just like she did in the primary. By the way,
Right.
I'm calling that now.
I remember the primary. I was shocked at night when we were like, she was down. I was like, I couldn't believe it because she's amazing. And then I woke up in the morning. I was like, oh, she swept.
Why did that happen?
You have to see how many late, early mail-in drop-offs there are. So right now they're reporting that
Those came in first or what?
that so far, like Katie Hobbs has 484,000, and to Kerry Lake's 348,000, but there's still
That's
more
early
that needs to be
votes.
Yep,
So the day of hasn't tabulated yet.
correct.
Ah, so Carrie Lake's gonna
So yeah, Kerry Lake's gonna be fine.
win. Fingers crossed.
The other thing is that I was told a couple hours ago that there were some big Texas flips from D to R in
In the
Texas.
House?
Yeah. Let me see. House District 74, 37, 27, Corpus Christi area. So the Morgan LaMotta family from was beat by a Republican. Or they were up. They were up. I don't know if they beat. This was a couple hours ago, so maybe I'm wrong.
So it looks
I
like
wasn't,
63%
checking my-
reporting in the 34th district. It's leaning Democrat.
Now it's still okay.
In
so-
the 15th, it's leaning Republican with 74% reporting. That's really weird. And then in 60%, Quaylar is currently winning.
Cuellar. He's basically like a Republican anyway, for the most part. I mean, his chief of staff is a friend of mine, and they call him GOP Jake. Like he's
he
basically
really wants better border situation too.
absolutely.
He's,
Yeah.
fighting
He's
for
a
that
good
lot.
guy, actually.
Yeah.
Cuellar doesn't bother me that much.
Look at these absolutely microscopic districts that just have massive population density.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Jeez. Lloyd
I don't
Doggett.
care about state races.
Oh man, it's all starting to come in. Look at this, Montana going Democrat. How about that?
No,
Really?
That's like
With
where I want to
21,
move.
it's only 21%
Okay,
reporting.
all right.
But
all
this is the
right.
Bozeman area, so I wouldn't be surprised if it goes Democrat.
Yeah, Bozeman
Bozeman
population
would,
is
yeah.
totally different now. I
Yeah.
was up there recently, probably like beginning of last year.
I was
when
up
they-
there last year too, and
Yeah.
it did feel very,
It's very different.
very liberal.
Yeah, they have a large influx of people for the
It is not looking good for Bobert.
tech nomads.
73% reporting, and Bobert is down about 9K.
I shouldn't be happy about that, but I am.
Why are you happy about that?
Lisa's not a fan.
I don't like her.
Why don't you like
That's
her?
it?
Is there?
We were at the border. I told you this border story when she with the kid and the crying. All right,
Maybe it's been a long
Would she
time.
just
huh?
like smack him or something?
No, she like fake cried, dude.
Oh, she fake cried. You
that's-
mean
Over
like
a 5-year-old, and
AOC?
like I have a 5-year-old.
Oh, she did
like-
an AOC.
Like we were all like at the border, and like I actually was the one pounding on the bus, like they're crossing here, like let's get out and talk to
Mhm.
them. And there was like this poor 5-year-old, and he legit was being used. He clearly wasn't like a kid of the people that they were with, you know. And so we go back to where like Customs and Border Patrol are like taking, like doing intake or whatever. She calls the camera over and she like kneels over and she like starts fake crying. And then as soon as the cameras are off, she's like done and she's like on to like doing whatever. It was gross, honestly. Like, and I don't know. I take kids seriously. Like, I don't care if you're a migrant child or whatever. You're still a 5-year-old. Like,
Mhm.
you didn't ask to be there.
Right.
You're not to be exploited. I wasn't a fan, and I didn't like the way she was so like camera hungry. Like, she just is inauthentic to me, and I think that reflects that. Like, I want people that are Republican, but that are in it for the right reasons. And I mean,
Hochul won.
Yeah.
She's celebrating right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 57% of the votes in.
she
Very
just didn't do
sad.
it for me.
54% is in, and Hochul has 59.6% to Zeldin's 40.3.
She's just a terrible, terrible leader.
Somebody's probably going to clip me saying that. I'm
Well,
probably gonna
she's
get in
finally
trouble.
elected. Finally,
Congratulations.
Finally,
She's finally
Kathy,
been
you
elected.
won something.
I don't know who elected her or why or what they think that they're getting in this governor.
Fetterman just gained a little bit, and now Oz is within 1 point from 0.9, so it got a little worse for Oz with 74% reporting. That's a close one. That's a close one.
So, I got that. Don't I?
Whoa, California, they're calling it for the Democrats in the Senate already. That's so surprising.
Yeah, that's
What a
really a
shock.
shocker.
Mhm.
Wow.
Hey, I mean, actually, though, it's 59 to 40%, so that's actually bad for Democrats. It's like a 2-to-1 Democrat state.
Don't.
What was that?
It is beginning to shift somewhat there.
North Carolina, they called it for Ted Budd. Whoa, there you go.
Hey, North Carolina.
That looks like it's going to be a pickup then, isn't it? No, they're still not calling it over the New York Times for. Is that a pickup? That was right, or no? Was that yeah? Was that Republican or Democrat?
Governor, North Carolina.
Yeah. Was it Republican? Was it an empty seat or something?
I don't know why I'm not even seeing it on the Reuters map.
North Carolina? It's
Yeah.
a state.
I know, but
Click
it's, but look, see how it's gray?
Oh, what are you?
Yeah.
You're on governors,
Yeah, I'm on governors.
and he's running for Senate.
Oh, well, there you go. Normally, when I
What's
do this show,
going
I'm
on?
off 20 minutes ago.
Walker is still within 0.4 of taking this with no runoff. Come on, man.
He's gotta come through there.
Yeah, should be interesting.
And nothing
Masters
from Minnesota
is way
yet?
down, way down.
I want Minnesota.
Oregon, they just called it for Ron Wyden. Ron Wyden
Of
wins.
course they did. Man, that guy
Oregon
wins every
Senate.
time.
How's Oregon coming in before Minnesota? Like, there's nothing even there.
Minnesota's not. There's no one up.
Tim Walz.
That's governor.
Governor, right? That's what I'm saying. Oh,
well,
let me
okay,
go
We
back.
just did
click
the
over.
same thing. I'm so
Oh.
glad you did the same thing as
And
me.
Tim
fine,
Walz
fine.
is up 20 points. I just love this stuff.
It's driving me crazy.
Rousseau, Jean-Jacques
We should just
Rousseau.
have it all. Why can't I just click on the state and then
Yep.
have it all listed there?
Right,
Whatever.
that would be a different map. You could launch that map next season, next election season. You can launch.
I have
that.
no tech skills.
Mm.
I need to learn to code.
Yeah, I could do this map on paper really well. You could like,
All right, so here's the current. Currently, we're looking at 106. Republicans have flipped 6 seats, so that looks like they're basically getting it. The Senate has not changed. There has been no gain or loss for either side. Not looking good. We got 4 more seats to go. Well, we got more than 4 more seats, but we'll see.
I really care about Masters and Lake. Like,
yeah.
but
So far,
That's gonna-
Democrats have gained 2 states governorships, and Republicans have lost 2 states.
that's a shame.
Oh yeah.
the media propaganda machine is strong.
Yep.
That's the only.
It's culture, man. The
It's
Republicans
really
don't
sad.
have it.
Or is it big tech social media? Is it the corporate media, or is it what people see online and
both.
what's curated to them? And I think we also have
Most people are not on Twitter.
Well, no, we also should consider, our experience online is curated for us. Other people's experience is in their own echo chamber and their own bubbles. So they're probably seeing a totally different reality than we are, and that's controlled by, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name
They
it.
don't see the prices at the grocery store. They don't see the prices at the gas station.
I think they do, but I think also the mass hypnosis mind control does work very effectively, especially when it comes to ramping up people's emotions and trying to get rid of their logic, and then talking about MAGA dangerous and abortion and women's rights. I think were their key issues that they were running on, and then we had people like Lindsey Graham coming out and of course kind of playing into that during this election cycle. So that this was their strategy. Was it an effective one that worked? I think it's worth considering right now, as it looks like, yeah, it has. And again, our perceptions are skewed. So is theirs. So what we're seeing online is I think what we're seeing today is the importance of big tech social media with their influence on this.
I think
and it is big.
I think y'all should look on the bright side of Fetterman winning in Pennsylvania if he does.
I want to see him be president.
Think about all the memes.
The clips
So
are gonna
right
be
now, Oz
wild.
is within 0.9% again. Yeah, the memes will be insane.
Clips are gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
If we think the Biden clips are funny, can you imagine what those Fetterman clips?
But just
are
But
gonna
then
be?
they're just gonna. But they're gonna.
It's gonna be sad.
But the
it's
thing
gonna
is,
be-
like, look at how well they spun the whole Fetterman thing, right? Like, he clearly has this brain damage situation from his stroke
And a tumor
Walker
growing
just
off the
dropped
back
down.
of his neck.
Yeah, whatever's
So-
going
so-
on there. But then also you saw the Democrats and leftists jumped out right away and said that criticizing his, disability
His
was ableist.
neurodivergence. His
Right. They did
neurodivergence.
this whole thing with it, and that was clearly really effective. Saying
Yep.
that Fetterman was not actually, suffering the ill effects of a stroke, but that he had this auditory processing deficiency, which if anyone's seen it, that's not what's going on here.
And that he was so brave for
Right,
being out there,
right. With
regardless
his,
of
whatever. his
Walker
issues.
has dropped.
Ooh.
He is now 0.8% away. 0.8% away from avoiding a runoff, which is not looking good. It's getting worse, and there's 88% reporting, so it's looking like it's going to be a runoff. Not all bad, though. If the Libertarians do end up going Republican, then he wins. So we will see, but it's going to require everybody to turn out again. And it's going to get crazy. Media is going to go nuts.
You saw how that happened last time.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm getting more black pilled as the night's going on. Like
Well, I can tell that like
now?
the atmosphere is
Well,
I mean,
it is kind of crazy that. So here we go. If we take a look at the meter here, while the Senate forecast for the New York Times does show the meter is 50-50, you can see there's actually more opportunity still for Republicans within their range to win, despite them saying it's a toss-up. But their meter is suggesting it's more likely to go Democrat, despite the fact that there's more opportunities for Republicans.
Peter Miller.
So look at that; it's shifted slightly to the left. The House, I think, is a done deal. Like we basically know they've already picked up 6 seats. They're likely taking the House, and that's good. I mean, it's a midterm election. It's a president's first term. What more did you expect? It's not like
investigations will help, or at least be entertaining.
At least be entertaining.
It's hopefully more entertaining than the January 6th committee, which was just tedious the entire time.
Yeah.
And that will be over now, right? Like we have an end to
Well,
that.
what's going to happen now is they're going to have inquiries on Hunter Biden, and then YouTube's going to make a new rule saying that if you question the integrity of the Biden family, they'll ban you.
Right, they'll have to do that. And then we'll just all have to keep going to Rumble.
Here's a question.
Yep.
I heard that like accounts that I know that have to be demonetized and stuff are like when Elon, I guess, bought Twitter, that they started getting like remonetized on YouTube.
When they what?
Like when Elon bought Twitter, all of a sudden, like along with that, people are getting remonetized on Facebook and remonetized on Twitter. I mean, on YouTube. Did you notice any of that?
I don't know. I've actually been getting demonetized more right before the election than I've ever been in the past 3 or 4 years.
Like Elijah got remonetized on things like right when the Twitter stuff happened.
Well, I do think that with Elon Musk putting his foot down and the woke panicking and fleeing Twitter or getting banned, and Twitter's growing, I think the real red wave might actually just be 2024. And I think what we're seeing here is just relatively similar to what happened in 2018. You can't expect much. It's not looking like, the Democrats were like, blue wave, blue wave. Part of the reason for, championing the idea of a major victory is to rally people to go vote.
Mm-hmm.
So if Republicans get the House, then we'll probably see some inquiries, investigations, people start asking questions. And then, like I said earlier, we're probably ahead of the market. So maybe we'll see the swing go a little bit harder in 2024 with like a Trump resurgence or something. But I don't know. At this point, looking at how well Florida did, it's like DeSantis is probably the better candidate.
Yeah, Cernovich had a very interesting comment on this. He just tweeted a couple of moments ago, Trump as kingmaker or a viable 2024 general election candidate is over as of tonight. That's according to Mike Cernovich, what he just tweeted.
Okay, but again, it doesn't concern you that Ken Griffin is ready to invest $60 million in
why
on
should it,
DeSantis?
though?
Because these are these are the people that we as populists or whatever want out of politics. Now they're backing our guy, our DeSantis.
Because maybe they realized it's either him or Trump. Take your pick. And they're like,
but then now DeSantis is beholden to them where Trump's not.
I disagree. I think if they do go for DeSantis, it's more likely that it's the best we can do, and he's better than Trump because Trump's a loose cannon.
And Trump was more of a disruptor. So some of these individuals could be like, we could maybe calm down the situation and not have it as disrupted with Trump in power and have less chaos. That could be potentially the thinking there.
But you know what you're getting with Trump. With DeSantis, you don't know if he's gonna go along to get along. You don't know if he's gonna, go with the GOP establishment that's been selling out the base for years.
If Trump couldn't beat Biden, why do you think he'll beat the next candidate?
I think Trump rallies Democrats. It's like
I do agree that he.
I mean, look,
he draws them out.
We were seeing polling that was predicting 538 showed that it was likely going to skew more favorably than it was. It's
but
looking
this isn't
like
a
it's
referendum on Trump. This is basically with Trump for the most part.
But they campaigned on January 6th heavily, nonstop, and Biden came out and said MAGA Republicans are a threat to democracy.
He did say that.
And then you had Karine Jean-Pierre say mega Republicans, which was really
But how many people actually when they were doing exit poll polling stuff. Like nobody cared about January 6th. Like it's not a top issue.
Well, but you know what? Like a lot of Democrats do care about January 6th, even though it's not really a top issue for anyone else, you know? And so maybe those people turned out. I mean, I know that there's some Democrats in my life who were glued to the TV during the January 6th, and I'd just be like, you are kidding with that, right? Like, this is a joke. This must be a joke.
Fox
It
News.
was so staged and trashy.
Sorry, go ahead. Fox News just said Oz is not doing as well as Trump did 2 years ago in Pennsylvania when he, quote, lost the state.
Woo!
So that's what Fox News is reporting, looking at the numbers still coming in from Pennsylvania, and obviously saying that it's not looking good for Oz.
Man, I would be embarrassed to be from Pennsylvania.
Well, look, you got to lie. That's how they win, right? They have to lie and make sure people don't realize how bad it is, and it's amazing.
We saw a lot of lies leading up to this.
No, that's all it
repeatedly.
is. All they do is lie, and
Mhm.
then while they're lying, they go, "You're lying," and you're
Yeah,
like,
it's
"But
so great."
Here's the video. I don't like. What's it? There's this viral video where I can't remember who did it. It might have been from Flecka's Talks or something. This guy asks people, "Do Democrats deny elections?" And they all say no. And he goes, "I have 150 examples of Democrats
Mhm.
denying elections. Can I show you?" And they go, "No."
That was James.
Yeah.
What
James
was it?
Klug.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah,
no.
that happened. Like we saw it
These
happen.
people are in a cult.
Yeah.
It's like, hello, friend. Please watch evidence. No.
No.
Okay.
will not. Because we destroyed religion. We removed God from everything, and so it's been replaced with an allegiance to narcissism and
This is their religion, and we are breeding narcissists.
Clef the Misfit says DeSantis won his race by 20 points. All of Trump's competitive endorsements are imploding. Look past the cult of personality.
Yeah, they're saying that with Carrie like down right now, but she's gonna win, and that'll take that right off the table.
It's close. We're gonna see.
It's very close.
I mean,
It was close in the primary.
20 points. No joke. DeSantis with 94% reporting is up nearly 20 points.
Wow. That's embarrassing.
Yep.
He got obliterated.
You know what's
My
funny with
goodness.
DeSantis too is like what he's doing isn't even that complicated. Like
No.
like what
True.
he's actually doing it's awesome. He's amazing, but like that should be the starting point
Right.
to what a Republican person is doing. Right. That should be exceptional. That should be the basics.
Yeah.
You know, I want to move to Wyoming at some point, and like you know, I look it up. Yeah, and I go skiing there all the time. I spend a lot of time in nature. So I spent about 250 days a year in nature on average, even though I live in LA. So yes, I drive the country. I'm in nature. I ski every ski resort. I was always in nature, go to every national
Love
park.
that.
Yeah. So basically, so I'm thinking of moving to Wyoming, but the governor is not even ready to fully remove masks. You
In
know, or
Wyoming?
yeah, I mean, it was
Wait, in Wyoming?
Like
There's no people there. Who are they masking from?
I mean, this is what I'm saying right now. Jackson Hole, which is one of the trendy parts of Wyoming,
Sure,
good place to move to, great skiing. I think that they were kind of uniquely saying that for like the tourism component, but it's like, why isn't there someone like DeSantis in Wyoming? But that should be the bare minimum. So I don't know, maybe in 10 or 20 years from now it'll catch up and there'll be more people like him.
So the New York Times says 49 Senate seats have been won or are favored to win by Republicans, 48 by Democrats, and there are 3 toss-ups.
We have reports that Oz will be addressing supporters in a few minutes.
Oh.
Oh,
Where?
Really?
He's not conceding, is he already?
I don't
No, I
know.
doubt
I
that.
just saw this.
I wouldn't
on
be surprised if
Twitter.
he concedes.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
either. Like,
Really?
it's,
Is it-
Oz, you know.
Do you think he was hoping to be president? That was his end game.
I don't see Oz being
maybe.
president
He's
ever.
anybody at his level has a big ego and has big ambitions. I
Yeah,
bet you
I'm
thought
sure.
if he could win this, he could become
Yes,
president
that's what I was
someday.
going to say. Depending on how he did this, if he would go to the next step up, basically. I
Mhm.
think he was trying to gauge his support, and if he had support in this, maybe he would try. But
All right. Oh, Abrams conceded.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What if she just goes nuts? She starts throwing stuff.
It's really too bad if she concedes. I was looking forward to more. Stacey Abrams never conceded the election.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you, Daddy. It is good to be here in this moment.
Oh, is it?
Surrounded by your love and support. And let me begin by offering congratulations to Governor Brian Kemp.
Oh, look at that. She learned.
Wow, she did it.
Our state has experienced one soul-crushing crisis after another over the past few years. But even during these trying times, the fighting spirit of Georgia has prevailed. We've seen what's possible when we stand up for our neighbors and protect each other. We've made sacrifices. We've pitched in. We've seen each other's fights as our own, and we've done things we never thought we could. It is in the spirit of that endurance and that persistence that I decided again to run for governor.
Okay. Do we want to listen to this?
Not really.
I'm surprised she conceded. That's pretty big. She didn't do that last time.
Is she actually conceding?
Yeah,
she did. She said she did.
Yeah.
Cernovich says some clear takeaways. New Yorkers want crime. It's who they are. Stay out of cities. Arizona Today shows 2024 is unsafe. Indictments must happen. Highest priority. Trump can't carry a general. DeSantis can poll independent voters. Flipped Miami-Dade. It's his time. Yo, I agree. He flipped Tampa and Miami.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. This was the main discussion that we were talking about: DeSantis and Trump, the future of the political party, and it's a battle. This is something that I was looking at for a very long time. I'm seeing it right now, and I think it's what I've been kind of seeing has been coming to fruition.
I think DeSantis is going to win
2024.
Yeah.
I think he has a very good chance. Drew, you're coming back in here?
Yeah. I don't think they can muster up against DeSantis what they could against Trump.
Correct.
Trump, they're just people don't like him. DeSantis, the average person's gonna be like, I don't know who that is. And they're gonna be like, he's bad, and be like, who? Trump was on The Simpsons. They made fun of him. People knew his name. He was a celebrity.
Do you think the average person is getting sick of the culture war and just wants it to wind down?
I think the average person has always hated the culture war. But the problem is all of a sudden their kids were getting these books.
Right.
And then they were like, why is this happening? Make it stop.
Could you see DeSantis picking Tulsi Gabbard as a VP to try to calm down the culture war and just kind of, people are just sick of fighting?
That's one possible
That would be a
party
way
ticket.
to piss off the
Maybe.
base, like people like me.
You'd piss the base off, but maybe
you-
society right now just is sick of this and just wants to.
I see it in the chats. I see it in the comments in
play
these
that middle
videos. I see
ground.
people talk about it all the time.
Tulsi for
They're-
VP?
But
No,
that
no,
would-
no. They're tired of the culture war. I see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's the truth. Everyone is tired of it.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of it, but I also don't want that smut being forced down my kid's throat.
Do you
either.
ever feel like it's got to cool off at some point? Like,
No,
like where's the end game of this?
A
When does
war?
this
That's what I
end?
think about, too.
That's where we should be going.
Well, I don't
Should
see
be.
us.
No one said should be.
Yeah, like I didn't say that's what I want to happen, but I don't see another way out of it.
Maybe Tulsi VP.
No,
Well,
because
how does
they're
that make
never gonna.
sense?
Yeah, like they're never gonna stop. You think they're just gonna leave us alone?
But
You
what,
think
what,
they're
what,
gonna
is it,
give
what,
us
what, is,
extremists,
hold on. What, is
not
it
the average
Tulsi,
person.
what does a Tulsi VP have to do with solving any problem?
It just begins to cool things off.
No,
but
the
she's a
why-
Republican. You're like, if a Republican runs as a VP, that'll change things.
It's just
No,
not.
it won't.
It's just not. I'm not saying it's a one magic pill, but it just begins to slow
These
things down.
books are
a bit.
everywhere.
She's already considered a
why,
traitor.
Why would a Republican running for Republican office slow anything down? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
What would you guys say would start to cool things down?
Getting
So-
rid of like naked pictures of other kids.
It
in
won't.
books
That
in
cools down the
schools.
culture war.
It won't. I mean, if you understand, if you look at what's been going on for the past 10 years, then you'd realize that this country is completely bifurcated culturally. That you can walk up to someone and say, "Can I please show you a video of Democrats denying an election?" They will say no, outright. There's nothing you can do.
Well, I learned that from you 4 years ago, right? And I started telling my friends that they didn't believe it, and
now
I
here
agree
we
with what
are.
you're saying completely. But what's the way out of this?
I think what I would advocate for to people is to focus on having families, having kids, instilling your values in your kids, getting your kids out of schools, getting out of cities. That's the way out of it. The way out of it is not going to people who are already culturally divergent and begging them to come together. The solution is having a bunch of kids so that in 20 years they vote your way.
I think what happened in Florida is significant. And, I know you brought up Tulsi and DeSantis. This is something that I've been seeing online, even just a couple of days ago, saying that this could be a potential ticket together. Because if you look at Florida, it's a purple state. It could
Yeah,
go
but
either
you have
way.
to remember, you've
but-
also had everybody from New York and everywhere else that didn't want these radical, Democrat policies flooding into there too. So it's not like it's like a purple state that he just won all these independents from. You've also had lots of conservatives fleeing other states and then migrating
but
into
heavily
into Florida.
Democratic areas are voting for him, like in Miami. And I think that's a lot more significant than a lot of people let on when it comes to the bigger possibilities of what could happen in 2024.
You don't think like a lot of conservatives also moved into Miami?
I mean, I've been to Miami, and it's crime ridden in many places. It's like South Beach is a hellscape.
I heard the mayor brought crime down 30% or something like that.
Not if you go to South Beach. The one particular area is absolutely crazy. The mayor there also has like a Bitcoin currency and an altcoin currency. He's an interesting guy. But for that place that went 20 points in favor of Hillary to now vote DeSantis, I think is something to consider here, especially if he's going to try to create more of a middle line, not a hard Republican kind of ticket, but a middle line ticket with potentially Tulsi on there, who again is a CFR member who was anti-gun, now she's pro-gun. So there could be a potential for this that I think is worth considering, because it might bridge that gap that you might be talking about.
I'm not saying it's a magic pill. I'm just saying I think you're right. I'm probably clasping straws to an extent, but it just, there's got to be something to cool this off. The average person who I know doesn't care about this. We don't want this.
Yes, but listen, Owen. The average person wants their kids to go to a good school. The average person wants to put gas in their tank to go to work. Policies of Democrats are making that worse and worse. The reason Youngkin won in Virginia is because parents started learning about the smut that was being put in front of their kids. It doesn't matter if you want the culture war or not. It's been in front of your face for 10 years. And the problem is regular people have consistently ducked. They're putting the signs above their home, hoping that they will be passed over, but it will not happen. The far left, they march to the neighborhoods with fire bombs and rocks and sticks and crowbars. And these people think if I just agree with them, they won't smash at my house. Until they do, and they do. So if you look at Berkeley, this should be like, you really want to wake your kids up, bring them to Berkeley. Every single storefront has signs in their windows begging for forgiveness and espousing whatever ideology they dictate. Because, I'll put it simply, anybody who owns a storefront knows this. If you own a store, let's say you sell cheeseburgers, and you put an American flag hanging in front of your store, at 3 a.m, one person in a black mask throws a brick through your window. What will the police do about that? Nothing. And how much will that cost you to fix? Thousands. So these people would rather put up a BLM sign instead of an American flag because they know there's no justice and there's no way to stop it. That is just going to keep happening. The solution, get out of cities, focus on making money, stand up for what you believe in, but build this parallel economy out. Become a member at timcast.com using parallel economy. We use parallel economy. Dan Bongino co-founded this company. It's with Rumble, and that's the thing that we need to do. Start building up our resources, our manufacturing base, and have kids. I know.
Grow your own food.
Cue all the comments saying Tim doesn't have kids. I get it, but my point is true. Regardless of what it is I'm doing, it is true. And my personal business is my personal business. But
I have 2. We can just pretend.
But have kids.
Right.
Have a lot of them.
Mine can't.
And then in 20 years, all of those kids will vote for the right thing.
So I have 3 kids, and I made sure to take them out of school for about half a year. I took them around the country. I took them climbing into the mountains, took them around, safely with grizzly bears, took them skiing, double black skiing. And I tell them every day, being a coward is worse than death. And I make them repeat this over and over. I bring my kids up in front of crowds. They're literally in front of my 11-year-old kid is in front of a 200-person crowd leading seminars, right? I explain to him about the media. I show all this stuff. I show him what it means to be a leader. We work really, really hard on this. And he still gets straight A's and he's still in all the gifted programs, right? Even with missing all that school. So it's one of these things where shocking, right? But it's like just experiencing the real world. I also bring him to homeless areas. I show him what homelessness is. I explain to him that he's not getting a penny out of me when he's older, that although we are, in our position that he is broke, in effect, I'm like, no, we're this way, but you're broke until you work. I want him to make his first $1 million by about 15. I'm going to show him how to do that. I'm going to bring him around mentors, get him around the right people. So I'm working on this, right? And I agree with you that there's probably going to wind up being a parallel economy. You're the person that I learned that from, and I tell it to all my friends. But what are some immediate things that we could do to cool things down as well, not a 20-year thing?
I don't get your kids out of schools, get out of cities, and disengage. So focus on. I would advocate for. Look, we're out in West Virginia now. We're building new facilities. We're looking at starting businesses so that we can expand the economy in these areas. We can create jobs in these areas, make life better for people in these areas. It's non-confrontational. It's not a conflict. It is just building something nice and doing something good. That's what people should be doing. Make money, have a family, and then start building businesses and creating parallel economies I recommend people come to West Virginia. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah,
Second most Trump supporting
bother
state
on
in the
that one.
country. Cheap land, start building stuff. Be a
Okay,
pioneer.
but what happens just like in the cities when their Democrat-run cities turn to crap and then they're spilling over into the suburbs and it's leaking out everywhere else?
What do you mean?
Like, look at Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia is gross. And for a while, we were like gentrifying and it
Let
was
'em
like
have it. What do
getting
you mean?
nice or whatever. Fine. But now they are the carjackings and all the crime.
Look at Detroit.
It's
I actually
spread out.
I actually almost got
Wait,
carjacked there. It was
it's
crazy.
Okay,
it's
look at
spreading out
Detroit.
though into the counties that are not even part of Philadelphia County. It's in Devon now. It's in like
And that's
all
why
the,
we left, because I was in
Right,
South
you
Jersey
remember.
and decided to get out because the crime was spreading. But
that's going to happen
get
anywhere
away.
you go.
I didn't say go to suburbs. I said go to West Virginia, buy cheap land.
All right, and when they destroy the cities and then the suburbs and then they come for your land, like it's
You'll
never
be in
gonna
West
stop.
Virginia with a Barrett M82, and you'll say, "Don't come on my property."
I think it comes down to making entrepreneurship cool, self-reliance cool.
I need to
you
live
know.
on a ranch with
It
a
is
big,
cool.
strong man with lots and lots of guns. Like that's what needs to happen.
Is that what
for
you're
my
doing?
life. No,
What do you-
that's
look,
what
look.
I'd like to do.
Okay.
This is what happens in
It's not
Detroit.
happening right now.
The industry in Detroit was destroyed. So middle class people fled. The city can't sustain itself. The water system can't sustain itself.
Mm-hmm.
When you build a city that can accommodate 1 million people, you have to build a water system, water pipes. You split the cost of that system as a tax on all the people who live there. So if it costs $1 million per month to run, everyone's got to pay $1. Well, 500,000 people leave. Now the price has doubled for everybody. It's $2. And all of a sudden they're like, well, I can't afford $2. That's double the cost. Then another 250,000 leave, and that's $3. Now you're like, we have the highest water prices. This is actually what happened in the Detroit area.
Mm-hmm.
When the city was big and bustling because of the auto industry, they could accommodate this massive infrastructure. There are actually rumors. I don't know if this is true, but I had a friend from Michigan who told me the police would burn down houses around Detroit because they were dangerous, falling apart, and being used for crime. And there was never any chance for repairing them. No one wanted them. They were worth nothing. So they would go around burning them down periodically. I don't know if that's true. It's just what the locals would tell me when we'd be hanging out nearby. I would hang out in like Grand Rapids. So when people flee because of the collapse of industry, eventually the city becomes completely unsustainable. Everyone there starts doing substantially worse, and it becomes a wasteland. Stop supporting these places with your money. Stop being the person who's enabling all of that.
I agree with that.
You get out of these cities and you say, look, if you live in New York, you want crime. I'm not going to mince words. I know you listening in New York may have voted for Zeldin, but the people in this city overwhelmingly want lockdowns and crime. 30 people last month were pushed in front of trains in New York City. You should not be there if you don't agree with this at this point. I don't like the idea of saying cut tail and run. But there's a point where strategic retreat leads to victory.
Vote with your feet.
You get out of this place, say, you've got it. And what you can do as a pioneer is come to places like West Virginia or even Kentucky or Tennessee, find cheap and available land. West Virginia is just ripe with it, and then start building something. I've heard from so many people who say they've begun homesteading. That's a great start. That's an excellent start. So one of the reasons I wanted to come to West Virginia, we were originally going to launch our business and expand in New Jersey. I'm glad that didn't happen because that was a terrible idea. And so we're expanding in West Virginia, where the towns are very small, but the land is cheap. Proximity is there. It's not too far away from airports, not too far away from other big cities. It's a great opportunity to start bringing jobs to a lot of people who have been negatively impacted by failed Democrat policies, particularly with the energy policies and the opioid crisis. And so I'm looking forward to not just expanding this business, but we're actually looking at purchasing a building and doing a storefront and a new show, selling products and just building. And they say a society grows great when people plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit beneath. Maybe we launch this media company, we launch some stores, we build culture in West Virginia, and 100 years after I'm dead, it's the new Hollywood. Maybe. And then the values that are born here will expand, and this will be a Hollywood-like ecosystem that has libertarian-minded values and not socialist-minded values.
Do you think that individualists need to collectivize maybe then? Like, is that maybe the problem right now? With social media, so lending itself to collectivism.
A little bit. The challenge is that individualists don't collectivize. They don't organize. Mm-hmm. They don't boycott. Mm-hmm. They say, let's not do that.
So maybe that has to happen.
You got a
Also,
point
I
there.
really loved what you said, but I was just for a added question. How is that different than people leaving YouTube and going to Rumble?
Like going to West Virginia.
Well, for
and
example,
building
so
infrastructure?
I live in the Hollywood Hills. I live in LA, so I get to associate with a lot of other people in the entertainment industry, things like that. And so as soon as I would leave, say that I do go to Wyoming, which I've been thinking about, well, then now my influence is no longer in Hollywood, right? So that's kind of like what you guys were saying with YouTube.
But are you
versus
being
Rumble.
suppressed by Hollywood, or are you changing their minds?
We're definitely changing their minds. I think that a lot of people in LA at the cutting edge that are forward thinking are thinking very differently. I think what happens is that what do you think is the percentage of people that are just deeply locked into groupthink? What do you guys think? They're just in groupthink. So in other words, they're only willing to think the safe thing that will keep them safe.
Then I will agree with you. And perhaps another potential outside of building a parallel economy is more of a cultural invasion. So if you're willing to remain in a state full of high crime and horrible policies, but continue to expand your business and gain influence, that's also a good thing.
Well, it also depends how much money you have, right? So if you have a lot of money and you're in LA or New York or San Francisco, it's a paradise, right? If you have money in LA, it is a paradise.
Yeah.
There's nothing in Austin or even in Miami as good as what's in LA if you're rich, okay? If you're a person of typical means, you're dealing with a lot of crime, right? That was something that came up in the video from yesterday. I was saying how I love LA. I'm talking about the crime. They're like, why does he say he loves LA and likes the crime? Well, it depends what neighborhood you're in, right? If you're in a gated community, it is paradise. If you're in Malibu, it's paradise. Hollywood Hills is paradise.
Beverly,
there's nothing.
Bel Air.
Beverly.
There's
nothing
there's
like
no
it.
crime there. People don't understand
Beautiful.
that there's police, etc., that make sure that there's no homeless people, no crime, there's no destitution anywhere on those streets, anywhere in those neighborhoods. And that's the part of LA that is what people that are voting in these bubbles are voting for. They're not voting for 6th Street or 7th Street. They're not looking at those situations downtown LA. They rarely even go there. If they ever did, they live in their bubble. They don't have to ever go in.
Yeah, I think there's also a misconception about people think of leftism as, they associate that to redistribution of wealth. They don't realize it's often very top down. Right?
Yeah.
So it's basically that the ultra rich get money, right? So I was just in Martha's Vineyard. I was just in Nantucket. I was, I live in some of those nicer areas in LA, right? So it's like I'm around people that are like that, and I see those bubbles, and it's completely crazy. And the amount of wealth that is kind of, combined into one little place, it's just a completely different world.
It is. It is, and that if you've seen it, you understand why they remain in this bubble, why it's so easy for them to make these decisions, and why they think the way that they think, because you understand why they're thinking these things.
It's also reinforced. I think also, when I ask you, Drew, why you do what you do, the first thing that you said is I'm a Christian, right? So you have the belief that what you're doing will be judged by God after you die. So you're not as much in the body, you're more in the spirit, and that's motivating you, right? But a lot of people, they don't have that understanding. They're more in the body, and so they're saying, well, what can I get right now, right? I assume that you do what you do because of what happens when the body dies. Is that accurate?
Well, in a Christian biblical perspective, my sins have been judged at the cross. So everything I do after that is because of grace and the gift that God has given me of salvation. And I'll be judged for rewards, not to get into heaven when I see him face to face, but because the new life I've been given, I'm now responsible to really do the most I can with what he's given me moving forward now that I'm born again.
When did that happen, by the way?
I think that was February 1st, 2012, when I gave my life to Jesus Christ. The real question is, how do you get someone out of a cult? Right?
Yeah, that's a
True. Step one. You separate them from the cults.
I'm serious.
And,
Number one.
And you separate them from the cults, but with phones, you can't anymore.
Yeah, so how do you get someone effectively out of a cult that doesn't even know they're in a cult? That is fully functioning for the cult without even realizing it.
What do you think are the main elements of the cult?
I think New York is the perfect example, right? Because what I was watching with Kathy Hochul and all the propaganda that these people were speaking during this whole midterm campaigns, all this, they effectively created this problem, right? Defunded the police, the crime is out of control, the lockdowns added to that. They're releasing criminals and pedophiles out onto the street because we don't want them to get COVID and all that crap, right? They created this massive problem, right? Which they know was destabilization in New York. So now, in the midterms, Kathy Hochul, Mayor Adams, their narrative went from, we know there's crime, and then they shifted and said it's because of gun crime. That was the pivot that they took, which was interesting. But that's part of the cult-like propaganda, because the same people
that were isolated and abused in New York that haven't fled yet, that are still allegiant to the cult, that slapped on the masks, took multiple jabs because they were afraid that they were going to lose their jobs. Their children are being targeted. All these crazy things. The riots were going on. These people that stick with the cult, they still stay with the cult at this point. What I'm saying is they stay allegiant to the narratives because they don't even realize that they're being isolated and abused. Every step of the way, it's through fear. Look how they switched and pivoted that message so effectively. How did they go from we started this problem, but it's because of the guns, we're going to solve it? An abuser, okay? An abuser will always isolate you.
You're thinking like a conservative.
An abuser, no, I'm not. I'm thinking as an individual that has been abused before. When an abuser isolates you, this is what they do. Through fear, they get you to believe that they're the only ones that can get you in a situation and outside of a situation. Through fear and through manipulation,
You're overthinking
that
it.
is how these people are being dealt with. And that is why it is repetitive, like Stockholm. They believe that no matter what happens, their overlords will take care of them no matter what.
No, they don't.
Even if they are the ones
In New
that are
York,
causing the problem. That is the
the way it
continual
works-
simulation that we are experiencing
The
across
way it
this
works
country.
in New York is that someone is sitting on their couch watching Office reruns on Netflix or whatever wherever it is now. It's on Netflix, and their friend goes, "You're voting Democrat, right?" And they go, "Sure."
Yeah, they don't even think about it.
That's it.
There's no more thought.
Or it's what we see a lot of in these places, especially universal mail-in voting, is their friend who is zealous will be like, "You filled your ballot?" And they'll go, "Oh, I didn't." Like, "You're going to fill it out, right?" And they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do it right now. A Democrat, right? Here you go. Cool." They're doing it because their friends are doing it. That's it. They don't know anything. If you walk up to them and ask them who's running for governor, they'll be like, "I don't know." They're like, "Who is Ocasio-Cortez running against?" "I don't know." Which policy of AOC's do you like? She's like going to get health care and stuff.
They don't even
They do
know
not
what the
know.
capital
That's my
of
point.
this country
That's
is.
what I started saying. I said they're in a cult and they're allegiant to the cult and they don't even know that they are.
Right. But what I was disagreeing with, we said that they look to their leader as if their leader's going to take care of them. They don't even know or think the leader exists. They're just marching along.
That's my point.
And their friends are like, we're going to vote Democrat. I remember when I was
You're
18.
saying that they're very apathetic, right? And
No.
Okay.
No. They want to just do what their friends tell them they're supposed to do. That's what they all are doing. That's what their sole motivation is. They can't
Groupthink.
But even groupthink might be an overstatement. It's just social groups. That's it. And because the social norm of New York is vote Democrat, many of them will just do it and not think about it. And if you ask them why they voted, they'll be like, "What do you mean?"
It's a cult. That's my point.
Right. There's no
If
rhyme or
you're in
reason.
a
There's
cult,
no,
do you know you're in a cult?
No. And my point is, they're not going, "I hope leader keeps me safe." Some people are, but most of them are just like, "My friend voted Democrat." And then you're like, "So what are you hoping to happen?" And just, Republicans are bad.
It's just more simple. I think what Tim is saying. It's just there's way less thought going into it. It's just like as simple as making sure that my friends did this, so I'm going to do this too.
I actually thought that what Drew said is true under the surface.
The average
under
person-
the surface of that apathy is the belief that they'll be okay if they just vote that way.
And the average person in New York, if you're part of a friend group, there's going to be a social structure. And if you're the cool, well-known, popular guy, and you say, "I don't know, I'm probably going to vote for Zeldin," because, they'll go, "Oh, for real? Yeah, I was thinking about that too." That's it.
Yeah, so this is the challenge is that, in 2020 we saw groupthink versus people who think for themselves as becoming really the main issue of the entire year, right? Is like, do you think for yourself or do you go in the groupthink? Do you believe that 2 + 2 is 4 or 5? So what I think is happening is somebody's thought process. Like what I tend to study is I like to go inside people's heads, right? Like sometimes when I ask you questions, I'm saying, can we go into the other person's lens of the world, right? How are they seeing it? So I keep asking myself that. How are they seeing it? And I try to really have a deep awareness of how the other person is seeing it. Even that Trump conversation with the rioting and all that good stuff. Okay, I'm just asking myself, how's the other person seeing it? So what I see in a lot of people is that they're not capable of thinking, is this true? All that they're thinking is, does this keep me safe? So in my view, there's two types of people that can say, is this true? One is somebody who's very, very confident. That'd be somebody like yourself. You're just really confident. So like, even when I talk to you, you're like, I talk to this person, they don't understand this. I talk to this person, they don't understand this. It's like the curse of intelligence because you're doing your own research.
And I think
right?
you're projecting right now.
Could be.
When you say, like these people want to feel safe, I'm telling you, they don't feel anything.
Well, okay, let me finish. Tim, we got to finish the point at some point. Okay, so the because otherwise we're just not hitting it. So the main thing that I've seen is that if somebody feels confident in themselves, then they can think for themselves because they're not afraid of being attacked to think for themselves.
No, you're
If
overthinking it.
Well, let me just finish the point though. So then the other one would be if they have a spiritual connection. You know, Drew, you're a confident guy. You also have a spiritual connection, so you care about whether or not what you think is accurate. But what I see in a lot of people is what they're thinking is, does the group think this? Like, how do I just twist my thoughts to stay within the bandwidth of what it is that the group thinks? And as soon as they go past that, they get scared.
How do you convince a dog to vote for a Republican or a Democrat?
I have no idea. That's a great question. I wouldn't know.
Well, put yourself in the dog's shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that dog to food, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens when you tell the dog go vote Democrat? What does the dog do?
Wants food.
Crap on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're doing is you're an intelligent guy, and so you're assuming these other people have the same capabilities as you do in terms of thought process.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of people, just watch these videos from like Flecka's talks. These people do not think the way you think they do.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not Flecka, it's the other guy. Do you know who works
James
with him? It's
James Fleck. Who else does it? James Fleckus.
Savannah Hernandez.
Sav's doing.
Right.
Sav's doing a lot
When
of
you
good stuff, yeah.
see how they do these man on the street interviews, when they talk to someone in Times Square and ask them the question, you have to realize, like, these people, I'm not trying to be mean to them, but they don't think the way you do in terms of A plus B equals C, or point A to point B to point C. They don't think at all. And I know there's a lot of mean-spirited man on the street interviews that target people for a lack of knowledge. Like, what's the capital of Uzbekistan or something? And they're going to be like, I don't know. Or they might say, like, name a country that begins with the letter U. And they'll go, and then you go, United States. Oh, I got you. No, these questions are actually like a lot scarier. And these people, like, it's just, I watch these videos and I was like, there's no way.
It's less about them being afraid or fearful and more about them being a slave to their desires. They're a slave to their desires. That's what 90% of the population is. They do not have a higher God. They do not have anything else. They just want to be happy. They just want to get their drugs or their friends to like them or the likes on Facebook. They're a slave to their desires.
You ever play a video game?
Yeah.
What's your favorite video game?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, very, very good game. Name two characters in Horizon Zero Dawn.
Aloy.
Obvious choice.
I'm not a good guy with names, so I don't know.
All right. How about let's just say, I don't know the names of the actual robots, but there's that giant Tyrannosaurus robot you fought, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you play as that?
I don't know.
Well, you played the game. You beat it, right?
Mm-hmm. I did.
How do you play the game as the T-Rex?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't.
Okay.
Well, have you tried convincing the T-Rex to vote Republican?
No.
Because it's an NPC.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's functioning.
Mm-hmm.
You say these people are slaves to their desires.
Mm-hmm.
I also disagree. I don't think they're slaves to anything. I think they're NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
You go to them and they'll say, I just do what people do.
Mm-hmm.
There's no deeper thought. There's no deeper quest. There's no deeper meaning.
Yeah,
some people just don't have that in them.
What I see is you'll be talking to someone and there is light in the eyes. But as soon as you go outside the bandwidth of what they're allowed to talk about, you'll see them retreat, and they even change their tone, right? So they're like, oh, hey, Tim, what's up? And then you go a little bit outside the bandwidth, and they're like, well, I think, and then they go into NPC mode.
There's a reason the NPC meme became so prominent, because people started to recognize that there are some people where, like you mentioned, the light in their eyes. There's something you can see when you're talking to someone that even if you disagree and even if you really hate each other, you know there's a conversation happening.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason the NPC meme emerged isn't just because someone wanted to insult someone. It's because they realized some people just weren't processing things the way they did, and they felt like they were talking to an NPC in a video game.
But no matter what, people are going to pursue their own interests, and they are going to do whatever.
When you think of an apple,
makes them happy. Like it's just
do you
like in basic
see
econ, right?
an apple in your mind?
Everybody is self-interested, and so while they may be a non-NPC or whatever, they're still going to pursue the little tiny things in their lives that make them happy. So, rather like sitting there and playing on their computer and watching video games instead of doing work all day is still them pursuing their self-interest, because that in that moment makes them more happy. They don't have the foresight, like you're saying, to think through those things, but they're still pursuing their desires, and they're a slave to them rather than being a slave to a higher
Really?
being or having some other calling in
fine.
life. They are only pursuing their own happiness,
Yeah,
and
versus-
therefore will never be free.
Yeah, versus being surrendered
At
to
all.
God, not a slave to God, but
Right.
surrendered to God.
What
yeah.
kind of person do you have in your mind, Tim? Like just someone that's
Watch Flecka's videos.
not interested in politics at all, or
No,
someone
I'm talking
that
about politics,
or someone that's like engaged, that's on the left, a Democrat, or just someone that's totally just
you're at like
out of
maybe not
out
maybe,
of the
maybe
loop completely.
Maybe you're not your average person, but the lower bell curve people, I suppose. And again, I'm not saying this to be insulting, derogatory, or to diminish human beings. Is that governor just got called for Tim Walz in Minnesota? I'm saying that like watch Flecka's videos or spend time, and you will find people that behave as if they're NPCs in a video game.
Yeah, and I think
there's no amount of words you can say to get them to behave differently.
And the cool part of this conversation is that it brings up is that to what extent do certain political factions actually try to encourage that mindset in order to get elected, right? And this is you've got to start asking yourself, like, what is the state of consciousness of the average person? What is causing that state of consciousness? And then what kind of political interests does that serve?
I wonder if that's the right way to view it, is that it's not just about, people can say intelligence. Are you a smart person? Are you a stupid person? Do you have book knowledge? Do you have wisdom? Maybe there's also a question of to what degree is someone conscious?
Yes.
Like, do you experience the world to a high degree of sharpness where you're thinking and calculating? I'll put it another way. Did you know that there's a large amount of people who don't have an inner monologue?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard that?
Yes.
They don't actually communicate in their mind and think about what they're doing. It's the craziest thing. I didn't know that was a thing until I read the stories about the scientific studies talking about testing people for inner monologue. Some people don't have it.
So this is actually what I teach in seminars. So I bring people up to the front of the class and I've got to wake them up. This is what I do. 15 hours a day.
Yeah, I've actually I have some friends. We talked about this because a long time ago. We my friends are all smoking pot or whatever. We're hanging out playing video games, and they would say they didn't have one. And I had a friend who's like, I don't do that. I'm like, you don't like think in like words and visuals and experiences. You don't imagine. And they're like, no. There's a test they do for it where they tell you to imagine an apple. Then they show you cards and ask you which one represents what you see. And there's varying levels of consciousness that people have. Some people, when you say imagine an apple, they'll say, I'm picturing a vivid 4K or greater realistic image of an apple. I can see the rot in it. I can spin it around in my head and rotate it. I can see it hanging from the tree. I can now see myself pulling it from the tree. Some people say, I see a flat, still image of an apple in my mind. That's it. Can you spin it? No. Can you think of, I just see the apple. Some people report seeing a black silhouette of an apple. Some people report just thinking the text word of an apple. And some people report literally seeing or thinking nothing. And so this is a series of tests they've done. And that's, I guess, perhaps a varying degree of consciousness.
Well, I think also there's a lot of political disenfranchisement. I think there's a lot of people sick of the two-party duopoly. And a lot of people don't know this, but the majority of people don't vote. Even in the last presidential election, the biggest election of our lifetime, the biggest turnout, more than half of Americans didn't vote in that election. 154 million people voted in the last presidential election. There's, was there 333 million people inside of the United States. So a lot of people are either apathetic, don't care, or just know that the political system is rigged against them, as they have these two parties that clearly have been screwing them over one year after another year. So I think that's another element here that we have to understand. And I do think what I've been saying earlier, specifically with Facebook investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a voter outreach program, I think that worked very significantly, because when you have the average Joe who doesn't care about politics and is watching, The Office or whatever, you have someone knocking at their door being like, you don't have to provide ID, you don't have to do anything, you could vote right here, right now, right where it says blue, right here, just vote right here and I'll do everything for you. And when you have ballot harvesters, when you have mail-in ballots, when you have this Facebook $100 million effort by Mark Zuckerberg, you're going to have a bigger turnout than you naturally would. We did. Still, the majority of people said, I'm not voting. So that's something to really consider here.
So we're past midnight, and I am going to get up and start recording again, and I'm already losing my voice, so I think we'll wrap it there. My friends, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, become a member at timcast.com if you want to support the work that we do and so much more. We'll have more tomorrow. We have a big guest coming tomorrow, and hopefully two big guests, but probably just one big guest, unfortunately. And then we'll mention it on the show. It's a guest who works for another guest who would be really great to have, but we'll probably just get the one person.
No, I
So-
want to know who it is.
Oh, you'll find out. You'll find
All
out. So you can follow the show at Timcast IRL. You can follow me at Timcast.
They're logging out for
if
the
you
night.
really want to help us out, you can buy our new song Genocide by Timcast. You can buy it on iTunes or Amazon. Go to losingmymind.com. Really do appreciate it. Drew, you want to shout anything out?
Yes, thank you guys for having me. It's always fun. We'll see what happens in the middle of the night with these numbers. You guys can follow me on Twitter at DrewHLive and watch my show Frontlines nightly on Real America's Voice. You can find all those links in my bio, Twitter, Getter, Truth, all that good stuff.
If you'd like to see some examples of transformations of people that are unconscious to becoming very conscious, go to my YouTube
We
channel,
are going to
Owen
bounce
Cook Self-Help.
out of the Timcast goodbyes. Sticks also went off the air. And these guys, they don't know how to quit. Let me tell you.
Very curious.
Let's pop that
If
up
you
and see
did
what's
have,
happening.
like stringent political testing or something. What if the outcomes for the elections were literally the exact same? Like it was exactly the same. There was no difference.
I mean, do you really think there is going to be a difference?
I wouldn't think it would be that different.
Yeah,
No.
I'm telling you.
I don't
Doomer
think it would
doesn't
be.
even know about the
Hey,
wisdom
you
of
poo-poo.
crowds, okay?
Hi. You've been very patient. It's been hours.
if
You gotta
you
go
read about
potty?
the wisdom
I didn't even realize. It's been like 5 hours.
I mean,
this is why it was
Do you need
so
to go
good
outside,
that
go
the,
potty?
witches were burned in Salem.
Nope.
I learned about
No, we sat back down. Never
the
mind.
wisdom of crowds and statistics like forever ago.
I know some book you talk about all the time.
No. It's
Yeah.
not, no, I've never talked about that book.
Wait, you never talked about that book, The Wisdom of Crowds? I feel like Chad. I feel like he's gaslighting
First of
me.
all, I've never read the book, The Wisdom of Crowds.
Oh, okay.
I know about the wisdom of crowds from school.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I know there is a book called The Wisdom of Crowds, but I actually don't think it has any. I think it's like just called that. I don't think it has anything to do with the phenomenon called the wisdom
I
of
gotcha.
crowds.
Gotcha. No, I'm assuming it's about the phenomenon.
I think
the
the
phenomenon.
The wisdom
Phenomenon?
of crowds, I think,
Bum,
is like.
bum,
I mean, that's like a YA novel about.
No, it's not. The Wisdom of Crowds. Why the many are smarter than the few, and how collective wisdom shapes business, economy, societies, and nation.
Oh, okay.
Literally about the wisdom of crowds.
I thought it was like
No.
about some floozy.
Kyle Petty for $10 says, "Come on! Obviously, the reason there are more accidents when the clocks jump forward is that all the people who are running late to work an hour late. That's why the same spike isn't seen when they go back." There you go. Maybe.
Yeah, who won the New York governor's race? Did the Democrat win?
Oh, that's a good question. Wait, let me look.
People are
We're always
saying
talking
New
about
York is screwed.
Zeldin.
Here we go.
So Kathy Hochul is up by 8 points with 80% in. So not looking good for the Legend of Zelda. So sorry for any New Yorkers. Does not look like Legend of Zelda will win.
Looks like your guys are going to be pushed into the subway consistently still. Which, according to Doomer,
Get what
you
they vote
can't-
for.
You're not smart enough to know that that's a bad thing. So
Well, let's see. It says Brooklyn overwhelmingly voted for Hochul. Manhattan
Hey, you boo-boo.
overwhelming
Hi.
For
Hey, you
her.
boo-boo-boo.
Queens overwhelmingly for her. The Bronx overwhelmingly for her. So looks like most of the New York City went overwhelmingly for her.
all right,
So there you go.
great. Crime's going to
There's
be
a
under
place called There's a place called Wyoming, New York. That's weird. Oh, there's your New York. There's your New York governor. Sorry, Sean. Now I get to hear Sean be very upset for the next whatever.
Schuyler. Do I have a Schuyler? Schuyler. Oh, I'm in a
I
PQRS.
wonder how our sheriff's race turned out.
SHEY. Schuyler. SH.
Novin Leon for $20. Thanks so much. Says Doomer's mistake. Smart people
Shelley.
don't make
No,
better
Schuyler.
decisions. They make selfish
SHEY.
decisions like everyone else. They're just better at it. We need people with wisdom and humility who can make selfless decisions. That's an interesting take, and I think I agree with that completely.
Oh shit! Oh no!
There is no crime in New York City. That's true. There's no war in Boston, say, and there's no crime in New York City. True. Oh my God. Herschel Walker and Ralph Warlock are literally neck and neck. They both have 49 points.
Looks like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom.
You know he was going to win again.
won by 162% to 38%.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I have an Elias
That
Howe
surprise
in my
you at all?
records?
No, of course.
H-O-W-E, Howe.
But
Elias
the LA County Sheriff's race, the Alex Villanueva
Howden,
is
Roger
getting
Howden.
slaughtered by Robert Luna.
E-C-D-E. So actually, Elias
Which
Howe.
Robert Luna is the guy that basically all the city officials support. And Alex Villanueva was the one that was investigating them for corruption.
Sean is going to also be pissed. Letitia James kept her attorney general seat in New York. So, pro-crime, yay.
Katy Perry's happy because Rick Caruso is actually up by, well, I guess not that happy. He's only up by, it's 50.3 to 49.7. So is that going to be like a runoff? I don't know. Fuck. That's as close as it can get.
Modern sewing machine.
I still can't believe
Pretty
it's
much
only
invented
49 in Georgia. Ridiculous.
Oh, it doesn't say exactly, but
That's hilarious. See, what's
within the
better than
lifetime.
Let's see if I can play
within the
dice
lifetime
if
before
we can see how
1867, but
this
only as
matches up.
recently as that.
What's that looking like?
Crazy.
I don't know. I'm looking. Where are the measures? Where are
let's
the
see,
measures
state-
at on this?
California ballot measures.
Well, how
Oh,
are-
I am so sorry, Adam. Oh no.
It didn't pass?
Well, only 23% of the votes are in, but big no's.
Both
53%
Bad, huh?
voted no so far.
On both? The
No,
gambling?
the online one is 65%, so you're happy on that one.
Okay.
The sports betting regulation, 53% no at 23% in. I'm so sorry, Adam. Looks like you're going to be stuck with your shitty card flipping craps forever.
People are just anti-gambling. So
They're
they
just anti-gambling, yeah.
Probably voted no on them anyway.
You're
Yeah.
probably right. Fetterman is up only 0.97. Oh my God.
What? It's 0.11 on my. Yeah.
You want to go outside? Go potty? You want to go potty outside, boo boo?
Mine says 0.97.
Or did you already go potty? You probably peed in the
just
corner.
click down.
I don't blame you.
0.92.
I don't blame you, boo boo. You don't seem excited to go outside.
86 reporting.
You got to go poo poo? You got to go outside?
Interesting.
No? Okay.
I'm surprised. I really
Okay.
thought that we weren't going to get. I mean, they were really hyping us up like we weren't going to get any results tonight. But it looks like we might get most of the results. Though, actually, I guess we're not going to get Georgia because they're going to have the runoff. And Pennsylvania. It actually probably won't get Pennsylvania because if Fetterman or Oz are up by like less than 1 point and they get stuck at 5% because they have to do that one county has to do that thing where they have to like run the books again and it takes them 3 days to do that. It's literally going to be one county that's going to hold up Pennsylvania for like 3 days.
That sucks.
So looks like Arizona very handily went to the Democrats. It's pretty surprising. Mark Kelly. I don't know if you saw Trump's Truth Social timeline was just him complaining about like that the vote was going to be rigged, like all today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super curious how the primary is going to shake out. It's so interesting that there's a former president running in the Republican primary.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
So former
Matt
president
Magnum for
running in a
$10 says, "You
primary?
guys have made great background noise for my recent writing escapades. Here's some money for some free will. Also, the Kyrie Irving thing would not be for the first conspiracy he fell for. Didn't he refuse to get vaccinated or something? Like,
Who's
there
Kyrie
was-
Irving?
Kyrie Irving was the guy who tweeted out that the Blacks Are the Real Jews video. We talked about this, didn't we?
I don't know.
There was in response to Kanye saying I can't be anti-Semitic. You don't remember this?
Yeah, I remember.
So in response to all the Kanye stuff, Kyrie Irving, who is a basketball player for
Okay.
the Brooklyn Nets, he tweeted out a video of a movie. I know we talked about this because I remember talking about this. he tweeted out this movie that's called like The Hebrews. What's it called? Like Negroes or they're Hebrews or something. And basically, it was kind of like this sort of like Yakubian, black people really built a bunch of societies, including Jewish societies, and then like evil white Jews came along and enslaved the black people and pretended that it was their culture, blah 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 blah. And so everyone like got all crazy when Kyrie Irving basically tweeted out this crazy shit. And Kyrie Irving kind of, well, actually no, he didn't apologize. He did one of these like, I'm sorry I offended you, but I'm not sorry because it's true sort of apologies. And he got suspended for 5 games, and he has to to donate money and talk to the coach. I mean the team owner. And actually, it's when I read the article about it, he's like a fucking buffoon because the team owner actually tried to reach out and talk to him, and he just refused to take his call, and that's why he got suspended.
What?
Like the team owner's like trying to talk to him, like, oh, he wants to talk to him about this video, and he just refused to talk to him, and that's why he got suspended. So pretty stupid. Pretty stupid.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the governor of Arkansas now?
Mm-hmm.
Was she the governor before?
Wait, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know she was governor.
Wasn't she press secretary for Trump?
Yeah.
Well, now she's the governor, according to this, the governor of Arkansas.
Uh-oh. You know who's coming out to defend Kyrie? Besides Kanye, obviously.
Who?
Kanye, who said that he was like being crucified like Jesus for his thing.
No way.
Yes. He put a picture of Kyrie and he put like some Bible quote about like being crucified. But you know who else defended Kyrie recently? Our good friend Nick Cannon.
Oh yeah, of course. That makes sense. I mean, that's a given.
Nick Cannon. Well, actually, you'd think he'd be too afraid to come out, but Nick Cannon says,
"No, this is his opportunity to shine again." What are you talking about?
Right. Nick Cannon, who also is one of these Yakubian types, says, "I can wholeheartedly say I know Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic. However, when he was being interviewed, he was speaking with CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt. I don't know why Nick Cannon was speaking to the head of the Anti-Defamation League. That's weird. The ADL guy fired back, reminding the Wild and Out host, quote, when given the chance to say, are you anti-Semitic or not, he didn't say, no, I'm not anti-Semitic. The movie is saying white Jews invented the Holocaust and the 6 million Jews didn't get killed. I know this isn't right because there's a giant historical record. Jewish people know when you dehumanize us, we know what's around the corner. Nick went on to argue that the same could be said for what's happening to Kyrie. I gotta watch this. It's gotta be somewhere. Quote, the slave masters will bring the buck, the one that gets out of line, so all the other slaves would see lash after lash, show them the power to set an example. Oh, fuck you, Nick Cannon. Fuck you fucking racist piece of shit.
He's saying they're buck breaking him.
Oh, some black guy is being racist. Oh, I'm going to invoke slavery. Oh, this is totally okay for black people to just be infinitely racist because of slavery. You're like you attacking a black guy for saying some racist shit. That's like buck breaking. Fuck you, you racist fucking piece of shit. Get out of here.
Wrong language.
Oh my god.
Yes, indeed.
The House is +3 for Republicans. I guess they flipped 3 seats.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Nick Cannon.
Okay, here's the clip. We can watch it.
Wait
it's
a
gonna
second
have to be
here.
3, 2, 1 though.
What happened to?
What?
A lot of us had no business winning our races when we won.
We don't
We
care
were
about
up
AOC.
against one of the most calcified, moneyed, and strongest political machines in New York City history.
Come on, I'm learning something.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Okay, wait. Did you send me the other thing?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the whole interview. Nick Cannon.
2 minutes of hate.
ADL.
Is it really 2 minutes of hate, or is it just like? I mean, it says only 1 minute.
No, it says to hate or not to hate. It doesn't say 2 minutes of hate.
Oh. I swear I can read.
I try. So 95 Key is reading this book.
You can hear Adam get tired.
Apparently, some like super long, or I guess he's listening to it. It's like a super long audio book. I tried to watch the movie. It was so boring. I wanted to die. It's as if imagine if a like 40-year-old boomer used PowerPoint presentations, like use PowerPoint and stock footage to make a movie where they say blacks were the true Jews, and that's the movie. It's so poorly made. It's so boring.
Ready?
Let me know when you have. Yeah.
I can wholeheartedly say.
Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I can wholeheartedly say I know Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic.
When given the chance to say, are you anti-Semitic or not, he didn't say, no, I'm not anti-Semitic. At the press conference, tell us about that movie, why he did. He said, stop dehumanizing me. And the movie is saying white Jews invented the Holocaust and 6 million Jews didn't get killed. Okay, I know that isn't right. Right. There's a gigantic historical record. Jewish people know when you dehumanize us this way, we know what's around the corner.
So in that same statement as those are the tropes that dehumanize Jewish people, the same buck breaking.
What's that? I don't really know what that means, to be perfectly honest.
The slave masters would bring the buck, the one that gets out of line. So all the other slaves would see lash after lash, showed them the power to set an example. This is what you must do to fall in line. So when we see the 6 things that Kyrie must do to get his job back, right? That's dehumanizing.
Oh, fuck you fucking scumbag.
I know Kyrie.
First of all, imagine like how gross it is. You have some multi-millionaire basketball player and them having to like talk to the team owner and pay money to a charity. He's comparing that to being fucking a slave who's being whipped.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh yeah, I wonder how many slaves you'd say, oh, you get to choose. You can either sit here and be tied to a post and have a guy fucking lash you, or you can be a millionaire and you have to pay a bunch of money to charity because you're a racist asshole. Which one are you gonna choose?
I mean, I'll go with the money.
It's so dehumanizing. Oh, me being a racist asshole, dehumanizing people. How dare I have to be dehumanized?
It is exerting control over someone.
Fuck you. It's so pathetic.
It is attempting to break them, bring them into line. He's not wrong.
Keith says it's 36 hours. I'm not listening to that shit. Oh my god.
Maybe you believe breaking them is the right thing to do.
The movie's like 3 hours. The audiobook is 36 hours. But it looks like it's boring. It's not even like interesting racism.
Brody. Do I have a Brody?
Jack Spades for $5 says, been away from the internet for a while, just voted for Kanye because Adam did. I sure hope there wasn't any recent news that would make me regret that. Oh, Adam, look what you did.
I know, man. Ouch.
Yep.
I never would have suspected Kanye would turn into just a giant piece of shit.
Collins Brody.
I guess it just goes to show you can't really trust anyone.
Yeah, that's right. We should review the buck breaking movie. Rico's over for $10 says polls bigger superiority complex. Who's standing in the corner with a bigger smirk, Doomer or President Sunday?
Oh, you want a new poll?
No.
This poll's over anyway. Obviously.
Should we have permanent daylight saving time? 57% say yes, and 43% say no. It's much closer than I would have expected. So, interesting.
Well, at least I'm on the side of the winners this time.
There you go.
Yes,
Gemini
permanent daylight
Semini.
saving. Well, go ahead. What's up, Gemini?
Semini. Thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 8 months. Boo, boo, boo. Says Adam really coming out for Republicans in a way that makes me want him to. Adam really coming out for Republicans in a way that makes me want him to just call us all rednecks. I'm not sure I understand that one, but okay. Matt Madden for $10 says,
say it one more time. What?
Adam really coming out for Republicans in a way that makes me want him to just call us all rednecks.
Well, I was
Blood
fighting
stain.
against.
I got that
calling
one for sure.
them rednecks.
That's why I
but
don't understand. Yeah, I
whatever.
thought you were taking the opposite.
I get if there's people proud to
May
be
you
rednecks.
no.
I mean,
Maybe.
I got no problems with people calling
Maudsley.
themselves rednecks. I have a
Maudsley.
problem with
Right.
some
There we go. Henry
fucking
Maudsley.
elitists calling people redneck dum dums.
Yeah, so I was gonna say maybe Gemini's like, call me redneck baby. Yeah.
Answer my DM, J-Mac.
You should cover the Rogan Walsh conversation. I'll watch. Yeah, I want to watch the Joe Rogan Walsh conversation. Maybe we'll cover it if it's it's interesting. Let's see. Fetterman's at 0.83. Wow, Warnock has dropped. Oh no, wait, Warnock is ahead. Warnock is ahead by 0.05. Oh my god.
I gotta adjust my things. The 5 is off the charts now.
I
Ron
don't even
Johnson
understand
is
your
ahead
numbers.
by 3 points in Wisconsin.
You're not really showing me
Fetterman is
comparisons.
down to 83. This, I mean, it's got to be a recount, right? With
Well, no, it's going to be a runoff.
Herbart.
is it runoff?
Herbart.
If neither of them makes Oh,
Not for Fetterman.
well, actually, I don't know. I'm sorry, that's
not for
Georgia. I don't know what
Warnock.
they're going to do.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do in Georgia.
There's Edward Herbert.
I mean, you're probably right. There probably is going to be a recount. Like most of these states, is an automatic recount if it's like less than 1%, which that's what it looks like.
All right, we got a special announcement here.
Yep.
Friend of the show. His brother won state representative.
Are we allowed to say this? Is this secret information?
Yeah, I asked him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
I said, can we brag about it on stream? And he said, yeah, go ahead. Jake McCallman.
Jake McCallman.
Yeah. House District 63.
What state is this?
Tennessee.
In the great state of Tennessee.
Yeah.
This is for state or for national?
Yeah, I was wondering that. It's House of Representatives, right? House District 63. Or maybe it's State House to make sure Tennessee continues to be the conservative, pro-business, low-tax state.
What district do you say it was?
District State Representative, House District 63.
60. Oh, that's got to be.
So it's state representative.
That's state. Yeah, awesome.
We have Herbert
State House
and
State
Herbert.
Representative Jake McCullen. Brother. He won his seat, right?
Yeah.
Why does it not say he won on this? Did he win? Why is it saying that you didn't on the New York Times site? It doesn't say who won.
Well, I got it straight from J-Mac, so maybe his brother's
Oh, okay.
lying to
Well,
him.
there you go. J-Mac, our surrogate father, his brother won for a state house seat
Oh shit!
in Tennessee.
How about
so
that?
Everyone say congratulations.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
awesome, J-Mac.
EFGH. So we got to go back through G.
J-Mac, when are you
Fechner,
going to run for office?
Fechner.
I was trying to talk J-Mac into running for office today, but
Listen, J-Mac, you
I
got to run
swear.
for office so that me and Adam have a guy on the inside. Okay. You can pass all our regulations we want, right? You can pass all the Sitch and Adam pork.
yeah, we can do something finally about this Jones Act thing. I don't necessarily know exactly what we're going to do about it, but we'll put a committee together on it. We'll investigate it. We'll figure it out.
I don't care about the Jones Act. I want him to pass legislation that helps us specifically.
Yeah, that would be cool too.
You should there should be like a 10% tax deduction for all streamers.
That would be awesome. The streamer
for that
tax
one?
deduction?
Yeah. Listen, we're the most oppressed group. Okay, we deserve it.
The most.
There's a lot of other streamers though that I feel would not. I mean, do you want Hassan to get the tax deduction?
Okay, how about this? The 10% tax deduction for streamers
Only
only applies
goes to enlightened centrists.
enlightened centrists, okay? So really, it only goes to us. There's like no one else that it goes to.
And me.
Would you
J-Mac
ever
says for $50, you can trust me, Adam. I give you money. That is true.
I feel I can trust you.
Now we know what it's like to be a politician.
It would be awkward if you gave us money and we didn't trust you.
That would be pretty awkward.
I do. Have you ever considered a life in politics, Sitch? Have you ever?
No.
Imagine.
This is going to be my last entry. I made it to 81 pages. It's unbelievable progress. I usually can't sit still this long.
So you want to run?
I've been well
and I'll be
entertained,
like
but I'm running down.
your chief of staff is what you're saying.
Well, no, I have imagined a life in politics. Obviously, I mean, I think it would be kind of fun to make rules for people and boss people around.
I think it would be terrible and boring and horrible to be a politician.
I don't know.
Walk over. You gotta shake people's hands. You have to ask for money. You have to wear suits. I can't ask people whether they put themselves into the porn or not when they watch porn. It's just so restrictive.
I mean, I'm looking at Jake's website and I don't see one picture of him in a suit.
Wow. Yep. I don't think I've ever made this progress in one night before. I just can't.
Probably wear like
usually get
superhero outfits or something.
I get the brain fog and I can't concentrate anymore. But you know, the distraction of the election, information, etc., really kept my brain busy.
Politicians are going to be outdated.
So what do I do at the end of the
they're
night?
Replaced by thick mommy robots.
At the end of
in
a
like
session. Oh, come on! I tried to give my paperwork.
You need to be a good leader and a butt kisser to be good in politics.
Got to
It's
make a
such neat of
new
those things.
thing
That's
here. It's
true.
got Fabric of Dreams.
True statement. Matt Magna for $10 says hashtag free my man keat. Hashtag
1918.
Gang for life.
We are on.
What does that mean?
Well, we're
What this
on.
meme is related to
11/8/22.
I don't know what that means.
We are
Jesse for
on-
$5 says, Doomer, quote, I'm not tribal, but all reps are bad and uneducated people. Supplying my electricity and housing aren't doing anything.
Footnote.
End quote, politics.
138.
Yeah. So, a little bit,
Page
a little bit critical.
83.
Fondue for $5 says, Doomer.
That's how we do, yo.
Oh,
I just
no.
keep track of it
The
and
Doomer's S. Wait a
come back and keep going tomorrow.
Oh my God! I just
This will be probably one of the
Doomer's S-class endorsement in the beginning
most
of the stream.
highly footnoted works. I mean,
was
it's not
just
unusual
a
for me to
way
get upwards of 200.
18 people to go away from S-class to 18. It was all
Yeah.
It was all
A lot of information I want you to know.
What do you mean? Did it
A lot of
work?
information I want to know.
I mean,
refreshes my memory.
Yeah, exactly.
How many times have I now read over this list? Okay, we're going to save
Why
this.
isn't Nevada reporting
It is now, I increased the size of the book
on
by
Jake's
2
Twitter
full
timeline.
pages by adding all these
Thank
footnotes.
you.
By the time I was done typing them
I'm
in,
beyond
that's just the
honored
first
that
80 out of
my community
322
put their
pages.
trust in me to
So we're going to shut that
represent our
down.
needs and values.
Save it, shut
in
it down.
State House. I look forward
We're going
to
to go over here and I'm going to
serving
update
each one of
the
you to the best of my ability.
page count
Mhm.
to 322.
So that was 2 hours.
I'm going to
ago.
put that
I tweeted
down.
that.
And also this one. This was at 49
Is he
pages.
on
A
the New York
49
Times
page
thing?
I saw his name there, but it
encyclopedia,
didn't
now
show,
51
like,
pages.
I
I
don't
added
know
2
why it
pages to
was
the
who won
encyclopedia
the
as
race or
well.
not.
Right.
Very
There
nice.
wasn't any information about the
That
race.
is how we roll.
But it's
It
not
listed
House of
other state
Representatives. It's like State House.
It has been
right?
saved.
Yeah,
I'm
but
going
it
to save
had
it
the
again.
other state house
We're gonna
people.
shut
I
it
don't know,
down.
Like it,
Right.
it had his
And my
name
friends,
and
I think
state house
that
people, and
is
some of them it showed the
just
results,
about going to
some
have
of
to
them
be
didn't
it.
show, so I don't know what
Can't
to-
I can't keep
Maybe they should
going.
have the
Here you go.
actual
We have the
information of the
inception
local polling site or
of my
Jake could
stream
be
software here.
in the House
Bloop.
of Representatives in 2
Give a little
years.
high
This
five.
is where it all
Can I give a
began.
high five to that little thing? Bloop.
Four,
it says
4
input-
years.
I'm
to
getting
be
loopy.
in the
I've
state
drank
Senate?
enough and I'm done.
Or in
That's
the- yeah,
that's about
state
the end of
Senate,
this. So we're
right?
just gonna cut it, and we're gonna
Next
find
to
out
the
what tomorrow has in
president.
store for us. Who won? I'm
So it says
hopeful
in
for
Nevada,
Oregon.
the
You know,
polls
it's good
close
shit.
at
So,
7.
all right, we're gonna shut it down and
What time is it in Nevada right now?